Chapter 640. In the study, Thales stared at the mystic in a daze. After the war. The youth subconsciously repeated the words. Asda looked back at him with the ghost of a smile, as if he had seen his prey. After the war. After the war? Thales widened his eyes. It was as if a cord had been unraveled in his brain. Mr. Sakern, when did the relationship between the two empresses break and become hostile to each other? The mystic remained calm and answered in a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. You've already told me. The next moment, the blue light in Asda's eyes lit up again. After the war. After the war. Thales held his breath. That means? The teenager slowly sorted out his thoughts and his expression became more and more shocked. The two magic empresses fell out after the war and went their separate ways. The reason why they hid behind the scenes. The reason why they sealed mystic energy. The reason why they were enemies. The reason why they had such a tacit understanding. Thales' breathing quickened when he understood the crux of the matter. No, it's not the blade of purification. What the air mystic discovered was not the result of his grandfather's greatest king, nor was it the so-called perfect anti-mystic equipment. Sauron and the Supreme Ring, Thales muttered. He was drenched in cold sweat without realizing it. Asda was puzzled. What? Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. It's not important. It's just a Northland folktale. But then he widened his eyes. But the important thing is, if this inference is correct, these 2 points of time coincide. This means that these legendary anti-mystic equipment were only distributed to the disaster hunters after the Battle of Eradication. These legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales said in a daze. It's very likely that they were made after the relationship between the two empresses broke down and they went their separate ways? He looked at his guide in disbelief. Under Thales' incredulous expression, Asda smiled and nodded slowly. He continued the rest of the sentence. One of the empresses, without the other party or even behind the other party's back. Made in secret and forged alone. The study became quiet. Only the candlelight chased away the darkness. Made in secret and forged alone. These words echoed in Thales' mind, causing him to be stunned on the spot. Because of this. The light in the mystic's eyes was faintly discernible. These armaments were forged in secret by only one party, and their secrets are not known by the other party. It is highly possible that they are strong enough to harm or even seal. The next moment, the blue light in Asda's eyes became extremely sharp. Another empress. When he heard this, Thales was completely stunned. He could only go back and forth trying his best to digest this news. Forged by an empress in secret, it was a weapon forged solely by herself. Distributed to the disaster hunters after the war. Yet he was able to seal another, and that means, wait a minute. Thales snapped out of his daze and quickly raised his hand to stop the man from continuing. The teenager summoned the sin of Hell's River and tried hard to regulate his breathing so that he could digest this shocking news. He tried not to think of the shocking significance behind it. I understand, Mr. Sakern. This is no small matter, but before we come to a conclusion we must be cautious. Thales lowered his voice and subconsciously looked around. First of all, we have to figure out why the legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot seal the two emperors. Is it because the two emperors, as the creators, understand the mechanism of the anti-mystic equipment? Or did they leave something behind in the equipment? In fact, what if the legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot seal the two emperors is not because the two emperors created them, but because of their level of power or something else? What if the two emperors' level or characteristics determine that they cannot be sealed? Thales looked at the mystic seriously and gesticulated to express his thoughts. Asda also stared at him quietly, his face expressionless. At this moment, they were like a pair of teacher and student, having the purest discussion about a certain problem. Your rebuttal is not without reason. Not long after, the guide spoke again. His voice was rational and clear. But this at least means that one of the two emperors has the ability to forge a legendary anti-mystic equipment alone. Thales clenched his fists. No, that is not necessarily the case. The teenager shook his head and questioned, why must the equipment issued after the war be forged by a certain empress alone, and not by the two emperors before they turned against each other? This does not prove that the two emperors can be. It does not prove your conclusion. Hearing this, Asda chuckled. He did not directly answer Thales' question but changed to another topic. Do you know, with Constellation as an example, the origin and manufacturing information of the legendary anti-mystic equipment in each country can only be traced back to year 14 of the calendar of eradication? Year 14 of the calendar of eradication? Thales narrowed his eyes. That is the 4th year after Constellation was founded? That is also the year when the World Cleansing Project began, the mystic said casually. The World Cleansing Project. The term returned to Thales' mind and awakened many of his memories. The mystic leaned forward slightly, his tone full of suspicion and vigilance. The question is, why? Why does the World Cleansing Project hide this information? What? Thales did not answer. But a small voice rang in his heart. Because this information is crucial, very sensitive. Very deadly. They must be hidden from the world. Thales took a deep breath, looked up and said, "But this does not mean." Asda ignored his doubts and continued to speak. And why Thales? Why for thousands of years, people have tacitly agreed that all legendary anti-mystic equipment cannot affect or seal the Magic Empress. Why? Thales was stunned. Did the 2 empresses tell them themselves? The mystic was extremely serious, and if not, Thales remembered something. After the war, the heroes of mankind used tragic facts to prove that all existing legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal Blood Spike and Helen. In the prison of bones, Ricky's strange smile appeared in his mind. There must be someone. The teenager took a deep breath and continued to speak based on his memories and train of thought. To be precise, some disaster hunters must have tried. They held legendary anti-mystic equipment and attacked the Magic Empresses. Really crazy. Asda nodded. There was an indescribable fluctuation in his tone. And they failed, and not just once. That's why the world can come to such a firm conclusion. In the next second, the mystic's tone suddenly changed. The question is, which disaster hunters did it? Which equipment? Which empress? This question also aroused Thales' curiosity. He waited for the mystic's answer. There is no answer. Asda shook his head slowly. Even with Furland and Giza's help and the support of the vast amount of information in Constellation, I did not find any records of the 2 empresses being assassinated by the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Only the conclusion that the 2 empresses are not afraid of the legendary anti-mystic equipment, which is as unquestionable as common sense, is circulated in the circle of those who have access to and use the legendary anti-mystic equipment, as if it is a self-evident truth. After listening to this, Thales' expression changed. There is no solid evidence, but there is an incomparably firm conclusion. That can only prove one thing. In other words, the conclusion is that they were. The mystic snorted coldly. That's right. When you just mentioned why the legendary anti-mystic equipment could not seal the 2 empresses, if we follow the clues, we can easily find that from the beginning, this concept has been very strange. Thales tensed up. Asda continued, now, let's assume that the hunters who tried to assassinate the 2 empresses with the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Stop. Thales interrupted him forcefully, waving his hands in the air. No, there are too many hypotheses. It is too risky, there are too many uncertainties. Asda replied coldly, hypotheses are one of the most important ways to advance knowledge. If we can verify it. Seeking proof. Thales took a deep breath and said seriously, but what if you can't even establish the basis of your hypothesis? What if no one had tried to assassinate the 2 empresses? If even the incident of someone assassinating the 2 empresses with the legendary anti-mystic equipment to prove that they cannot be sealed is false and non-existent, and was fabricated. When he said this, Thales was stunned. It had been fabricated by someone else. Seeing the teenager's dazed expression, the mystic snorted coldly. Yes, Thales. If the assassinations were fake, if the stories such as somebody tried to assassinate the 2 emperors and it was discovered that the anti-mystic equipment was ineffective against the 2 emperors a long time ago, were fabricated and told to the world, and the 2 emperors simply allowed them to spread for thousands of years? Asda did not continue, but his eyes were extremely sharp. Thales nodded and continued the conversation absent-mindedly. That's even more proof that there's a big problem behind these rumors and the concept that people with ulterior motives have fabricated. Looking at him, Asda smiled. Now, let's go back to the previous step. If those assassinations were true, if there's really someone who's not afraid of death, if there's really a hunter who tried to assassinate the 2 empresses with the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The mystic's words made Thales gulp unconsciously. He felt as if he had returned to 700 years ago and saw those crazy warriors. Then they can only happen when the 2 empresses have yet to live in seclusion. At least then, the hunters can still find them and carry out more than one assassination. Asda's tone became very soft and gentle, but to Thales, it sounded as heavy as a mountain. And here comes the problem. First, the humans assassinate them, then the 2 empresses live in seclusion. Is there any logical connection between this? The mystic said softly, why? Why is it so coincidental? If those assassinations completely failed, and the legendary anti-mystic equipment was also proven to be ineffective against the creator, then why would the two empresses live in seclusion? Is it really as you said because they're very homebodies? At the end, Asda made a rare joke that was neither too big nor too small. But Thales was not in the mood to listen to his jokes. The teenager shook his head and sorted out his thoughts. No, it's a little messy, a little messy. Why did the two empresses live in seclusion after they encountered the ineffective assassinations in the eyes of the world? No. Thales rubbed his forehead desperately. No, you can't infer cause from effect. This is too hasty. Have you ever played Sudoku? Thales was stunned and looked up. What? Asda looked at the air and moved his fingers gently. Sometimes, when there is insufficient evidence, we need to fill in a certain number in the blank, and then go through step by step to verify, test, and compare to verify whether the number is in line with the rules of the game. The mystic turned his head back. Verify whether it is the only answer. Now, break your preconceptions, let go of your shackles and wander in your imagination, Thales. Think about it, if our guess is true. There was a hint of bewitchment in his tone. If the legendary anti-mystic equipment forged by an empress alone can really seal another empress. If after the war they are strangely sent to the secular world and equipped to the calamity hunters in the mortal world. As he listened to the mystic, Thales' eyebrows furrowed. F***ck, alright, let's not talk about anything else first. Let's assume that this is true. Follow this logic and fill in the number. The teenager gulped. Alright, if this is the truth behind the assassination of the two empresses, then... Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to enter the mystic's line of thought. A long time ago, the magic empress was not assassinated by a crazy mortal. Instead, she was assassinated by another empress, her former collaborator, current competitor, and future nemesis, by the legendary anti-mystic equipment forged by the other party alone. Asda looked at him silently. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the blue light in his eyes flowed at a constant speed. Who was it? Thales raised his head, his gaze sharp. Forging the equipment behind the other party's back and using a mortal to plot an assassination. Was this done by Helen or Bloodthorn? My guess. The mystic said faintly, both? He snorted in disdain. The two bitches did the same thing. Thales frowned. Asda continued to speak. Both of them betrayed each other and secretly created secret weapons that could seal each other. At the same time, they planned to use the hands of mortals to give each other a fatal blow. After the battle of eradication, they would enjoy the supreme throne of mystic energy alone. But, Asda stared at the starry sky outside the window and did not continue. But they survived, Thales muttered. The two empresses met their match. They saw through each other's schemes and escaped from the equipment that could threaten them. This was the real reason why they avoided the secular world and hid behind the scenes so that no one could find them. The more Thales spoke, the more shocked he became. Because from that moment on, they could no longer walk around the world without fear. The two empresses had grasped the secret of sealing the mystics, and with the greatest malice towards each other, they each forged weapons that could seal each other. They then distributed them to the hunters, and as time passed, they scattered them to various countries. Thales said. They were hidden in the so-called legendary anti-mystic equipment that could not seal the magic empress. Thales froze in place. All the equipment could seal mystics. But there were a few that could seal the magic empress. Asda raised his head and let out an unusually pleased laugh. Therefore they were afraid, wary, and vigilant. Among the legendary anti-mystic equipment possessed by the secular mortals in various countries, there were a few special equipment that they did not recognize. They came from the hands of their mortal enemies, but they could endanger themselves. The mystic stopped laughing and the killing intent in his eyes rose. Then the question left for us is, which one? Thales raised his head abruptly. Which one? With indescribable panic he asked, which legendary anti-mystic equipment was forged alone, and which magic empress could be sealed? But Asda's emotions cooled down. He shook his head. As I said, all the production records of the legendary anti-mystic equipment have been destroyed. We do not know. Thales gritted his teeth. At that moment, countless weapons flashed through his mind. The supreme sword, the staff of constellation, the dark night black coffin, the supreme shield, the motionless bow, the rising sun saber, the severing soul's blade, the soul slayer pike, the crossbow of time. Which ones are not, which ones might be? Wait. Thales seemed to have thought of something. He sighed and there was disappointment on his face. We might not know, but the empresses might not. They know which equipment was made by themselves and which was definitely not. Besides, it has been 700 years. If such equipment really existed, they would have found it a long time ago. It would have been completely sealed or even destroyed to eliminate the threat. But the mystic had a different opinion. They can't do it. Thales frowned. What? Asda was calm and unruffled. He enjoyed the night view of Star Lake Castle. Firstly, to them, each other is the most terrifying enemy. If one of them wants to find a certain equipment that can restrain them, Thales understood and came to a realization. Then the other party will definitely do their best to protect or hide it. Asda nodded. Secondly, they are like us. Like us. Thales' thoughts turned. I understand now. The teenager clapped his hands and said in realization, if those special legendary anti-mystic equipment are really effective against them, then the two empresses will not be able to touch or even get close to them, just like how you can't get close to Eternal Star City and Renaissance Palace. So, if they want to deal with these equipment, they must rely on others, in the secular world, those who are not mystics, to do the work for them. The mystic nodded. So, they will never and cannot appear in front of the world. Asda's gaze focused. But they will use their unimaginable power behind the scenes, stretch out their tentacles and claws, and stir up the world. Stir up the world, in the secular world. Thales' thoughts became clearer. Thirdly, Asda continued, the hypothesis has been completed. Now it is time for us to find evidence and verify it. In the next second he looked at Thales and uttered a word. Peninsular War. Thales' gaze shifted. What? Asda regained his elegant demeanor. From the beginning of the 2nd century to the end of the 5th century in the calendar of eradication, the Eastern Peninsula and the Western Peninsula experienced 4 peninsular wars. But why? Peninsular wars. Thales sank into deep thought. The two peninsulas are separated by a great distance, and it is difficult to hear from each other. Aside from a few countries, the profits from the wars can only barely cover the cost of the expeditions. Then, why do the rulers and vassals of the various countries want to cross the ocean to start a war? Is it really for hegemony and benefits? Standpoint and politics? The mystic's change in tone made Thales nervous. Or is it because of some inconvenient, or even more terrifying existences who can't take action? Thales' gaze shifted. He remembered a memory. It was 7 years ago, before he went on a diplomatic mission to Extet and arrived at Broken Dragon Fortress. It was in the snow-covered birch forest. Blood, blood clan, death, betrayal. A certain queen's words echoed in his ears. As for the Dark Knight Black Coffin, perhaps many forces hope to obtain a legendary anti-mystic equipment. But rest assured, among those who understand its value and origin, no one would have the guts to covet the Dark Knight Black Coffin, except for the terrifying mystics. When he thought of this, the teenager was instantly shocked. Damn it. F***ck Thales took a deep breath. You let me calm down. This is too, Asda snorted coldly and did not speak again. Thales calmed down and shook his head. No, the evidence is still not enough. A hypothesis is still a hypothesis. But it is worth risking everything to verify it, the mystic said faintly. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Their gazes met in the candlelight. One of them was solemn, while the other was light and indifferent. At that moment, it was as if Thales was the patient and patient teacher, and Asda was a bold and rash student. A few seconds later, all right if this is true. Thales sighed. If there really is a legendary anti-mystic equipment created by one empress and able to seal another empress in this world, then why is it that no one in the world knows about it? When he said this, Thales paused. Asda's laughter traveled into his ears. Of course the people don't know about it, because they don't allow it. Thales stared at him. This is the most interesting part. Two empresses, spear and shield, opposing each other, balancing and restraining each other. Asda had a faint smile on his face. After seeing through each other's tricks, the two empresses who turned against each other and became enemies may be furious, hate each other to the bone, and be on guard against each other. But for their own safety, the mystic's words were resolute and resolute, like the sharpest blade that cut through all flukes. They also had to maintain the most basic tacit understanding. They had to work together and completely suppress the secret. They had to seal it forever so that no one in the world, no mortals, especially mortals who understand the history of mystics and the hunters who control the legendary anti-mystic equipment, would know the most terrifying truth. Asda's tone became lighter and lighter, like a sharpened blade, becoming sharper and thinner. In other words, The secret weapon that sealed the two empresses has actually been in their hands since the Battle of Eradication. What people need to do is to know and believe, search and verify it. Then they can break the unquestionable creed in their hearts. The candlelight around them was as warm as ever. However, the ceiling was dead silent. Only starlight shone through the darkness outside the window. Some shone in the sky and some rippled on the surface of the lake. A few seconds later, Asda said softly, "Thales, you asked me before, are we the ones who brought about the bloody year?" Thales did not answer. But his expression became more solemn. "That's right." Asda smirked coldly. "Can you imagine how shocking, crazy, and terrifying this secret is to the two empresses? And how excited they are? I don't know who brought about the bloody year." The mystic stared at Thales. "But I am certain that once there are any rumors or signs in this world, even if they only hint at this terrifying secret, that a few legendary anti-mystic equipment are the nemesis of the two empresses." Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Out of consideration for their safety and their fear of each other, the two empresses who stand at the top may not directly appear and attack. The mystic's words became even more terrifying. But they will temporarily put down their unforgettable hatred, give up everything, use all their madness, mobilize all their power in the secular world, track down the source at all costs, seal the news, cut off the spread, and ensure that anyone who already knows the secret. Asda's gaze became fierce. "Does not exist anymore." Thales trembled slightly. "Even if there are piles of bones and rivers of blood, lives will be plunged into misery and suffering." Thales breathed in a daze. It was also the Jadestar royal family that went to Hell's River together during the bloody year. In the prison of bones, Ricky's voice rose again. "The ferryman's bell. Can you imagine?" The blue light in the mystic's eyes became clearer, but his tone became more fanatical. It was just like the first time he saw Thales in the chess room. The magic empresses were so high up and unreachable. He chuckled as if he had seen through something. But because of their enmity they fell into a quagmire and fell into the secular world. Like us, they had to rely on children's games. We put up a fight on the streets and they called for war in the mainland. Asda's tone turned cold and he regained his composure. "There is no difference between the two." After listening to this, Thales sat on the desk in a daze. He was dazed. "Do you know Asda Sakern?" he said slowly, his voice was hoarse. It was as if he had just fought the most difficult battle. "You are AF** King Genius." The mystic looked at him. In the so-called alliance of the three disasters, when Giza and Fruland were racking their brains to improve their strength or to seek external objects, but to no avail, Thales looked up and stared at him in disbelief. "But you found the possible weakness of the two empresses, or at least a suspicious point, by collecting information, sorting out intelligence, piecing together fragments, analyzing logic, restoring history and looking for flaws." Asda was expressionless, but he nodded slightly. "We had a conversation about this. Magic is not just about suffocating, squeezing people into balls or even throwing chairs at you. Collecting information, filtering intelligence, comparing authenticity, looking for key points, connecting nodes, and arriving at the final discovery." The air mystic stared at the old and dilapidated bookshelf on the other wall. His tone was mechanical and his emotions were unclear. "This is also magic. We are all on the path to omniscience, identifying the direction to move forward." Both of them were silent for a while. "So now that you know this, let's say it's a suspicious point," Thales said cautiously. "What are you going to do?" Asda shook his head. "Not me. But you. What should you do?" Thales frowned. "What?" Asda turned around. At this moment he was as sharp as a weapon. "Welcome to the Anti-Emperor Club, Thales." The mystic said faintly, "Because from the moment you learned the secret, you officially became the mortal enemy of Blood Spike and Helen." Thales was shocked. "Because of it, the legendary two empresses of magic will not let you go. There is no possibility of a buffer or reconciliation." Asda narrowed his eyes. "Think about the bloody year, child. They will fight with you, until one of them dies." Thales paused for a few seconds before he realized what he meant. "F***CK, the teenager muttered. "As I said, the burden of the truth and the secret." Asda looked at him expressionlessly and spoke in the most beautiful and pleasant voice in the world. "It is very heavy." "That's right, it's the new year." End of this chapter. Chapter 641. Duke Thales had been in a bad mood recently. According to a well-informed insider from the 7 Jadestar attendants family, who did not want to reveal his name, to protect the person involved, we will use the pseudonym BB here. The prince did not enjoy his meals. He was listless in class, overworked himself in martial arts class, had a lot on his mind when he was deep in thought, and would sometimes shut himself off and be in a daze. Occasionally he would sigh and lament about life. As for the reason, there were different opinions in the Star Lake Fort. Some said that it was the resentment after being exiled, some said that the Duke had quarreled with Officer Mallows again, and some guessed that it was because the Logistics Division's bill for the past few months was not good. But our reliable informant B.B. pseudonym, gave the most direct reason. On the night that Costa and Morgan were on duty, Duke Thales was training hard in his own room. He was sweating profusely and had climaxes one after another. He was intoxicated and was on the verge of death when a few rats barged in and disturbed him. The prince, whose mood was ruined, was furious. He pulled out his sword and slashed at them. According to the person who cleaned up the mess, even the poor chair was cut in half. Of course, the exact news still needed to be further revealed by B.B. pseudonym Danny Doyle. Mammy Valencia, who had just arrived at the castle, roared. Her voice reverberated throughout the castle and chased D.D., who was chatting happily with the maids, out of the room. Your duty is to hold the sword, not to chat. If I catch you again, I'll beat you up. As time went by, Star Lake Fort became more and more perfect, from the construction to the staffing. For example, the new supervisor nanny, Ashley Valencia, was strict in her manner and her methods were strict. The most common phrase that came out of her mouth was, I'll F***CKU. According to the well-informed B.B., a pseudonym, he even heard Nanny threaten Officer Mallows once. "'S'okay, mammy." At the dining table, Thales, who was wearing a scarf, was listless. I was the one who encouraged D.D. to chat more with everyone so that the castle would not be too quiet and lifeless. Mammy Valencia's anger had not yet subsided. He used your affairs as a topic to talk about. What he talked about were all baseless rumors, some of which would ruin your reputation if spread out. Everyone is curious about the secrets of the Duke of Star Lake's life. But Thales just waved his hand and did not care about it. Be it rumors or the truth, there has to be an exit. Instead of letting others find this exit and make wild guesses, Thales shook his head nonchalantly. Mammy Valencia turned around and looked at him kindly, as if she was looking at her own grandson. Oh, my dear, your highness, everything about you is good, but your heart is too soft. The granny had been in charge of more than one large family. She had a good reputation and was respected. Even though she was over 60 years old, she was still full of energy. She, who was planning to retire, was specially invited by Baron Quinton to come to Star Lake Castle. She was in charge of taking care of the Duke's meals and lodging, as well as managing the newly hired servants in the castle. Now, my dear, you must be very hungry. Mammy Valencia skillfully served the dishes. Eat quickly. Remember, the quantity must be sufficient, and the variety must be balanced. Thank you, Mammy. Thales nodded and pointed at a plate of roasted vegetables awkwardly. But I don't like lettuce as much as the rumors say, so can I change it to something else? Mammy Valencia's smile did not diminish, but she raised her wrist and instantly pulled out a pointer. F***C. Thales shuddered and subconsciously raised his hand to protect his face. *slap. There was an explosion. In the next second, a certain black cat that had climbed in through the window and was sneaking its head towards the Duke's dining table jumped pathetically, dodging the mammy's pointer in the nick of time. Meow. The black cat jumped off the dining table and leaped to the corner. It glared at the mammy angrily with its fur puffed up. That is not something you should eat. Mammy Valencia withdrew her pointer and stared expressionlessly at the furious black cat. You uncultured brute. Thales put down his arms awkwardly, but when he heard that, he shuddered. Meow. Meow meow. Meow 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 meow. The black cat said a few harsh words and looked at the Duke's dining table unwillingly. In the end, it chose to give up. It leaped out of the door without looking back, bringing back Doyle's screams along the way. No, no. That was my lunch. Ah, it's you again, you stupid cat. This little brute is obviously inexperienced. How dare you eat under my nose? Valencia turned around and became kind and gentle again. Sorry, dear, what did you say just now? Under the mammy's understanding smile, Thales' appetite increased. He picked up the plate of roasted lettuce excitedly and ate it with relish. He had no complaints or regrets. In the past few months, besides hiring servants and workers, the logistics division had also brought back different breeds of rat-catching cats from the market and the fields according to Duke Thales' inexplicable but unquestionable orders. Together with the original nests of stray cats in the castle, the annoying rat infestation in Star Lake Castle was finally greatly reduced. The newly purchased wooden furniture survived, and the stored food in the warehouse was no longer short of weight. Even the number of plant hoppers was reduced by a lot. Piles of rat corpses were even found in the cracks of the ceiling of the Duke's room. The effect was unbelievably good. However, the increase in the number of cats brought new troubles. Firstly, the tapestries and cloth furniture started to suffer. Secondly, the environment full of cat fur made Lord Mallow sneeze continuously for a week. The servants had to increase the frequency of cleaning. Thirdly, at night, there would be cat meowing outside and outside the castle, disturbing people's sleep. Regarding this, Miss Jenny, who relied on her strength and wisdom to dominate the Star Lake Castle stable, but was helpless against the nimble cats scurrying around on the roof, had a lot of complaints. To make matters worse, the stray cats around Star Lake Castle also began to gather here. The teaching whip in Mammy Valencia's hands was no longer limited to DD, but became an official cat-chasing stick. A cunning black cat even dared to break into the kitchen and even the Duke's study and dining room time and time again. It looked around innocently and curiously, observing the humans, but it was actually full of evil tricks. If it was not careful, it would scratch and break things and steal the food. The second-class protector of the Star Lake Guards, Jose Costa, was born in the Olumbia Kingdom. According to him, who was very familiar with cats, the cat culture in Thornland had been prevalent for a long time. If this continued, Star Lake Castle would be full of kittens in a few months' time. Once the cat species overflowed, everything from the castle's tablecloths and tapestries, to the warehouse's kitchen, to the crow's nest at the top of the castle, and even the bird's nest lake around Star Lake would be affected. The situation was critical. The decisive Lord Mallow's planned to destroy the cats, but was stopped by Duke Thales. Following His Highness' unexpected train of thought, the logistics division brought back a new answer the next week. Dogs. From the majestic and humane Ludo dog to the ferocious and aggressive raging wolf dog that specialized in hunting, from the pure and loyal watchdog to the cowardly pet dog, the Star Lake Fort had turned into a dog training ground. It had also reconstructed the ecological chain and successfully prevented the wild cats from gathering further. When there are more rats, we will buy cats. When there are more cats, we will buy dogs. When there are more dogs, we will. According to this logic, will we have to buy a king one day? Apprentice Vanguard Ness's complaint, an hour before he was whipped by the penal officer. This made Miss Jenny very happy, because she only spent a day to subdue the most majestic Ludo, Petrick, and the most ferocious raging wolfhound, Arkeberg. In addition to the stable horses that were originally under her iron hooves in a literal sense, Jenny successfully established her absolute rule on the first floor of the Star Lake Fort, becoming the queen of the land in name and in reality in the fort. In addition, there were also the Wild Cat Empire, that coveted the Duke's dining table every day, the Flying Bird Alliance, that occupied the tree trunks and messenger crows, and the evil rat swarm, that was heavily injured and was forced to retreat to the wild and underground. The four major clans in Star Lake Fort were in a standoff with each other. They were second only to the glorious and great Duke Thales and the strict and solemn Valencia Nanny. Their leaders were known as the Four Dark Kings of Star Lake Fort. Even though other than the Queen of the Land Jenny, the other three kings of the other clans had yet to be confirmed, but this bloody and cruel story of the struggle for hegemony in Star Lake Fort was enough to prove how boring it was for DD. To make them up and give them nicknames one by one. Fortunately, just as Duke Thales, who was badly battered by dog urine and dog feces, was preparing to let the logistics division go to the market and the village to restock, adjust the ecological environment and maintain the castle's tidiness, Captain Mallows and Mammy Valencia decisively intervened and stripped the Duke of his leadership over the castle's governance, only retaining his formal right to make suggestions. So, with the concerted efforts of the Duke of Star Lake Castle and his loyal subordinates, the gloomy and dilapidated castle, which had been in disrepair for a long time, welcomed new life. The castle gate was repaired, the sentry posts were readied, the doorways, moats, stairs and outer walls were cleaned and renovated, provided that the back was ignored. The courtyard and garden were free of weeds and dust, and the stable and racecourse were especially clean and beautiful. Miss Jenny's peddling supervisor contributed a lot to this. At first glance, it looked grand and majestic. In the castle, more and more halls, rooms, corridors, warehouses and cellars were cleaned up. Thales finally recognized the 5 ways to get from the main hall to the Wolf's Tower, including the hidden aerial walk that was discovered by the black cat that came to steal food from time to time. As long as you are not afraid of falling from the outer walls and becoming a meat patty, Mallow's kind reminder, the kitchen, washroom and sewer were also unobstructed again. D was very proud of this. And when His Highness the Duke came back from Eternal Star City one time and got off the carriage with his hands covering his but with an unpleasant expression, even the weeds and rocks by the lake outside the castle were cleaned up and replaced with fine sand and soft soil. A clear, stable and solid road was combed out, so that the people who went to and from Eternal Star City and Star Lake Castle would no longer have to suffer the pain of bumps and unspeakable pain. Under Duke Thal's name, the nearby fields and fiefs were also gradually straightened out their subordinate relationships, thanks to Teacher Julio's great help. The stewards and village chiefs regularly reported the recent situation to Star Lake Castle according to the rules, paid taxes, provided labor and provided logistics. Servants, cooks, gardeners, coachmen, guards. Star Lake Castle gradually became more popular, and it looked quite like a noble's residence, although Glover still felt that this was shabby compared to the royal style. D quickly reminded him that this was called simplicity. Under Grandma Valencia's instructions, they even cultivated a few fields in the abandoned open space outside the castle. They were discussing about planting crops, and when the season came they would come in handy. Seeing that everything was gradually on the right track, only the owner of the castle was not happy. After that night, the sky blue invitation card did not appear again, as if Asda had forgotten about Thales. But that night conversation made Thales depressed for nearly a month, especially the sentence, "The Magic Empress will not rest until you are dead." It was a heavy blow, and it made the Duke of Star Lake feel depressed, and he could not eat or sleep in peace. The secret of the body of calamities, the heavy burden of the Duke of Star Lake, the dangerous oath with the king, these things were already enough to make him breathless. Now there was also the perfect anti-mystic equipment, and the Magic Empress. For a few moments, Thales, who was almost going bald from scratching his head, even wanted to put down his sword and run away with Asda. No, even if I am determined to elope with little Benny, looking at the latter's fervent persistence, I still can't escape from the Magic Empress. Thinking of this, Thales, who had nothing to live for, missed the days in Dragon Cloud City very much. Those Northland barbarians who wanted to cut him into pieces every day, the more he thought about it, the cuter they became. Until one afternoon, the Duke of Star Lake welcomed the first batch of guests after he moved into Star Lake Castle. Unusual guest. In front of the gate of Star Lake Castle, the Star Lake guards and servants stood upright, watching Mallows receive the visiting Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Guards, Lord Fabio Adrian. "You look surprised?" Adrian, who stepped off the stirrup, was proper and gentle. He spoke cordially, not at all disturbed by the haze of the night when the prince forced him to abdicate. A little, Mallows pulled the reins skillfully, turned around and passed it to Toledo behind him. At the same time, he motioned for the others to receive the few royal guards who accompanied him. "Considering that we just received a messenger crow 15 minutes ago." Adrian looked at the other party's expression and smiled. "I know, this trip is indeed a little presumptuous, and the guest we are escorting is also on a whim. Guest of honor." Mallows frowned when he heard this. Seeing this, the captain of the Royal Guards patted Mallows' shoulder with a smile. Adrian understood Mallows. This former herald liked to arrange everything clearly and methodically. He was even more used to preparing for a rainy day and being prepared for any eventuality. Correspondingly, Mallows did not like accidents and hated taking risks. There was no improvisation in his dictionary. Any situation that was not in his plans would make him frown. In that case it was really difficult for him to serve Prince Thales. What a pity. The original intention of the watchmen of the Royal Guards was to deal with accidents. Toledo, Glover, Tangxian, Praka, Trefanov. The Star Lake Guards greeted their former colleagues from Renaissance Palace with stern faces. The latter also had solemn expressions, and a few of the Royal Guards were even unwilling to let them touch their mounts. Their armor and helmets were not removed, their weapons were not used, and they were not even willing to say much. They had only been separated for a few months, but there was already a gap between them. Only Doyle was beaming with joy, waving and greeting everyone he was familiar with, whether they were familiar with him or not. "Yo bro, you look very familiar. Which wing transferred you from? Wow, you are so strong and your helmet is so cool. We are all the Emperor's Praetorian Guards, don't be so cold." Many people did not know whether to answer or not, and it was extremely awkward. Captain Adrian saw all this, but he did not bat an eyelid. He just walked forward with Mallows and sized up the brand new Star Lake Fort. "I can see that you have run this place well. I haven't seen Star Lake Fort like this for many years." Swoosh. Meow. Before he finished speaking, a yellow-spotted cat chased after a messenger crow, and both of them flew past in front of them, kicking up dust that landed on Adrian's boots. The captain could not help but choke on his words. Mallow's expression was also a little unpleasant. In that case, ow. Chasing after the cat and bird, a small puppy clumsily pounced over, tripping over itself once, and staggered as it chased after the cat and bird. So, enthusiastic. Captain Adrian finally found an adjective with great difficulty, and he coughed softly. That's right, there are more small animals. More small animals. Mallows looked at the chaotic scene in the distance, and thought of a certain duke's genius idea of using a cat to control a mouse, and using a dog to control a cat. He could not help but rub his slightly itchy nose and calmly replied, "Please excuse me. Star Lake Fort has been empty for many years, so it's full of wild interest." So, are you implying that Renaissance Palace and the Royal Guards did not give you enough financial support? I did not say that. Do you usually speak to Duke Thales in this manner as well? I dare not. Mallows did not look ashamed at all. The setting sun is my witness, I have always been courteous and respectful to Prince Thales. Before Adrian could reply, the Duke of Star Lake himself had already arrived, accompanied by his attendant. How can I have the honor of being honored by the guardian of Renaissance Palace? Thales was full of smiles. Adrian bowed and was about to reply when Thales cheerfully interrupted him. So, Lord Adrian, my old man finally could not hold back and sent you to get rid of me to prevent future trouble? When he said this, everyone looked at him sideways and Wuxia, who was behind him, turned pale with fright. Adrian's expression stiffened a little and he looked at Mallows. The watchman politely returned him a smile. Sorry, the Duke has been suffering from constipation recently, and he's not in a good mood. What? This time it was Thales' turn to frown. You know about this too? Don't tell me that you always stand guard outside the toilet, move based on the smell and observe feces? That's not necessary. Mallows was unmoved. You only need to count the amount of clean silk you use every time you go to the toilet. It's obvious that you go a lot and stay in the toilet for a long time, but you use very little. I don't want to guess that you don't like cleanliness, so there's only one answer. Thales froze. Alright, I did shut myself in the toilet and think for a long time over the past few days. But, he glared at Mallows. Constipation? Really? Captain Adrian narrowed his eyes and cast Mallows a gaze that could only be understood by the tacit understanding between them. Respectful? Mallows returned him an indifferent gaze. Absolutely. I'm a prince, don't I even have the privacy to poop? Thales was indignant. But before the autumn harvest, you can't even afford to hire an extra laundry maid. Mallows was merciless and delivered a fatal blow. The prince felt short of breath and had nothing to say. Adrian thought about it. All right, they are indeed expressing their dissatisfaction with Renaissance Palace's financial support. Just as Thales was racking his brains to think of words to reply to Mallows, Captain Adrian coughed. Anyway, Your Highness, I am indeed here with a mission, the captain said with a smile. But it's not what you think. You're old. His Majesty ordered me to escort the kingdom's meritorious hero back to his hometown to rest. Meritorious hero? Thales narrowed his eyes. Nowadays there are still people who can become, but before he could finish speaking, a unique voice came from behind him. Wow, you've grown up, child. Thales was shocked when he heard that. As the voice faded away, another group of people followed behind the royal guards and stepped into the castle's gate. They stood tall, had awe-inspiring auras and moved swiftly. It was obvious that they were soldiers. Thales' gaze was fixed on the leader. A guest in casual clothes stepped down from the stirrups and walked out of the group with a laugh. He walked towards Thales. You look like an adult now. Behind the prince, Wuxia was pleasantly surprised. Ralph could only impatiently remind him to maintain his composure. Thales controlled his breathing and smiled as he stared at his old acquaintance whom he had not seen for many years. The guest was not tall, but her posture was confident and at ease. She calmly walked past the Star Lake guards and royal guards and arrived in front of Thales. You look like an adult. In fact, you are the 21st person to say this about me, but I am still very happy. Thank you for acknowledging me. A few seconds later, the Duke of Star Lake took a step forward. Although it was not polite, he sincerely bowed to the guest in front of him, the woman who stood out among the men. It has been a long time since we last met. I missed you. Welcome to my castle, honorable lady. Sonia Cecere. Sonia? Doyle, who was in the queue, was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, What? So that's the fortress? Glover, who was beside him, bumped into him. Shut up. But even the zombie himself stared at the woman. While the people of Star Lake Fort were shocked, the veteran Jennad walked over from behind. He excitedly took the reins of Sonia's steed and hugged his old colleagues from the Star Lake Army. "You said that your castle is?" Sonia stretched and strode forward, ignoring the guards who had powerful backgrounds around her. "Your castle?" Thales nodded cheerfully and followed her. Mallows and Captain Adrian, who were ignored, looked at each other and followed her. They were not unhappy that they were left out. Most of the people did not complain either. They just followed quietly and stared at Sonia's back. The legendary figure who suppressed the fortress for 19 years by herself, made the enemy hesitate and not dare to advance, and made the great dragon's wings unable to fly. Except for Thales. Thales stared at the familiar female warrior in front of him. What appeared in his mind was her valiant and heroic figure of wielding a broadsword as if it was light. She cut through the blood mystic's heavy encirclement in a graceful and calm manner in the blood rain that filled the sky. She protected a 7-year-old child behind her, spun around and raised her shield to slay demons. At this moment, Sonia's laughter was still cheerful and bright. It dispelled the haze and gave people endless confidence and hope. I observed for a while on the way here. Sonia walked to the periphery with familiar ease. She casually plucked a cattail fruit from a drooping tree branch, but she led a large group of people to take a strange turn with her. She pointed at the defense around Star Lake Fort. The positions and spacing of the sentries in the castle, including the patrol frequency and movement lines of the sentries outside the fort, are all the responsibility of the defense division. *CK I'm dying of jealousy. I'm not familiar with this yet. Which protector designed this? Protector. Doyle's eyes lit up when he heard this. He adjusted the collar of his uniform and put on an aloof expression. Just as he was about to step forward, "It's me, Your Excellency." Vanguard Glover spoke calmly behind her. Sonia turned around. It was very strange. Compared to the aloof and indifferent zombie's reputation, the current Glover was very respectful and polite. It could even be said that he was overly polite. "Thanks to the trust and request of a fellow member of the Defense Division, I took charge of the preparation work for the defense of the castle." A fellow member of the Defense Division? Everyone's gazes turned in unison and stared at the protector with the highest rank. "About that, the first-class protector of the Star Lake Guards," Danny Doyle whispered awkwardly, "as the representative of the Defense Division, I have a lot of work to do, such as the sewers and the gossip about the Duke." "You big guy." Sonia walked through the crowd and ignored the expectant Doyle. She walked up to Glover with interest. "You." Glover nodded solemnly and then added, "Apart from that, First Officer Sue Earl Toledo and First Officer Freddie Tunson of the Command Division, Second Officer Leo Morgan and Novice Officer Nate Ness of the Vanguard Division, Second Officer Ad Bastia and Novice Officer Michelle Ferry of the Defense Division, and Second Officer Leo Paloga and Novice Officer Vincenzo Italiano of the Logistics Division all have help." Busy? After hearing so many names, everyone's gazes turned to Doyle again. "How do you say this?" Doyle's face stiffened and he whispered, "This is called learning from others' strengths, hee." As Doyle spoke, he suddenly bumped Glover with his arm. The zombie was stunned for a few seconds and did not react. Until Doyle bumped him a second time. Of course, Glover was shocked and suddenly stuttered. Doyle was still elbowing him in the middle. "Some of the key no overall, oh." In the end, all of the defensive plans were, from the very beginning it was supported by Chief Mallows. Oh, it was supported by Duke Thales and Chief Mallows. Oh, it was under their correct leadership. It was under their strong guidance throughout the entire process. In the end, it was the one that made positive progress, was successfully produced and passed the review. Guidance? That's right, if a check mark on a piece of paper counts as guidance, Thales thought helplessly. Glover twisted his neck with difficulty. It felt as if there was a snake coiled in his throat. We did not disgrace our mission and gained a lot." Doyle bumped him again. Glover's face was full of grief and indignation, but he still added the last sentence reluctantly, "and await your review and correction, Your Excellency, the Fortress Flower." Everyone looked at Glover helplessly. In the end, they all turned their disdainful gazes to Doyle. "What's wrong?" Doyle looked innocent, as if he had been wrongly accused of murder. "I swear on my father's property that he is telling the truth." Sonia snorted and spat out the core of the fruit. She pointed in two directions casually. "There, and there, on the platform between the two walls of the curtain wall. Why didn't you arrange for manpower?" Where? Thales looked up in confusion. He walked around blindly in the direction where Sonia was pointing, only to see a pile of stones. Yes, his castle. Because it is meaningless, Glover said in a low voice. Glover replied in a deep voice. His tone returned to normal, focused and serious. Their positions are not good and they are not high enough. They will only become targets for longbows. The defensive structures are not enough to be effective shooting points. If you want to increase your field of vision, a taller tower will be enough to cover it. Sonia plucked another fruit, took a bite and threw it away in disdain. If we don't set up defenses, what if the enemy siege towers use it as a springboard to attack the outer city during wartime? Glover had a well-thought-out plan, so he did not panic. That's even better. That place will become our trap to lure the enemy. We will mobilize the enemy to gather there and reduce the pressure on the other walls. I have also made arrangements on higher ground. The enemy who rushes up the curtain wall will be considered to have entered our pocket, and we will kill them to the greatest extent possible. Adrian and Mallows nodded at his words. So that's how it is. That makes sense. Thales nodded in agreement as well. Even though he was the correct leader and strong guide, he could not see anything around the complex geometric shape of the walls. Doyle moved his arm. Glover snorted and said in an unnatural manner, Of course this is just some of this is just some of this humble one's humble opinion. It is difficult to enter the eyes of an expert. But you are the master of defending the city, please give me your professional opinion. He turned around and glared, but Doyle beamed and gave him a big thumbs up. What kind of opinion do I have? Sonia wiped the fruit juice off her hands and shook her head. I am neither an engineer nor a builder. I have been in Broken Dragon Fortress for so many years, but I have only defended blindly based on my intuition. Whenever I feel that I cannot defend anymore, I will go out and fight back. These words, which were quite down to earth, made the people who were looking forward to the Fortress Flower's brilliant opinion immediately fall silent. That's right. Thales nodded in agreement. Say something that everyone can understand. Don't keep talking about geometry and arithmetic. But unexpectedly, Glover's eyes moved. That's right. My grandfather also said that offense can replace defense, and only offense can break the siege. A fortress that secludes itself and defends itself is just the fight of a caged beast. Asking for help and waiting for help, begging for mercy, fighting to fulfill the enemy's wishes, and leaving one's life in the hands of others, there will be no other way out. Only by using the fortress's geographical advantage to weaken the enemy, and leaving the power to counterattack to threaten the enemy, this is the meaning of winning by defending the fortress. Your words are very experienced. Many people frowned when they heard these words. Doyle was surprised and delighted. He flashed 2 thumbs up, and looked like a gratified person who had taught his son for many years finally got his reward. Enlightened. Smart. But he was met with another glare from the zombie. You're so scholarly I don't understand. Sonia waved her hand. But I know that those 2 walls were not originally designed by Star Lake Fortress. They were added 200 or 300 years ago when Jackal was still a duke. The original intention of the construction was to serve as a barrier and a trap to lure the enemy to attack and share the pressure from the front. Thales looked in the direction Sonia pointed at again, but he still could not see which wall was different. I see. Glover said what Thales was about to say, but it was obvious that he really understood. No wonder I felt that there was something strange about them when they stood there. As expected of Jackal Sumer III, who could easily defeat the Night-Wing King and repel the Eastern Peninsula's allied forces with just a plan, Glover said, full of admiration. Sonia snorted softly and threw away the 3rd Cantago. She gave up on eating the fruit. Soldier, what's your name? Jialuan, but before Glover could finish, Sonia slapped him in the chest. Slap. F***seek. Thales felt the feedback from the sin of Hell's River and estimated the strength of the slap. He was glad that the person she slapped was not him. The zombie's expression changed drastically when he was hit by such a heavy blow. His body swayed, but he still stood firmly. Sonia had a whole new level of respect for him. Yo, you have a good body. You're strong enough. She walked around Glover and looked at his body. Is it hard enough? Ha. Thank you for your guidance. A few seconds later, Glover caught his breath and answered while panting. Very good, Jialuan. You're great. Sonia raised her eyebrows and put on a meaningful smile. Come to my room tonight. Let's have a private chat? When she said this, the entire Star Lake Fortress fell silent. Glover nodded at first, but then his face turned pale with fright. What? Doyle widened his eyes and looked at Glover, then at the Fortress Flower. No way? Sonia looked at the reactions around her and understood something. She quickly waved her hand in the direction of the curtain wall. "Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you." But in the next moment, the fortress flower grabbed Glover's collar and pulled him until he bent over pathetically so that he was parallel to Sonia. Sonia blinked and bit her lip. Her smile became even more perverted. "Don't worry, we'll talk about some, more interesting things." Once she finished speaking, Sonia laughed and strode forward. Thales turned around and glanced at Glover before he quickly caught up with Sonia's back. The group started moving again, but everyone looked at Glover with even more strange gazes. Only Mallows and Adrian were on the other side. They did not care and lowered their heads to discuss something. As for Glover himself, he stood on the spot and rubbed his chest, trying to understand what had just happened. TSK. Zombie, you're going to be rich." Doyle put his hands on his waist and sized up his partner with a surprised expression. "The chance to fight for 20 years less is tonight." Glover riches. "You said that the words you said just now would come in handy and make the officers happy." Glover remembered something and said to Doyle in annoyance, "But when you said it, I felt like a fool." Doyle shook his finger with a "you don't understand" expression. "Trust me, you're right. Even if you didn't make them happy, they definitely won't be unhappy." Glover had a doubtful expression. "Is that so?" "Don't worry," Doyle patted his chest. "It's definitely right." Zombie shook his head. Doyle, on the other hand, crossed his arms and put away his smile after his excitement died down. He looked at Sonia, who was surrounded by people from afar. "So that's the fortress flower? You don't believe me?" "No, that's not what I mean," Doyle shook his head. "I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. It's just a feeling." "Feeling?" Glover answered casually, but he was troubled by the private chat in Sonia's room that night and did not hear what his partner said. "Yes, it's a feeling. Sonia Cecere. She's not tall and her voice isn't loud, but when she stands there..." Doyle seemed to be deep in thought. "I can't seem to see anyone else. Including Mallows, Captain Adrian, and even His Highness." Glover did not understand this sentence either. He only spat and lamented his bad luck today. "Are you going to spend the night here, sir?" On the other side, Mallows and Adrian walked forward slowly and spoke softly. "No, the royal guards are only escorting Lady Cecere back to her hometown to show His Majesty's favor and trust." Lord Adrian looked at the few royal guards who came with him. They were taking care of the horses. "Since we have completed our mission, we will immediately return to the capital city and report to His Majesty." "That's good." Mallows did not say anything. But Adrian pondered for a while. "By the way, your subordinates, they seem to have distanced themselves from Renaissance Palace?" Mallows' eyes flashed. "Obviously." "Tormund, don't you have anything to say about this?" Mallows stopped in his tracks. "You know, sir," the watchman said faintly, "I don't have the right to speak and neither do you." Adrian put his hands behind his back and was silent for a long time. "That's good." Adrian nodded and took a step forward but stopped midway. He turned around and changed the topic. "Even though we have a tight schedule." Adrian looked at Mallows with a smile and pointed at the royal guards who came with him. "But it's still okay to rest for a while and have dinner before returning to the city." Mallows' gaze froze. At this moment, the prince's cry of surprise came from the front. Hey, that. Sonia, no, you can't." Both Mallows and Adrian were shocked and they quickly caught up with him. "Everyone calm down." "Sonia? Sir?" Mallows frowned. The embarrassed Thales was lifted above his head by the fortress flower by the waist. He flailed his limbs in the air. "What's going on?" On the other side, Waya held back Glover, who was about to draw his sword and move forward. "Calm down, Glover. Calm down, I know. She means no harm. Just get used to it, Sonia. My lady." Everyone panicked and started talking at once. However, Sonia, who had become the center of attention in Star Lake Castle, did not feel anything amiss. She even lifted Thales and spun in circles happily. At this moment, a cold swordswoman walked out from the crowd. "Sir Sonia," the swordswoman said coldly. "Everyone has been running around for so long, you must be hungry. Do you provide food?" Sonia, who was spinning in circles, froze. Amidst the crowd's cries of surprise and attempts to stop her, the swordswoman snorted in displeasure. She used her arms to release the force, and Thales landed safely on the ground. The crowd, led by Waya, breathed a sigh of relief. But before the dizzy Thales could catch his breath, he felt a weight on his shoulders. Sonia's arms were pressed against his neck from behind, and she hugged him firmly. What a pity. The fortress flower heaved a long sigh. Like a good comrade, she hugged the struggling Thales while her other hand pulled the teenager's hair skillfully. Her tone was full of regret. Looks like I can't carry you around my neck and play with you like before. Who wants to play with you? Yes, it is a pity. Thales, who was roaring in his heart, felt that Sonia's arms were as hard as steel and as heavy as a boulder. He struggled to catch his breath but could not raise his head. Yet, he had to maintain a smile and look decent in front of his subordinates. No, I mean people have to grow up. Thales saw the swordswoman wearing black gloves and his eyes lit up. Oh, it's Miranda. Thales greeted her in surprise to divert his attention while he twisted and struggled to squeeze out of Sonia's arm lock. Unfortunately, he had little effect. Long time no see. How have you been? It's Lady Arund, Miranda said coldly. She walked past him without any intention of helping him. You are a prince, a duke, and a prince. You should address me appropriately. We are not that close, Your Highness Thales. Thales choked. Oh, of course, the prince said, feeling wronged. For some reason, even though his status was higher, he was subconsciously cautious in front of Miranda, as if he was walking on thin ice. But before he could say a second sentence, Sonia's arms locked around him again and she pulled him up from the ground. She changed direction and dragged him towards the hall. A large group of people had no choice but to follow in fear, afraid that the fortress flower would do something shocking again. But at that moment, they could only watch as the Duke of Star Lake was held hostage by Sonia in her strong arms. You and Miranda. I thought you were friends who fought side by side in Dragon Cloud City? Sonia, with her back facing everyone, winked at Thales. Of course we are friends. Thales could not bear the burden. He was in anguish. Sometimes. Sonia hummed in acknowledgement. That's good. The fortress flower suddenly became serious. Listen to me, child. Miranda is not suitable. Thales nodded in pain. Then he was stunned. What? Sonia sighed and patted his shoulder. Wait until you are a little older and have more hair, then you can think about those stupid things. Huh? Thales was shocked. What stupid things? But you need to train more, child. You are still skinny. Sonia finally retracted her arms, freeing Thales. It's obvious that you are not beaten enough. In the next second, she laughed out loud and slapped Thales back with her palm. You are not good at giving birth. Thales' body swayed. He did not manage to stop himself. His eyes rolled back as he fell forward, welcoming the sturdy and reliable ground of Star Lake Fortress, as well as the cries of Waya and the others. In the main castle, Thales lay on his stomach in the Duke's lounge, barely breathing. He tried his best to recover his vitality. Oh my God, come get me some meat, some wine, a gong and a drum. Sonia's unrestrained laughter came from the banquet hall. It penetrated the walls, lingered around the stone pillars and echoed throughout the main castle. Thales covered his ears in pain. Why is she so energetic? When he thought about how the Duke of Star Lake was only temporarily absent, and that he would have to go back later to be ravaged, Thales was disheartened. The black cat that often visited the Duke's dining table ran from the direction of the dining hall. It screamed and jumped out of the window. It looked like it could not bear it either. You get worked up. Get hard. Burn. Get the banquet going for me. Sonia's voice came again, louder than before. Another wave of voices came. This time it was her subordinates, the soldiers of the Starlight Guards, responding happily. Damn it, as expected of the Northern Territory soldiers from Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales cursed in his heart. They were just short of talking about eating, drinking, and exercising. Hopefully Mallows and Doyle will put in more effort and exhaust the energy of that monster flower so that, Your Highness? Thales opened his eyes in a daze and realized that it was Mallows. Alright, looks like my favorite personal guard captain can't take it anymore. He would rather switch shifts with Glover and Waya. No. Thales closed his eyes and decided to go with the flow. Tell that woman, I am constipated. But another voice came from beside his ear. Actually, Your Highness. Thales opened his eyes and realized that the person who spoke was the commander of the Royal Guards, Lord Adrian. His Majesty asked me to bring you a decree, the guard captain said softly. A decree? In the next second, Thales shuddered and sat up from the chair. F***. At that moment, Thales' mind cleared. Sonia's laughter and the soldiers' cheers seemed to have been cut off. Mallows nodded at Adrian and walked out of the door. Thales was left alone. He frowned and looked at the smiling Adrian. I knew it. The prince sighed. He won't let me have an easy time. He put his hand into his front pocket. As expected, he touched the bone ring. Gertaxa. The shape of the bone ring was hideous and full of thorns, but for some reason, it felt warm and smooth to the touch. It was very deceptive. I almost forgot its essence. Come, Lord Adrian. The Duke of Star Lake sat upright and snorted coldly. What is His Majesty's decree? Adrian smiled faintly. He summoned a royal guard into the waiting room. The royal guard held a scroll. I don't know either. Adrian bowed and left the room. He made it so formal. Thales looked at the scroll and shook his head in disdain. What is he going to do this time? I want to see you, the guard said softly. Thales jumped up from the chair. In the next second, the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar V, took off the Royal Guard's standard helmet in front of him. He said indifferently, to make sure that this new sword is sharp enough. Thales' mind stopped working. Sonia's laughter came from afar, but it became fainter and fainter. Then the door to the waiting room closed with a bang. What is going on? Thales looked at the king in the Royal Guard's uniform in disbelief. At that moment, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He was completely awake. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. King Kessel was not in a hurry to speak. He walked slowly to the window and welcomed the setting sun. Wait. Thales took a deep breath and adjusted himself. I have said this once before, but... He forced himself to speak and said the first thing that came to his mind. Do you know what happened to the last king who traveled incognito and entered a dangerous place? The king did not turn around, nor did he answer. Just as Thales was about to ask again, the king's voice rang faintly, of course. He walked into Dragon Cloud City and used the enemy's prince to maneuver around. In the end, he held all of Ekstead in his hands and shocked the world. Thales was stunned. Held all of Ekstead in his hands? No, not Chapman Lampard, not him, I mean the other one. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head vigorously. The other king, the one before him, do you remember him? Little hint, his name starts with N. We used to go hunting in Hunting Forest, the king interrupted him. His words were normal, but his tone was unquestionable. If it was too late, we would not return to the city. We would come straight to Star Lake Fort and spend the night with Uncle John. King Kessel still had his back to him as he stared at Star Lake outside the window. But at that time, I never realized that the sunset over Star Lake was so enchanting. The setting sun shone on the lake, creating countless golden ripples that shone brightly. And John was always kind, warm, generous, and hospitable. He often talked with us at the dining table until he was drunk and unconscious. John. Thales remembered the former master of Star Lake Fort and nodded. He sounds like a wonderful person. The king snorted softly and did not distinguish between praise and criticism. He could always make people forget the bloody cruelty of hunting or other things. As they spoke, Sonia singing when she was drunk could be faintly heard outside the door. But the strange thing was that the song was sad, the tune was gloomy, and the tune was long. In contrast to the Fortress Flowers performance today, Thales was silent. Burial song. The king listened for a while and suddenly said, "This is the Starlight Brigade's version. During those years, John and the others were not strong enough. When they fought against the rebel army, they needed to move quickly and could not stay in one place for too long. Hence, many of the soldiers' bodies could not be placed in coffins. When they mourned for their comrades, John had to change the words coffin and tombstone in the burial song to prevent the soldiers from feeling sad. The setting sun gradually dimmed, and the colors in the waiting room slowly turned cold. Thales took a deep breath and finally could not help but speak. What exactly are you, Jade City? Without waiting for him to finish speaking, King Kessel spat out this word. Thales frowned. Jade City. You mean Jade City, the capital of South Coast Hill, Crystal Drop City, the capital of wealth, the land of dreams, and the one with the reputation of Constellation's Queen of Cities? The king stared at the dark Star Lake. That is your next destination. Thales was silent for a while. For what? Destruction. Destruction. Thales looked up. At that moment, he felt the bone ring in his lapel pocket become heavy. It was the Oath of Alliance. It seemed to be urging and reminding him. A warning. In front of the window, King Kessel slowly turned around. A pair of cold eyes shot into the room, driving away the warmth of the setting sun. My son, the Supreme King's tone was very flat, very normal, and did not fluctuate as if he was talking about something that could not be more insignificant. You have to fulfill your promise and wield your first sword. Thales did not move. Go to Jade City. The burial song in the distance continued, cold and bleak. Depose the guardian Duke of South Coast. The Duke's waiting room became darker. Destruction, Zayn Covendier. Thales was dazed for a moment. Depose the Duke. Destroy Zayn. The tit-for-tat confrontation at the royal banquet reappeared before his eyes. Rather die as a friend than as an enemy. Thales took a deep breath. This is a warning. I want you to know, Thales, I want you to know. This is my response to you offending me, rejecting me, and even threatening me 6 years later. Ha! If you choose war, Thales, if you are determined to be my enemy, then this move is just the beginning. Thales pressed on the table, his shoulders trembling. When it is time to shed all pretense of cordiality, even if I have to sacrifice everything, I can and will make you pay the heaviest price. In the next second, the Duke of Star Lake could no longer hold it in. He laughed out loud without restraint. Ah! Thales laughed very hard and loudly. But the only thing missing was laughter. The king glanced at him. What? Zayn. Covendier. Iris Flowers Duke? Depose. Destruction? Thales stopped laughing. He took a deep breath and went to the window. Nothing, I just remembered a saying. Oh, a Northlander saying. He passed by the king. The Iron Hand King looked at the darkness in the room, and he felt the bleakness outside the window. King Kessel did not comment. He just looked at him faintly. Every dog has his day. Thales stopped smiling. He was expressionless. Karma is a bitch. At some point in time, the sun had already set. He did not see the wonders of the sunset Star Lake. Instead, he saw countless stars reflected in the Star Lake. Every star exuded a soul-stirring cold light. Chapter 642. The moonlight was cold and the funeral song in his ears stopped. What replaced it was the fortress flower's laughter and the shouts of her soldiers. Depose the Duke and destroy Zayn? In the lounge, Thales repeated the king's words and took a deep breath. Let me guess, your majesty. You will gather the power of the entire kingdom and pull up a strong and unstoppable regular royal army of more than 30,000 men, equip them with the best equipment and provide them with the best logistics. Then you will give me the kingdom's wrath in my left hand and the legendary wing in my right. Then, under my correct leadership, they will charge into Jade City from the left and right, simply and crudely but unstoppably destroy Clarity Palace, and then drag Zayn Covendier from his dukedom throne, stuff him head first into the toilet bowl, and flush him into the moat? King Kessel was silent for a while. No. Thales let out a sneer of "I knew it," and said sarcastically, "Then you must have planned a perfect plan to get rid of Zayn safely and quietly, without forcing the feudal vassals to rebel and causing Constellation to be destroyed in a civil war. That's why you have the confidence to order me around? After all, we should have learned something from this Sand King incident, and perhaps my little protest, right?" The Iron Hand King glanced at him and turned to look at the desk. "Open it." It took Thales a few seconds to realize that the other party was hinting at the scroll the king had brought. The prince pursed his lips to express his displeasure at Kessel's teasing, but he still went to the desk and picked up the scroll. He found that it was printed with the exclusive coat of arms of the Iris family. Warmly welcome. Duke Thales' reputation has spread far and wide. We had a pleasant conversation. It has been a long time since we last met. I rather miss you. Thales read the contents of the letter inattentively. Most of it was nonsense in a polite and genteel manner. Jade City may be small, Clarity Palace may be crude. The two families have a long history. The sages of the South Coast and I attend this grand event, look forward to it. Thales finished reading the scroll. Just as he was feeling confused, he saw something on the desk under the scroll. He picked up the square frame, which he initially thought was a tray for the scroll. His expression suddenly changed. What is this? Thales raised his head and looked at the king in disbelief. As you can see, this is Duke Covendier's reply. Kessel V was still staring at the sparkling Star Lake. He welcomes his close friend, the Duke of Star Lake, to Jade City to stay at Clarity Palace and participate in the Jade celebration. He wishes to rejoice with the subjects and people of South Coast Hill, and to honor the deep friendship between Nine-Pointed Star and Iris Flowers, as well as the loyal bond between Renaissance Palace and Clarity Palace. No, I mean, Thales put down the scroll and raised the square frame, which was actually a miniature portrait, to face the king. He raised his voice and spoke in an inelegant manner. What the F*** is this? King Kessel turned around. Under Thales's shocked and angry expression, a round-faced teenage girl in the picture frame in front of his chest turned her head around from among the flowers and smiled at the king. Her smile was sweet and innocent. On her tailored skirt, the iris emblem was faintly discernible. They must have changed the artist. It's not as good as the last one. The king only glanced at it and snorted unconcernedly. Don't worry. As usual, your portrait was also sent over. It's very fair. Fair? Thales only felt that his forehead was full of blood and was about to burst from his blood vessels. He took a deep breath and used all his strength to ensure that his volume would not break the window. I repeat for the last time, what the F***ck this F***ck is F***ck what? Every time the prince cursed, the picture frame shook along with his fingers. The room was quiet for a few seconds. Nothing, King Kessel said casually, you need a reason to go to Jade City. For example, you are going to greet and take a look at one of your fiancées, Duke Zayan's sister, the honorable and noble Lady Hilly Covendier. The king glanced at him as if he was looking at a big idiot. Is there a problem? Yes. A very big problem. No one told me. Thales flipped over the portrait and stared at the round-faced girl in shock. Silly Covendier. Zayan's biological sister. Thinking of the Duke of Iris Flower's cold and sharp threat, Thales only felt the palm of his hand on the frame turn cold. What the hell? Okay, please correct me if I'm wrong. So, the purpose of my trip or a name is to go to Jade City, for a blind date? Thales tried hard to adjust his emotions and forget the anger of being fooled. The letter won't be too straightforward. But yes, when the young men and women of important families reach the age of marriage, they will take a look at each other, get to know each other, and it's best if they can cultivate friendship. This has been the kingdom's practice for many years. The king's tone was normal, as if no one should be surprised at all. Thales stared blankly at the girl in the painting. After a long while, he put Lady Hilly down and returned to the conversation with the king. Okay, I know that with your temperament, the possibility of this is very small, but I still want to ask. Thales swallowed hard, suddenly remembering the ultimate goal of his trip. You're not asking me to set up a marriage with that lady, and then let Zayan suddenly die, so that we can take advantage of the lady's inheritance and enjoy the fruits of her labor, and take South Coast Hill into our pocket. King Kessel snorted. His meaning was unclear and it made Thales' heart skip a beat. 200 or 300 years ago, this would have been an effective method. But unfortunately, at least in Constellation, a simple family marriage is no longer the best way to seize power. Oh, how regrettable. Thales immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that, but there was no regret on his face. It seems that my fate with that noble and pure Lady Hilly will end here. The king did not speak. He only narrowed his eyes and looked at him from afar. You know, after the incident at the royal banquet, Zayan and I have a new and old grudge, and we are as incompatible as fire and water. Thales sneered. And now I actually have to go to Jade City to ask for his hand in marriage. Okay, at least I have to visit his sister with the premise of a marriage alliance. This is great, he'll definitely think that I'm doing it on purpose, that I'm provoking him through his sister. With Little Flower's narrow-mindedness, it would be strange if she doesn't go crazy and mess with me. As Thales said this, he remembered something. His expression froze and his words came to a halt. Provoking him through his sister? Messing with me like crazy? Wait. Thales' expression changed slightly. He picked up the scroll again. This is only Covendier's reply, so... The Duke of Star Lake widened his eyes and looked at the indifferent king in disbelief. Your Majesty, whether it's an engagement or a blind date, how long ago did you tell Zayan about me and his sister? King Kessel no longer looked at him, and his tone was indifferent. When it was confirmed that you had escaped from danger in Northland and were about to return to the capital, the House of Nobles selected a list of dozens of suitable noblewomen, inspected them one by one, and conveyed the intention of marriage alliance to their families, which naturally included Iris Flowers. What? Escaping from danger in Northland, returning to the capital? Thales' heart skipped a beat. That means, as far as I know, the Covendier girls live in seclusion, and their character and behavior are to be observed, so they were not originally high on that list. But now it just so happens that... Wait. Thales crossed his arms and stopped the king with a horrified expression. Wait, so, before the royal banquet, even before I returned to the country, you told Zayan that Renaissance Palace was interested in his sister? Thales stared at King Kessel. The king looked back at him, his eyes a deep blue. Not me, but you told him. Don't forget, Prince Thales is the one in charge of the marriage, so as to show sincerity. Sincerity? The more Thales listened, the more dazed he became. He looked at Miss Hilly on the desk. The king seemed to think that Thales was not annoying enough, and it's not a simple notice, this is an official note between great families, especially since the marriage alliance between the Jadestar and Covendier families has been going on for a long time. This is a very serious and sacred matter, and there is no room for ridicule or disrespect. No no no. F*CK D*MN it. The youth seemed to have figured something out. He turned around and leaned weakly on the desk. I understand. The king did not seem surprised. He looked at his son calmly. Thales' breathing quickened. After a moment of realization, he said with a look of disbelief, I understand. At the royal banquet, the reason why Zayn facilitated Anchor Biral's kidnapping and assassination. At the royal banquet, Zayn's final words during their private confrontation rang in Thales' ears again. This is a warning. I came to you on purpose, Thales. I'm giving you one last chance. One last chance. Better to die for a friend than to perish for an enemy. Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. That night, the reason why Zayn wanted to be the disruptor, the reason why he wanted to add fuel to the fire, the reason why he couldn't wait to find trouble with me, drag me down, watch me make a fool of myself, ruin my reputation. I want you to know, Thales. I want to teach you, this is my response. Thales rubbed his forehead in pain. And the reason why he still hated me so much after I returned to the country, the reason why he uncharacteristically bit me like a mad dog, as a response to you offending me, rejecting me, and even threatening me 6 years later. All these unreasonable attacks and framing to me, were not because he was out of his mind, or because he was some overbearing CO, or even because he disliked me. Thales slapped his thigh regretfully. It was because in Zayn's eyes, I was the one who impatiently sent him a marriage alliance letter the moment I returned to the country, retaliated against him, threatened him, provoked him, offended him, and coveted his sister. Watch your hand, your highness. Ah! Having figured out the truth, Thales slammed the table in exasperation. F*CK. The Duke of Star Lake's indignant voice finally dissipated in the lounge. The king's figure was still standing by the window, motionless. Wait, you already know about these things, don't you? Thales thought of something and glared at King Kessel. Zayn refused to let go of me the moment we met at the royal banquet, and the reason why I was so unlucky in the end was because of this damned marriage partner you found for me? The prince's interrogative voice drifted in the lounge. Parents arrange marriages for their children, King Kessel said calmly and unapologetically. It's only right and proper. Yes, just like children arranging funerals for their parents. Hearing the king's nonchalant response, Thales was infuriated. Then I really have to thank all 8 generations of your ancestors. The unhappy teenager swore without scruples, without the slightest bearing and etiquette a duke should have. The king looked at him quietly. You're so grateful for your father's kindness. Thales spent a few seconds trying his best to expel the indignant anger from his chest. He forced a smile. Of course not, I was too agitated. Yes, I should have another way to thank you. Let me think, yes, I've got it. Coincidentally, the toilet brush in my washroom is broken, father. The teenager's smile became more and more exaggerated and dazzling. You are so considerate and have such a hard skull. Are you interested in taking over its work? It's very simple, you just need to get into the toilet head first and then turn it up, down, left and right. The king let out a sound that sounded like a snort and a laugh. It was unknown whether he was expressing his dissatisfaction with the duke's attitude, or really supporting his humor. After figuring out the cause and effect, the furious Thales sighed and waved his hands. But why didn't anyone tell me about such a big thing like marriage? Gilbert should have informed you on the first day you returned and handed you the final shortlist, the king said calmly. Didn't he? Thales sneered and waved his hand without thinking. Nonsense, if he had told me, would I still be 14 years old? According to the standards of the empire, you are already a real adult, able to fight with a sword, marry a wife and have children. Gilbert, regarding this as times change and society progresses, I believe we can discuss it. Thales remembered something and his words came to a halt. So, Your Highness, you have reached the age this year. You must know that you have the duty to continue the bloodline of the great kingdom. Cough. Cough cough cough. Damn it, I remember now. You wanted to say it. Thales said in a daze. From the first day until the day of the banquet he said it at least 3 times, but every time he said it I interrupted him, rejected him and changed the topic. The king said nothing. Even on the day I turned against you, the reason he used to ease his anger was marriage. Thales tugged at his hair in agony. Damn it, I should have thought of it earlier. That's what he wanted to tell me. Gilbert, why are you so respectful and polite? Why do you give up every time I cough? Why can't you be a little more annoying and nag a little, or at least finish nagging me? The king snorted softly and his tone was thought-provoking. Then, I guess you have nothing to complain about and can only take up the vacancy of the toilet brush yourself? Thales let go of his hair and glared at him fiercely. Then he indignantly thought of another person. Damn it, Zayn Covendier. What warning, what response, all beating around the bush. He's a duke after all, why can't he be more straightforward? Thales gritted his teeth. Thales, why did you write to marry my sister? Was it a threat? No, Zayn, I didn't. I'm not. You're spouting nonsense. Well, then it's fine. You go ahead and eat. I'll go get rid of that brother who barged into the banquet with a sword. Isn't that it? Everyone is happy. The gloom and silence in the lounge lasted for a while. Finally, Prince Thales exhaled weakly. So, Your Majesty, are you sure? He said to the king listlessly. So, Your Majesty, are you sure? The person you wanted to depose is one of the 6 guardian dukes of the kingdom, and the wealthiest, youngest, and most popular one. If something goes wrong along the way for the sake of the Sunset Goddess, even declaring war on Extet and Kemu Union at the same time seems more rational than this. King Kessel did not even turn his head. I thought you hated him and were happy to see Zayn Covendier fall. Hated him? Thales snorted sarcastically. Believe me, if the occasion was different, I'd be happy to replace the toilet brush in my castle with Flowery. But to destroy him? Zayn is not a pushover and he's already wary of us, not to mention that he hates me. If I'm not careful in this step, I'll be trapped in Jade City, Thales Jade Star. The king called his full name in a cold tone, causing the teenager's nerves to tighten. Do I need to remind you of our covenant? At that moment, Thales felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Thales straightened his body, only to feel that all the joints in his body were extremely stiff. A certain bone ring on the front of his shirt grew heavier. Gertaxa. I will help you push the kingdom forward, remove obstacles and break the shackles, Thales said bitterly, for this at all costs. At all costs. Very well, then as we agreed, child, become my sword and cut through all the obstacles until the kingdom is wiped out. The king revealed his face under the moonlight in front of the window. Unless you go back on your word. Go back on my word. Thales gulped, only to feel that the front of his shirt had become heavier. So, Your Majesty, you want me to treat a distinguished noble lady the same way I treat my fiancée, while racking my brains behind the scenes, plotting to depose or even kill her brother. Wonderful, there's no more melodramatic love story than this. He tried to make his tone sound relaxed. Thales. But His Majesty's tone made his efforts to pretend to be relaxed go down the drain. From the moment you returned to the country, this matter was destined to be carried out. This is unavoidable. Thales opened his mouth but nothing came out. He could only turn his head and look at the portrait on the desk. The round-faced girl in the painting was surrounded by flowers, innocent and happy, as if there was no danger in her world. It was not until a cat's meow came from the castle, stirring up a chorus of cats and the barking of dogs, that Thales' thoughts were pulled back to reality. What's the specific plan? Thales exhaled. His tone became solemn, and the teasing tone from before was gone. What does the kingdom's secret intelligence department plan to do? Coercion, enticement, assassination, poisoning, or directly swinging an axe when we meet? Who should I work with and how should I do it? Let me make it clear, even if it's an act, I will never kiss Zayn's butt. But the king just looked at him quietly. You'll see when you get there. The Iron Hand King's answer made Thales frown. This answer won't work. Our covenant states that you will respect my wishes, listen to my advice, and treat me with sincerity, without reservation, without deceit. The teenager repeated. Anything. The king was silent for a few seconds, then sneered. Child, why do you think I put on the uniform of the royal guards and came to see you in private? Because the helmet looks better? King Kessel ignored Thales' sarcasm. He came in front of Thales and stared into the teenager's eyes. Our covenant is destined to be a top secret that cannot be revealed to outsiders, even to the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Even to the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Thales' eyes moved. In other words, Your Majesty, in their eyes, we are still a pair of father and son who have different opinions and are at odds with each other? But this is not a reason for you to hide the plan from me and keep your mouth shut. But the king shook his head. The plan of our oath is to gradually turn against each other and use this to win. You and I should distance ourselves from each other, not know each other well. If you know all the details of the operation, then your performance in Jade City will be different, and it will be hard to guarantee that no one will find out. As you said, Zayn has always been very wary of us. Thales frowned. In other words, I will be the same as before, unable to be ordered around, unable to cooperate with the Secret Intelligence Department, and even less aware of their actions? Then how do I complete the mission? King Kessel turned around. Don't worry, you don't need to be the protagonist of this operation. What you need to do is just be a third party in Jade City, an impartial weight in the center of the scale. Listen, observe, witness, and go with the flow. He only needs to listen, observe, witness, and go with the flow? Thales frowned. And this means a lot. Zayn, as a guardian duke, has been rooted in South Coast Hill for many years, and his power is unfathomable. But Thales, he doesn't need to do anything? The king pursed his lips slightly and his tone deepened. As for the rest, there will be others to do it. Others? Is he referring to the kingdom's secret intelligence department or something else? Thales' expression did not change. But what if, like before, I help but hinder them and mess up your plan? The king's expression changed and he glanced at him. This is why I am here. I am here to tell you what the ultimate goal is. As long as it is completed, I don't care what you do, whether you satisfy the Secret Intelligence Department or they satisfy you. What? Thales was a little confused. Don't care what I do, whether I satisfy the Secret Intelligence Department? But in this case, and isn't this exactly what you want, and what you fought for when you broke the rules and barged into the palace the last time? The Iron Hand King did not give him a chance to ask. He leaned down and pressed his palm on Thales' shoulder. There was a strange meaning in his words. I did not give you a specific plan and rules, but I also gave you the power to act freely and make decisions on the spot, outside the framework. Discretion. Make decisions on the spot. Thales was stunned. Really? The troublesome prince, who had always been accused of ruining my plans, was not used to it. The sounds of the banquet coming from the corridor outside the door gradually faded. Thales guessed that the fortress flower had probably drunk everyone. The king was obviously unwilling to delay any longer. He picked up the helmet of the royal guard and put it on meticulously. Just like a true guard. You can do this according to your preferences and limits. Just like if you don't like the brutality of this Sand King operation, you can influence it and turn it around. You don't have to think about whose wishes you are fulfilling or whose plans you are ruining as long as... At this point, Kessel V paused for a moment. Thales sucked in a deep breath and took over the conversation. As long as you complete your goal, deposed Zayn? The king let go of the helmet and nodded. And don't expose yourself. He asked me to go to Jade City and told me the ultimate goal, but did not tell me the Secret Intelligence Department's plan and details. He only asked me to act on the spot and go with the flow? Then lend me Yodel. I will need him for such a big thing. Thales looked into the eyes behind the king's helmet and said calmly, anyway, Ida is back. She can protect you. Yodel. King Kessel was silent for a few seconds. He shook his head and chuckled. This is just the first time, child. This is the first time we are testing the waters after the establishment of the alliance, and I have not seen its results yet. Thales gritted his teeth. Cooperation requires trust, and trust needs to be earned. King Kessel flatly rejected him and turned to leave without hesitation. From his gait to his posture, he completed the transformation from a king to a guard in an instant. Even the people closest to him might not be able to recognize him. Thales smoothed out his chaotic thoughts and subconsciously called out to Kessel. That's it? Nothing else? The king's footsteps paused. Let me think. Oh yes. Kessel turned around, his face hidden behind the helmet. Remember, when you are with that girl, remember to show your gentleness, politeness, respect, sincerity, and thoughtfulness, like a real man. In the next second, the temperature of the king's words plummeted. To soothe her, the pain of losing her brother. King Kessel pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. Thales was left behind, staring blankly at his disappearing figure. Mallows came in through the door and turned a blind eye to the unfamiliar guard who had just walked out of the room. Your Highness, if you are not feeling well, the watchman said calmly, we can end the banquet early. Thales snapped out of his daze. He touched his front pocket and glanced at the girl in the painting. No, there's no need. The prince's voice was calm, but there seemed to be worry between his brows. This is just the beginning. It was already nightfall. Sonia's hearty laughter rang out from outside the corridor again, mixing with the endless meowing of cats inside and outside the castle. The former was satisfied. The latter was strange and dreary. End of this chapter. Chapter 643. Late at night in Star Lake Castle, Thales sat alone on the observation deck on the top floor of Jackal Tower, looking down at Star Lake in the distance. King Kessel and Captain Adrian returned to the capital that very night, leaving only Sonia and her Starlight guards behind. They caused a huge ruckus in the main castle's banquet hall, and only calmed down at dawn. Mallows and Granny Valencia were in a terrible fix. As for the Duke of Star Lake, he had already returned to his bedroom with the excuse of being drunk. T. I clearly saw him drinking juice. The fortress flower, who was drunkenly tugging at Mallow's collar. But only Thales knew that, compared to welcoming the king's visit, he would rather be drunk and unable to get up. A cat's meow came from the eaves in the distance, and the dog's barks on the ground responded to it. Coupled with the indistinct chirping of cicadas, Star Lake Castle under the moonlight was filled with a sense of wildness and contentment. What? Thales stared at the sparkling waves on Star Lake, lost in thought. Why now? Why Zayan? Why South Coast Hill? Thales lowered his head and pulled out a dagger wrapped in heavy bandages from its sheath. After he escaped from the Great Desert due to various reasons, he did not remove it. Instead, he strengthened the disguise on the JC's dagger to ensure that its origins would not be revealed. More importantly, why him? Thales casually took out the bone ring Gertoxa, and hung the dagger's tip on it. The ferocious bone ring and the sharp blade complemented each other, making it look even more desolate under the moonlight. What does Kessel V want him to do? Why is the king so confident and so lax? Where will Renaissance Palace start? How will they deal with the aftermath so that they can ensure the results without causing trouble? What is his role? What should he do? What can he do? Countless questions and doubts filled Thales' mind at the same time. There was light moving on the rapid shadow tower not far away. Thales knew that it was the patrolling sentry changing shifts. Looking at the figures, it might be Vanguard Supa Langley leading a team of local Jadestar private soldiers. The prince skillfully jumped off the observation deck and hid his body, waiting for the change to end. The patrolling sentry was more concerned about the threat outside the castle, but if one of them turned around in the middle of the night and saw the Duke of Star Lake's head, it would not be pleasant. Thales leaned against the wall and his gaze froze. Well, at least he knew one thing. That was, he had to obey the king's orders, go to the Emerald City, and participate in this uncertain political conspiracy in any way. It was not only because he was bound by the oath, not only because he had a personal grudge against Zayan, not only because it was necessary. It was also because it was his choice, his right, and his bargaining chip. After the painful lessons such as Dragon's Blood and Sand King, he had risked his future and his life to win the tiny bit of freedom from the Iron Hand King's fingers. This freedom may not be much, but it is vital. Just like in the past, Thales knew nothing about Renaissance Palace's plans, tactics, process, and details against Zayan. He was excluded and could only act according to the circumstances. But unlike in the past, this time, Thales received a clear order and was informed of the answer beforehand. He was even acknowledged as an independent, third-party chess piece. He was no longer blindly swayed in the kingdom's chess game. Moreover, as long as I complete it, I don't care what you do. Thales flicked the dagger in his hand. The bone ring covenant flipped into the air and was caught by him. And now what he wanted to do, what he could do. No, sir. I'm talking about Lady Cecere. Lady Cecere, this won't do. This won't do. Really, I can't. An embarrassed and flustered male voice came faintly from the bottom of the observation deck. Thales, who was practicing his craft, had a change of expression. Oh, I understand. So, you don't like me? What followed was a valiant and imposing female voice. Her tone was aggressive. What? Thales gulped and entered Hell's senses. No, how would I dare? You are very powerful, very elegant, very charming, but I belong to the royal guards. The man became more and more flustered. Thales held his breath and crept up to the other side of the lookout. He carefully peeked half of his head out and looked down. Diagonally across from him, 2 floors below him, Zombie Glover was leaning against the lookout in a disheveled and stiff manner. Behind him was the sky. And Sonia Cecere, the famous fortress belle, stood in front of him in a drunken manner. She pressed down on his shoulder with one hand, and she almost forced Glover out of the lookout. So, you mean that I'm not good enough for you royal guards? Sonia leaned forward, and there was a hint of coldness in her misty eyes. Glover shuddered a little. No, sir. I mean, I have a duty to fulfill. I still have to protect His Highness. Don't worry about that. I can guarantee that Prince Thales will not have any objections. He might even help me as long as you are willing. Sonia shook her head and revealed an evil smile. Thales furrowed his eyebrows tightly. Glover's expression was stiff, and he shook his head vigorously. When she saw that the man would rather die than submit, Sonia, whose eyes were misty, was silent for a while. Then she understood something. She patted Glover's chest rhythmically. Ah, I understand now. You think that you are not good enough. You lack experience in all aspects? Glover's face turned red. No. He denied it at first, but he immediately realized that this was a breakthrough, so he quickly admitted, I mean yes, Sir Cecere, about that, I can't do it. I have never. My experience in this area is still shallow. Even if I will definitely not be able to take it, and I won't be able to last long. But Sonia took a step forward, and her entire body was almost on Glover's body. She patted his shoulders with both hands. Don't worry, I will teach you. The fortress flower's eyes shone, and the curve of her lips became wider. Her tone also became stranger. And I will start from the beginning. I will demonstrate it myself, and I will teach you step by step. I will teach you step by step. Oh, Thales, who was eavesdropping from above, changed his expression several times. Is this what I should be listening to? Glover could not take it anymore. He pushed Sonia away abruptly, turned around, and struggled free. No, we can't do this. My lady, sir, this is against the rules. By the way, I still have a duty to be on duty tonight. Why don't we talk next time? But before he could take 2 steps, the fortress flower pressed her arm against the wall and blocked his way. But I want you. I really, really want you desperately. I want you now. Glover gulped, and his breathing quickened. Sonia, who reeked of alcohol, had a misty look in her eyes. She swayed and approached Glover. I know that you actually want me to, don't you? And I happen to be the commander of Broken Dragon Fortress, and I have the heavy responsibility of protecting the country. This means that it's not just me but the entire kingdom wants you. The fortress flower had a smile that allowed no resistance. She forced Glover into a corner step by step. The latter's face, which had never changed in 10,000 years, was now filled with endless fear. Are you really, really not going to reconsider? What the F***ck Thales, who was eavesdropping on everything, rubbed his face. What the F***ck is going on? With complicated feelings, the prince crouched down below the watchtower. He made sure that they could not see him, then forced the sin of Hell's River to surge up his throat and mouth, extremely unwillingly, and adjusted the frequency. A few seconds later, he pinched his nose, took a deep breath, and opened his mouth to speak. Meow meow. The sound penetrated the obstruction and reverberated as if it was right beside their ears. The fortress flower and Glover were shocked. The two of them separated abruptly and looked around. Meow. Thales continued to imitate a certain black cat who dared to speak harshly to Grandma Valencia. He vividly dragged out his voice and pretended to be a cat who was sleeping soundly and objected to being disturbed by humans. Glover finally got rid of his fear. When he thought of something, he immediately put on a stern expression. Ah, it's that damn black cat. It must have gone to the Duke's room to steal food and look at the confidential documents again. This is an urgent situation. It's very, very dangerous. I must go and protect Duke Thales' room. Sonia seemed to have sobered up a little. She stared at him in disbelief. Glover coughed and tidied up his clothes. Chief Cecere, Your Grace, I am very grateful for your favor, but no, sorry, I can't. I have to go on duty. If you need, I can recommend other brothers in the guards to replace me. For example, there's a good young man in the defense division. The fortress flower narrowed her eyes. She was obviously extremely displeased. Glover did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Meow. A third meow came from above his head. Each meow was more urgent than the last. Finally, Sonia heaved a long sigh. Hey, forget it. A forceful melon will not be sweet. The zombie breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Sonia patted Glover's chest and curled up the corners of her mouth. She blinked meaningfully. There's still a long way to go. Glover's face was pale. He turned around and rushed to the corridor as if he was fleeing for his life. He rushed down the stairs without looking back. What a pity. Sonia sized up his disheveled back. She was obviously rather regretful. TSK. What a good lad. Very good. Mission accomplished. Thales was very satisfied with the way he handled the situation. He did not offend the fortress flower and successfully rescued his subordinates. Even the gloom of the king's visit was reduced by a lot. Based on his past experience, Thales pinched his nose and meowed a few more times to wrap things up and confuse the cat so that it would not look too strange. What I need to do now is to sneak away. In the next second, Thales turned around and met a pair of glowing green eyes. He was stunned. It's a black cat. It stood elegantly and proudly on the lookout. It looked suspiciously at the Duke of Star Lake, who pinched his nose and curled up into a ball in the corner. Why does this cat look a little familiar? Thales was extremely embarrassed. In order not to expose himself, he could only continue to pinch his nose and meow at it in a friendly manner. Meow. The black cat blinked and came to a sudden realization. It blew at its whiskers and showed him a contemptuous expression. It then took elegant and disdainful steps and left while wagging its tail. Thales' face darkened as he stared at the cat's proud butt. What's wrong? Have you never seen a prince meow like a cat? Damned cat that steals food. When he thought of this, the indignant Thales pinched his nose and roared at the black cat in protest. Meow. Wah. The black cat ignored him. It just wagged its tail and disappeared around the corner with graceful catwalk. Disque damned cat. Thales cursed silently. But in the next second, the light on the lookout dimmed, as if something had blocked the moonlight. The Duke of Star Lake was stunned. He raised his head stiffly. Under the moonlight, Sonia Cecere had at some point crossed the height of the 3-story building and was crouching on the lookout above Thales' head. She looked down at him in a daze, the Duke of Star Lake who was curled up in the corner, pinching his nose and gritting his teeth. A breeze blew. The two of them, one high and one low, one up and one down, stared at each other in silence. Thales swore to Dark Knight that at that moment he just wanted to jump off the tower and end this once and for all. After an unknown amount of time, Sonia tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. Hey! The teenager shuddered. He then loosened his nose and chuckled. What a coincidence. Sonia, you can't fall asleep either? Sonia did not speak, but her gaze became more complicated. Aha, the scenery here is pretty good, isn't it? Sonia still did not answer, but her frown deepened. All right. Thales exhaled in pain. He stood up and gave up on the idea of bluffing his way out of this. I'm very sorry, but Glover said that he's not willing to. Sonia snorted through her nose and landed next to Thales. She sat against the wall and muttered indignantly, I'm very sorry. That's because he hasn't tried. The fortress flower took out a pouch of tobacco and a piece of paper from her bosom. She swiftly rolled the cigarette. Thank God she did not ask about the cat meowing. All right, even if you're right. Thales tried hard to forget the awkwardness from just now. But we still need him to agree to try. He'll agree very soon. He doesn't know what I can give him. It's something he'll never forget for the rest of his life. Sonia put the rolled cigarette into her mouth and pouted. Her tone was rather indignant. Are we really going to discuss this topic here? Sensing that the topic was becoming more and more unbearable, Thales had no choice but to cut her off with a bitter expression. All right, it's not very appropriate to talk about it in front of you. With the cigarette in her mouth, Sonia took out a crystal drop flint and tried hard to start a fire. But in your position you'll have to experience this sooner or later. Stop. Thales cut off the topic and turned around with a bitter expression. Why did I have to say this to her here? I still have a lot of things to do. Right. A voice rang in the bottom of his heart. A lot of things to do. Including the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Thales stopped in his tracks. He turned around to look at Sonia. The scene of her holding the shield, subduing Giza on the ground, and watching the latter turn into ashes appeared in his mind. Maybe this is a breakthrough. I can get some information. But the voice in his heart reminded him sternly. Be careful. Don't forget what Asda said. If the Magic Empress knows or even notices that you're looking for the secret of the legendary anti-mystic equipment. Thales clenched his fists. He had to be cautious, natural, smooth, and indirect. He had to ask her about the legendary anti-mystic equipment without leaving a trace or arousing suspicion. You didn't bring that shield? The fortress flower tried hard to rub the flint. She did not manage to react. What? Oh, that thing. I returned it to Renaissance Palace. I'll go and get it back later. Thales furrowed his brows. All right, so the Supreme Shield isn't here. Then why did Asda hide in such a hurry? Sonia was still trying hard to light her cigarette. Her tone was nonchalant. You know, weapons need to be polished and maintained. Legendary anti-mystic equipment is even more delicate. Legendary anti-mystic equipment also needed maintenance, even more so than normal weapons. Thales nodded. He was about to ask more questions. Asterisk crack. Asterisk as the flame lit up, the fortress flower finally lit the cigarette in her mouth. She took a deep drag with an intoxicated look on her face. A few seconds later she slowly exhaled. Thales had to wave his hands desperately to get rid of the smoke. Sonia cast a sideways glance at the prince. Want a puff? Thales, who had retreated due to the smoke, shook his head in a well-practiced manner. Children can't. Halfway through his sentence, Thales remembered the glorious history of the Empire's people coming of age at the age of 14. He reluctantly changed his words. Based on what I know, it's not good for the throat and lungs. If you smoke too much, it will affect your breathing, and if you smoke too much, it will affect your lifespan. Affect breathing and lifespan? The fortress flower smiled in a daze. Child, do you know what's the most lethal weapon on the battlefield? Mystic gun? Nah. The fortress flower held the cigarette and looked up at the sky. The drunkenness in her eyes lessened a little. It's not a knife or a sword, but a hammer and a pike. Especially when thousands of people are squeezed together and fighting with their lives on the line. Whether you breathe more or less, there's not much of a difference whether you live to 80 or 50 years old. Thales recalled the battle to break out of the encirclement under the fortress. He recalled the roars of battle that filled the sky and the severed limbs all over the ground. He could not help but frown. He chased away the smoke even faster. And when a spear pierces into your chest with a swish, like this. Sonia turned her head around and swiftly poked Thales' chest with 2 fingers. There's no difference between a healthy lung and a pitch-black lung. F***CK. The pain in his chest made Thales grimace. He had to move back a little to avoid more physical contact with her. The fortress flower looked at him and chuckled. But if a cheap puff of smoke like this. Sonia took a deep breath and fixed her gaze on the distant lake of stars, can make hundreds and thousands of soldiers forget their fear, pain, despair, and death. It can increase their morale and unity while they talk trash, and reduce the possibility of a camp explosion and collapse. Sonia looked at Thales and exhaled a thick puff of smoke in a leisurely manner. Then, perhaps we can win a battle and defend a fortress. Cough, cough, cough. Thales choked and coughed continuously. Thank you, I'll remember this. The prince covered his nose in pain. Don't smoke if you're not fighting. Sonia burst into hearty laughter. The smoke lingered in the air. Both of them, who had their own thoughts on their minds, quietened down. The castle watchtower was silent at night. Not enough. Thales reminded himself that he needed a better point of entry. He needed to know more. Speaking of battles and lifespan, how long have you been fighting with that shield? Sonia put down her cigarette and stared straight at him. She stared at him so intensely that Thales immediately tried to salvage the situation. I heard that legendary anti-mystic equipment will shorten the lifespan of its user? I remember that you used it quite a lot to save me. The fortress flower looked at him for a long time and snorted. There is such a saying. Sonia shook her head. But don't worry, the thing in my hand doesn't like me. It refuses to cooperate with me and release its power, so it can't hurt me. Oh, then I'm relieved. What? Thales turned around in shock. It doesn't like you? Yes, I'm also puzzled, right? Sonia took a puff of her cigarette. She was filled with indignation. What's wrong with this world? Even a broken shield has the right to say that it doesn't like me. No, that's not the point. The point is, no, I mean it's alive? Thales said in surprise. You can say that, but not entirely. It can't speak, but I can feel it. How should I put it? Emotions? Sonia picked her ears. It said that they are only telepathically connected to a few masters, and only then can they unleash their greatest effect. Of course, it said that the greater the effect, the greater the price. Telepathically connected, greatest effect. Thales furrowed his brows and recalled the blade of purification from a long time ago, the small red sword with a great background. Just like that broken shield in my hand. Sonia snorted coldly and continued. It's always so reluctant, and it really thinks of itself as a master. In the end, I can't be bothered with it anymore. It's not even as useful as the long-handled broadsword I seized outside. Thales fell into deep thought after he heard that. But, there must be a reason why you were given the supreme shield. The kingdom must think highly of you, he said carefully. It's not that. Sonia waved her hand and the smoke thickened. During the bloody year, its master died, and most of the supreme class elites who were suitable for it were killed. They had no choice. At that time I was about to head north to fight, so I took it on without knowing it. When I first got it, that broken shield was black and rough. I raised a hammer and smashed it for half a night before I was sure that it wasn't a fake. No wonder the Supreme Shield doesn't like you. Thales was silent for a while. In the end he could not help but ask. Then do you remember who its previous master was? Sonia rubbed her nose. Baron Quentin told me before. I don't really remember his name, but I heard that he was a royal guard when he was alive. He was quite a high-ranking official. A royal guard when he was alive. Thales stopped talking. Right, don't tell anyone else. Sonia narrowed her eyes. The Black Prophet specifically reminded me that the legendary anti-mystic equipment is a secret of the kingdom. It's very important and sensitive. If anyone asks about it, remember to tell him immediately. Thales felt a chill in his heart. *CK, I knew it. The prince remained calm. No wonder he wasn't willing to tell me anything. The fortress flower laughed. Believe me, you're not the first. You'll get used to it. So, everything is fine in the north? Thales changed the topic to avoid suspicion. Broken Dragon Fortress, the border, Lampard? When it came to her old profession, Sonia hummed in acknowledgement and stood up. She leaned on the watchtower and scrutinized everything in Star Lake Castle. It was as if she was unwilling to let go of a single blade of grass and tree. She even wanted to scrutinize the cat on the roof. Thanks to you, child, whether it's Black Sand region or Prestige Orchid region, the Northland barbarians have been busy fighting their own people and have become more obedient. Besides, it's almost the busy farming season. The fields, farms, towns, workshops and markets are all short of manpower. Not to mention fighting, even the bandits who cross the border to rob are not free. Thanks to him. This sentence brought Thales back to 6 years ago, to the days when he walked out of Broken Dragon Fortress and headed to the north. The vampires, the blood mystic, the heavy encirclement of the Black Sand region army, the game between him and Lampard under the fortress. The scenes of the past appeared before his eyes, and they were incredibly clear. Thales stared at Sonia, and there was a hint of friendliness in his eyes. Of course, it'll be hard to say in a few days. The fortress flower held a cigarette in her mouth and snorted softly. So, I seized this period of time to go back to my hometown and enjoy my vacation. Thales was moved when he heard this. Go back to your hometown? You're a local? Sonia shifted her attention away from an old tree in the distance. Of course. When my parents were alive, they were farmers in a nearby farm. Here it's in that direction. Just go over 2 mountains. Sonia pointed in the direction for Thales with great enthusiasm. And when I reached the age where I could wield a pitchfork, I came to be recruited and became a guard here. Sonia, the famous fortress flower, was the daughter of a peasant family. Thales thought for a while and came to a realization. I know that you are Duke John's former subordinate. So, did you start as a guard in Star Lake Castle? Sonia flicked the ash off her cigarette and stared at the main fortress of Star Lake Castle with a profound gaze. There. Under the moonlight, Sonia pointed down. There used to be 3 trees there. I used to rest there when my shift changed. Thales looked in the direction of her finger. It was a field that Mother Valencia had instructed people to cultivate. The teenager's heart skipped a beat. Trees? And that used to be a part of the garden. Sonia's voice was a little ethereal. John liked to take a walk there alone and meditate, rain or shine. He said that it helped him think. Thales stared at that place. It was now fenced off and many dogs were kept there. Garden? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Sonia, it's not just your castle, child. Sonia stared at the location of Rapid Shadow Tower. Her expression was absent-minded. She spoke in a drawn-out tone. Once many people treated this place as their home. For many, many years. Home. Home. Thales was silent for a long time. When he turned around and looked at the field again, he had a different feeling. I'm very sorry. He suddenly did not want to ask her about the Supreme Shield anymore. There will be a chance, he told himself. Not now. It shouldn't be. Sonia was silent for a while. Her cigarette flickered. No, thank you. Sonia shook her head and dispelled the gloominess. She turned back into the cheerful fortress flower. Every year I would come back to rest for a few days. I would scrounge a meal at old Cordero's manor, cause some trouble and get into fights. But this year, since you have repaired the castle, in the next second, Sonia revealed a smug smile. Then I don't have to look at old Cordero's face anymore. Ever since I beat his son to tears after my mother rejected his proposal of marriage when I was 5 years old, he has always had a grudge against me. You really don't want to have a taste? Thales stared at the cigarette Sonia extended to him. He smiled and shook his head. Then welcome home. Thales tried hard to recover from the sadness he felt just now. You and your people can stay as long as you want. Food and lodging are all covered. All covered? The fortress flower had a look of disbelief. Today I happened to hear an old guard talking sarcastically about how comfortable it is for us to live and eat for free. You should be talking about the second logistics officer, Durward Stone. Thales seemed to have remembered something, and a troubled expression appeared on his face. And I can guarantee that you definitely did not accidentally hear it. That rotten old man is very bad. But soon his eyes brightened. But it doesn't matter. I believe that I can repay my father for hosting the kingdom's famous martial and meritorious war hero, Lady Sonia Cecere. No, I must repay him. Otherwise, Thales swore that he would lie in Ballard Room and not get up during the next imperial conference. Sonia exhaled a mouthful of smoke and snorted. His Majesty has gone back? Yes. Thales felt that something was wrong the moment the words left his mouth. He frowned and looked at her. The fortress flower grinned. Child, in any case I fought a war. Unfortunately, I am also a commander. If I didn't even know who was in the marching troops, Broken Dragon Fortress would have been overturned 1,000 times. As expected. She also knew about the king's visit. The way Thales looked at her changed. It lost the lightness from before and became a little more solemn. Did she really just return to her hometown to enjoy a holiday? Was this planned? The royal guards escorted the king here in the name of sending the kingdom's famous marshal back to his hometown? Was this King Kessel's idea? Or did he let it happen? What does this mean? Is he trying to hint at me? What does Sonia's appearance here mean? A myriad of thoughts surged in his mind. At this moment, Thales suddenly lost interest in talking to Sonia. The days they ate and lived together in the fortress 6 years ago seemed to no longer be clear. Only the bone ring, the covenant, in his pocket became heavier. Sonia seemed to sense something. She glanced at Thales. If it's convenient for me to reveal, why did His Majesty look for you? The fortress flower asked casually. The cigarette in her hand was mostly burnt and was gradually dimming. She did not seem to know. Or was she just pretending not to know? Sonia Cecere, she is indeed the benefactor who saved you 6 years ago, but don't forget. A voice rose from the bottom of his heart and carefully reminded Thales. She is also one of the 3 marshals of the kingdom, and the person in charge of the regular army of the kingdom. She is the king's sword. Thales gulped. What did the king say to Sonia? What did he instruct her to do? How will it affect me? What should I say and what should I not say? I am going to meet the candidate for my fiancée. I am going to destroy the Guardian Duke of South Coast. What should I say? Business trip. Thales' expression did not change. His gaze pierced through the smoke. I have to go out and do something. Business trip? I guess you won't be heading north to revisit Broken Dragon Fortress? Thales hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, don't be nervous. I'm not interested in what you are going to do. Sonia smiled relaxedly as if she had seen through Thales' thoughts. She fiercely inhaled the last puff of the cigarette before reluctantly throwing the butt away. Anyway, it's the same old infighting. It's either extortion or power grabbing, the kind that I can't handle. The same old. Thales exhaled. He thought of Dragon's Blood, the Sand King, and the mission he was given by the king. King Kessel floated up and down in the treacherous kingdom's politics all day long, manipulating the winds and clouds. But as his sword, his general, and his true fortress of the kingdom, the flower of the fortress before him appeared cheerful, valiant, and magnanimous. How did she do it? The voice in his heart asked. This made Thales feel an inexplicable jealousy. Yes, the same old. The young duke snorted. His words were filled with indescribably complicated emotions. I can't handle it either. Chapter 644. Sonia stared at Thales' absent-minded face, and she seemed to be deep in thought. You know, when I returned to the capital this time, I realized that everyone is very comfortable. After a while, she snorted softly and took out her tobacco pipe and cigarette again. She started to roll another cigarette. It's no longer as anxious as a few years ago. They're ready to move and flee at any time, and they're constantly worried that the Northlanders will attack again. That's a good thing. Thales nodded. And you deserve the most credit for guarding the fortress. But the fortress flower snorted softly and said in a mocking tone. In fact, I brought some people north to Black Sand region a month ago and camped in Lampart's territory. In other words, I was scouting. Thales did not turn around. He only stared at the distant lake of stars. How courageous. Now it's very quiet there. Sonia's hand was steady and meticulous as she rolled the cigarette. She did not look like she was drunk at all. Black Sand region just went through a civil war and everything is still recovering. But the taxes for farmers and herdsmen have been reduced, and the customs fees for merchants to cross the border have also been reduced. There are also fewer illegal bandits on the road. There are also fewer group fights between villages where the Northland boorish men never get tired of it. I heard that no matter what kind of disputes there are, they rely on new officials or a lot of king's decrees that I can't understand to solve them. King's decrees. Thales did not speak, but his thoughts slowly drifted away from sadness and lamentation. Most of the rotten and stinky Northland suzerains I've dealt with before, Levon, Mend, Devinson, Peruno and Ika, have disappeared. Some lost their heads in the Civil War, some moved to Black Sand City, and some have been replaced by new heads who listen to the king's every word. The rest are hiding in their castles, struggling to survive. Listen to everything. Thales slowly furrowed his eyebrows. Many young Northlanders have also left the countryside. I heard that some of them joined the king's army during the Civil War, and some of them went to live in the city after the war. Those who stayed behind are also excitedly talking about how they can go to further places, such as Black Sand City, and work hard to be like other outstanding commoners, to get an official position or even a noble. Our spies further north, as well as the spies from the Secret Intelligence Department who occasionally come to rest, also said that every day, every hour, from the fallen nobles and wandering knights, to the commoners and local ruffians, there are newcomers who enthusiastically head to Black Sand City, hoping to make a career there. Stand out from the crowd. Make a career. Thales' gaze became sharper. Is that so? Sonia nodded. She had finally finished rolling a cigarette and was carefully rubbing the butt. To be honest, I've been fighting for quite some time. I'm not afraid of the northern heavy cavalry, their heavy swordsmen or heavy armored axemen. In fact, with Broken Dragon Fortress in my hands, it's not a big problem for me to fight against 10 or more of them alone, but... Sonia paused for a moment. A few seconds later, she rubbed the crystal drop flint and lit the cigarette in her hand. But I can feel that something is different in the north, and this is not a question that I can answer on the battlefield with swords and mystic guns. As Thales listened to her, his old friend, words appeared in his mind. Thales, you know better than anyone else that after 6 years, the ideal Exted is getting further and further away from me. Now that I think about it, it might not be so far away. Thales, who had gone through the trials and tribulations after he returned to the country, felt sentimental. Just like the weak and powerless Cohen and the unshakable Lower City District, those who never forget may not have accomplished their work, but there will definitely be echoes. And how did you do it, Chapman Lampard? What did you give up on this journey? The fortress flower took a deep breath and exhaled an endless stream of smoke. What do you think of the North Star who returned from the north, Your Highness? Thales snapped out of his daze. North Star, a voice whispered in Thales' heart. No, you don't like this nickname. It may seem awe-inspiring, but it carries a mocking tone, as well as an undetectable sense of rejection and alienation. It gives you a lot, but it takes away even more. I know. The Duke of Star Lake nodded slowly. 7 years ago I was there at the center of the storm. Thales turned around to avoid the smoke. He felt that everything in front of him was obscured by Sonia's cigarette, and it was filled with the unknown. Therefore, I know better than anyone else what kind of beast I released in Extet in Dragon Cloud City, and what kind of flames it will ignite. Beast? The fortress flower was silent for a while before she slowly said, So, can you put it back in the cage? Thales smiled. Put it back in the cage. He shook his head and sighed. No one can lock it up. It was destined to be like this when it was born more than 100 years ago. Perhaps not just 100 years ago. He quietly said in his heart. From the day humans were born, it quietly landed. Sonia snorted sarcastically. She took a puff of her cigarette and leaned against the observation deck with a solemn expression. Now, many people in Eternal Star City think that Exted is mired in internal strife, divided and declining, and that it will no longer be able to launch a national expedition like it did during the Bloody Year. It will no longer be a threat to us. Thales pursed his lips. At least the first half of it is correct. Sonia ignored his words and continued. And in the past 7 years, the border between the two countries has been peaceful, and Broken Dragon Fortress has been deserted. Whether it's His Majesty, the important figures in the Imperial Conference, or even many families in the Northern Territory who have been enemies with Extet for generations, they all feel that the enemy has been eliminated, and the external threat has been eliminated. Even old Sadr is no exception. He rejected my proposal to strengthen the fortress defenses, saying that he has more important matters to attend to. In fact, some people in the Imperial Conference think that I'm just being an alarmist. As Sonia finished speaking, her gaze was sharp and threatening as she stared at Thales. Thales stared back at her with a profound gaze. The only thing between them was the wisp of white smoke rising from the cigarette between Sonia's fingers. A few seconds later, Thales grinned and shook his head. Only a fool would think that Extet is no longer a threat because of its decline, let alone the important figures in the Imperial Conference. I think that most of the time they just can't help it. Can't help it? Sonia was nonchalant. When old Sadr asked me for reserve soldiers and said that he was going to Western Desert to rob the nobles, he looked very excited. It didn't seem like he was being forced by the king. Western Desert. The Sand King's plan. Thales was silent for a while. It's not the king. Thales gazed into the night sky, lost in thought. It's not the king that's forcing them, not even individuals, but things, fame, position, ideals, interests, power. It's everything they're trapped in, forcing them to make decisions that, from another perspective, may not be rational or long-term. Sonia's cigarette flickered. She frowned amidst the smoke. And that's the scariest part. Thales subconsciously gripped the ring and dagger in his pocket, feeling that they weighed a lot, one on his left and the other on his right. The most brilliant form of coercion is often subtle and silent, making you think that you're doing it voluntarily. Under the moonlight, the lookout tower regained its silence. After a while, the fortress flower flicked her cigarette and snorted coldly. Listen, I don't know what happened in Renaissance Palace, nor do I know what kind of beast you released, but what I've seen and heard this time has given me a bad feeling. The next time Broken Dragon Fortress becomes lively, I'm afraid that the things we'll have to face will be far beyond our imagination. Thales looked up. So, I need more. More what? Everything, Sonia answered without hesitation. Anything that can prevent my ominous premonition from becoming reality. She took a puff of her cigarette and exhaled softly at Thales. Soldiers, money, equipment, provisions, intelligence, morale, support, and perhaps government bureaucrats who won't hold us back. Although in my experience the last one is basically impossible. Thales frowned. He lowered his head and coughed, then waved his hand to disperse the smoke. Sure enough, it's not as simple as returning to her hometown for a vacation, nor is it a coincidence that she just happened to pass by your castle. A voice said in his heart, everyone has their own goals and desires. Even the candid and magnanimous Fortress Flower, who was famous for her reputation, could not avoid this. When he thought of this, Thales felt a little gloomy. Sonia has a favor to ask of you, so you should agree to her or at least leave a message. Let's see what you can discover in the future, he whispered in his heart. Even if this is just an empty promise, this is in line with the alliance you made with the king. Make use of the enmity between you and your father to reveal every crack in the kingdom. Even the Fortress Flower. But, after a while, the Duke of Star Lake said in a low voice, I'm sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm just an exiled prince who has fallen out of favor. I have no soldiers, no power, and I'm extremely poor. Sonia stared at him for a long while before she turned in the direction of Star Lake. It's okay. 19 years ago, when I led the army north to Eternal Star City, I met your father among a group of refugees. He was about the same. The Fortress Flower took another puff of her cigarette. In fact, Kessel had just escaped from being hunted. He was in a daze and was shivering. He was much more miserable and downtrodden than you are now. When he heard this name, Thales frowned. Then, perhaps you should look for my father for help. If I could, damn it, Sonia swore and pointed at the moon with her cigarette butt. Ever since he sat on the throne, your father has become less and less adorable and obedient. He's not the same as when we first met during the war, when you told him to kneel down, take off his clothes, when you told him to dance, when you told him to dance, when you told him to be king. He cried and screamed and crawled to be crowned. Thales frowned deeply as he listened to these disrespectful words. Why did she say that? Your father is becoming less and less adorable. When I told him to be king, he would be crowned. Why did she say that to me? Sonia Cecere. She's supposed to be the corps general of the regular army of the royal family, the northern barrier of the kingdom, and the sword in the hands of the Iron Hand King, isn't she? What? But Thales did not show it on his face. He only picked out one word from her words to tease her. Strip, really? Sonia waved her hand as if she did not hear him. In short, I don't expect you to do anything now. Look at your pitiful little body. But I can wait. Wait. Amidst the smoke, the fortress flower flashed him a smile. But at that moment, Thales only felt empty inside. Wait. Wait for what? What else? Another voice in his heart whispered. Between you and the king, what else can she wait for? But no, Sonia, Thales suddenly panicked. He subconsciously rubbed the bone ring in his pocket and remembered his agreement with King Kessel. Sonia switched her hand to hold the cigarette and sighed. As for you, just keep what I said in mind. If the kingdom has any problems, it must be in the north. You have to be prepared for the future. Thales gulped. To be prepared for the future. The future? No, impossible. Thales dispelled the inappropriate thoughts. Sonia was the commander of the fortress. She was only concerned about the threat of Extet and the defense of the north. If the kingdom had any problems, it must be in the north. That was the crux of her words. So what? Another thought emerged from the bottom of his heart again. She said that because as the defending general of Broken Dragon Fortress, she had to say that. Because the enemy in the north is her capital. The threat of Extet directly affects Sonia's safety and future, affects the regular army under her command, affects the resources she can obtain, affects the degree to which she is seen and valued, and affects her authority and status in the kingdom. Because she is also in the net. Unable to extricate herself. Isn't it? Isn't this what you've learned in the past few months of political games, and you've used it against the king? And you, Thales, you have to see through this. Her request for help is not that simple, no. Thales closed his eyes and interrupted his thoughts. He was thinking too much. Sonia, the Sonia he knew, was not that kind of person. Why me? Thales opened his eyes, looking a little tired. I believe that there are other knowledgeable people in the capital who can give you more substantial help. Sonia enjoyed a mouthful of tobacco and pondered for a moment. Perhaps because you are more special? For example, daring to break into the palace to rebel and threaten your father with a sword? Thales turned around abruptly. The fortress flower raised the cigarette in her hand. Don't look at me, rumors travel fast. It definitely was an old sodder who told me. But Thales' heart sank. See, you're right, Thales. She came to you because you broke into the palace to rebel and yet left safely, because you proved your worth and became the second most powerful person besides the supreme throne. Hence, the situation in the kingdom changed drastically. Even the seemingly valiant, magnanimous, and heroic fortress flower was seen, she knew and she felt, just as the king and Thales had foreseen, that Thales might be able to contend against King Kessel. So she came. Not just to return home, not just to the north, not just to your pathetic personal friendship. Thales looked at Sonia in silence, feeling vexed and uneasy. Sonia did not notice the change in Thales' gaze. She continued to smoke, immersed in the hazy smoke, completely at ease. Perhaps it's also because you are one of the few who can cure Lampard? According to Miranda, 7 years ago, you gave up the chance to escape and decisively returned to Heroic Spirit Palace, using your freedom to extinguish the flames of war between the two kingdoms. Thales took a deep breath. 7 years ago. 7 years ago again. Damn it, 7 years ago. He suddenly lost interest in the conversation in front of him. Whether it was for the defense of the fortress or for the future of the kingdom, at the end of the day she was here to express goodwill, rope him in, ask for help, take sides, or any other euphemistic or unpleasant synonyms. She, the master of the supreme shield, Sonia Cecire, who had once saved his life. She was actually not much different from the Duke of Western Desert. The powerful and influential nobles and suzerains will scramble to find you, rope in the prince who has just returned to the kingdom, and do everything they can to win you over to their side. Sonia, even Sonia, was the same. At this thought, Thales only felt deeply disappointed. As for him, Thales Jadestar, he could no longer be as honest and open his heart to his savior as he had been when they first met. So, I think that child. Sonia took a puff of her cigarette and sighed, but there was a hidden meaning in her gaze. The child who balanced justice and forgiveness under the gallows, the child who dared to charge at Lampard, the child who dared to swing his sword at his father, should have some hope? At that moment, Thales tightened his grip on the covenant. Oh. Thales repeated mechanically. Sonia wasn't the first and wouldn't be the last. In the future there would be more and more people who would do the same. From a certain point, the people who talked to him would be filled with schemes, interests, goals, and desires. Until there was nothing left. Thales subconsciously tightened his grip on the covenant in his pocket. But you know, Thales, this is a necessary path and this is just the beginning. A voice spoke to him in his heart. You know, you've already made preparations. No matter what the price is. Sonia smiled and knocked on Thale's forehead. I know that you're not a big shot in Renaissance Palace yet, not yet. But the good thing is that you don't have the time to be like them, forced to the point where you have no choice but to be like them. You haven't become as annoying as them. Become them. Thales ignored her presumptuous actions. He only felt that the bone ring in his pocket was getting prickly. She thought she knew, but she did not know at all. Thales stared at her. The fortress flower smiled and said, in short, the world will not remain the same. I hope that you, in fact many people think that you are, but I am not. Thales subconsciously shouted. The watchtower was silent for a moment. Sonia was shocked. She looked at Thales, who was breathing rapidly. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Not what? But Thales immediately reacted and adjusted his breathing regretfully. I'm sorry, madam. I lost my composure. I might have drunk too much at night and could not concentrate. He controlled his tone and forced out a few smiles. I understand your concern about the defense of the fortress, your grace, but you might not know about my situation. But before he could finish, Sonia interrupted him coldly. Shut up. Thales was about to say something, but at that moment, the fortress flower's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was sudden and sharp, and he forgot to speak. She was sizing Thales up and down carefully. Tell me, boy, how long have you been back in the capital? The teenager was stunned for a second. Half a year, I don't remember. I'm sorry for my slip of the tongue, but it's late now, your grace, I'm a little tired. But the fortress flower shook her head and sked before she interrupted him again. Sunset, it seems like she was right. They ked you badly. Thales frowned. What? Sonia smiled at the sky. Do you know you're now like that mute subordinate of yours wearing a mask to talk? Sonia raised the cigarette and curled up the corners of her lips. Her smile remained curled and her eyes remained cold. Wearing a mask. When Thales heard that, he was silent for a moment. Ralph could not speak. Are you different now? Sonia quickly refuted him. She smiled coldly. How long has it been since you last spoke like a human? Thales was speechless for a moment. Why, are you possessed by a demon or cursed by a witch? Cursed by a witch. Thales gulped and resisted the desire to touch the ring. I will help you push the kingdom forward, get rid of obstacles and break the shackles. For this I will do whatever it takes. Very well. Then, as we agreed, child, become my sword. Cut your way through all the obstacles until the kingdom is free. He took a deep breath. You don't understand, Sonia. You haven't tried it, how would you know? You don't know. The distraught Thales interrupted her loudly. His breathing quickened as he stared at Sonia, who was holding a cigarette in her hand. Sonia Cecire, you just heard a few rumors and weighed up the situation, and you rushed back to your hometown to visit me. You relied on your so-called old friendship to say some meaningful words such as, there are matters in the north, I can wait, prepare for the future, you are rather special. You said it in an understated, boastful and self-righteous manner. Thales activated the sin of Hell's River and tried his best to calm his breathing. You don't know, Sonia. Thales tried not to think too much. He stood up and tried to end the conversation as gracefully as possible. You don't know anything. He gave you a sword. I don't know anything. The teenager said absent-mindedly. I, Thales Jadestar, am destined to become your enemy. What, everything? My son, you must fulfill your promise and swing your first sword. Sonia did not speak. She sat opposite Thales and stared at him without blinking. She let the cigarette in her hand burn. But her gaze made Thales even more uneasy. He wanted to turn around and hide. Finally, the fortress flower exhaled and looked at the starry sky above her head. You know, when I came to Star Lake Castle to enlist as a guard, my mother was so shocked. Shocked. The nannies in the castle taught me that phrase. Thales snapped out of his daze. What? But Sonia didn't pay any attention to him and continued to speak. She only continued to speak airily, and when I came here, the first thing they said when they saw me was, you went the wrong way, girl. The scullery and weaving workshop are not here. And when they found out that I came here to enlist as a guard, Sonia chuckled softly. Her emotions were complicated. John is an open-minded duke, so no one dared to directly say, hey girl, you are not suitable for this. You should go home to give birth and feed your child. The fortress flower turned around and asked Thales. There was an underlying meaning in her words. Isn't it like now? Thales, who was in a bad mood, frowned. Now what? Sonia snorted coldly. Now no one dares to directly say to you, "Hey Prince Duke Northstar, you are a newcomer. You are delicate, noble, soft-hearted, barbaric, boorish, and unromantic. You are not suitable for this job. You should go back to bed and sleep. When you have learned to be obedient, you can wait for your father to pass the throne to you." Delicate, noble, soft-hearted. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Sonia leaned forward and drew closer to Thales. Her tone was full of mockery. "But they all think so. It's just that most of the time they don't even know it. And their gazes when they look at you are filled with pity and sympathy, the kind that can move them. Why can't you sense it?" Thales suddenly felt an inexplicable indignation. Sonia narrowed her eyes. "So much so that you yourself are starting to think the same. You self-righteous little piece of trash." Thales could not listen to it anymore. He took a deep breath. "Good night, Sonia. It was nice chatting with you." But the moment he turned around, Sonia's mocking and disdainful words traveled into his ears again. Instead, they are polite and courteous, but there is a hidden meaning behind their words. "Oh, Your Highness, you are really mature. You have already done your best for your age. We cannot expect more from you." Sonia's tone became gloomy. Just like back then, the recruiter looked at me with a strange gaze and said to me, "Oh, what a heroine. How can a girl have such ambition? You should really let those cowardly men see you. You should really let those cowardly men see you." Thales stopped in his tracks. "And they said that because you are a newcomer, because you are an accident. Based on common sense, you should not be in the same room with them, just like how I was in the past." The fortress flower turned around to face the starlight on Star Lake. Her expression was numb. Thales did not turn around, but his Adam's apple bobbed. "Why are you saying all this?" "Because I know this feeling." Sonia took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, as though she was savoring the fine wine brewed from her memories. This feeling of walking into a completely unfamiliar world, facing all the unknown obstacles that you are not used to, but still having to pretend to be tough and move forward. At that moment, Thales shuddered a little. The feeling of stepping into Renaissance Palace appeared in his memory. It was cold, narrow, and oppressive. The scene when he walked into Ballard Room also appeared before his eyes. Everyone was smiling, their words were sincere, and they looked dignified. And this is your opponent's territory. It is a battlefield that they are used to for a long time. It has fixed rules, and it is an environment that is beneficial to them but harmful to others." Sonia stared at the starlight but bottomless Star Lake in a daze. "And we are using our weaknesses to attack their strengths. We are going to accommodate them, follow them, and do the old things that you might never be able to do." Thales was silent for a long time. "Be careful, boy. You are like me, inferior to them, but like your father, superior to them. And you came back from the north, so you are outside of them." At that moment, the words Gines said to him before the royal banquet surfaced in his mind. "This means that, at the end of the day, you are not them from the inside out." "But..." Thales tightened his grip on the dagger and the bone ring in his pocket and snorted coldly. "Let me guess. What you want to say is that although you went through a lot of difficulties, you still succeeded. You passed the enlistment and became a guard, and you stayed in the castle, right?" He turned around and looked at the back of the fortress flower, who was lying on the lookout. "Through your power of eradication or something else, you showed the strength of a newcomer and amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. You proved that women are not inferior to men, and that you can be outstanding in a man's territory. Not only that, you even reached the peak and shocked countless people, including Duke Johns. In the end, you became one of the 3 marshals of the kingdom. So, now you want to give me chicken soup and say, 'Hey, don't give up, you are from the fallen roar,' right?" Sonia did not answer. She only sighed deeply and pressed the cigarette butt in her hand on the lookout. Thales shook his head sarcastically. "Save it. This is not the same at all." Once he finished speaking, Thales no longer hesitated. He turned around and left. "They say that women are not suitable for the battlefield." Sonia's voice came from behind him. She was getting closer and closer. "So, be careful." The sin of Hell's river surged. Thales frowned. "What?" But in the next second he felt pain in the back of his knee. Thud. Thales was knocked down. When he finally reacted, he placed his arms on the ground. "What are you?" But the moment he turned his head in shock and anger, he saw Sonia's cold face and the bottom of a military boot slowly growing larger before his eyes. Bang. The sin of Hell's river roared madly. Thales blocked the fortress flower's kick in a split second, and the impact made his arm bones numb. His entire head was ringing. What's going on? Sonia's power of eradication was reflected to his senses. It was like an unbreakable ice, strong, sturdy, powerful, and heavy. But his good luck ended there. Sonia's next knee strike came along with the momentum and completely broke through his defense. Thales felt his vision go black and he immediately fell on his back. Sonia knelt on his chest, grabbed his neck and pressed him firmly on the ground. The sin of Hell's river flowed madly in the air, but it could do nothing. Damn it! How can this gap be so big? F***CKU, Thales cursed in exasperation, but what followed was a merciless slap from the fortress flower. Slap. The slap could not be said to be unbearably hot. Not only did it make Thales dizzy and see stars, it also slapped the prince's anger back into his mouth, and he could only pant. Children should not swear, Sonia, who was suppressing him, said coldly. Don't F***ck him all the time. The lookout was located in the middle of the castle, and the guard's focus was mainly on external threats, which was also the reason why Thales chose this place. But even so, the sounds of fighting could still be heard. Who's making a ruckus up there? Lights lit up on the slightly shorter castle wall and shone on the lookout. A voice that Thales was very familiar with rose, and it was filled with righteousness. Stand up, raise your hands and show your face. Let me see. Sonia snorted coldly. She turned her knee and pressed down on Thales' neck. Damn it, why is it my neck again? Furious Thales. I'm F***king a man here. The fortress flower straightened her body and revealed half of her head. Her roar shook the entire castle. Do you have a F***king problem with that? Once she finished speaking, she lowered her head and spoke to Thales without hiding it. Scream louder. Are you not full yet, you piece of trash? Use all of your strength. Thales was shocked and angry at the same time. Unfortunately, his neck was pressed down and he was tongue-tied. He could only let out a few sounds. Hearing her voice, the patrolman on the castle wall was silent for a few seconds. Ah, it's Lady Cecile. The next moment, the patrolman's voice became gentle and obsequious. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, haha. Sorry to disturb you. Duke Thales asked me to bring you good news on his behalf. Please be gentle. Zombie is my partner. He might be big, but he might not be able to withstand your strong. Get lost. Sonia's roar rose again. Under the watchtower, the patrolman's voice and his lights disappeared at the same time. Many of the Jadestar private soldiers who came with him also disappeared. It was only then that Sonia sneered. She released Thales' neck slightly and lowered her head. Now no one will disturb us anymore. Thales had never hated his guards as much as he did at that moment. He swore that once he was free, what awaited Doyle would be the most terrifying punishment and torture in the world, something the latter could not imagine. The sin of Hell's river continued to gather in his arm, but the teenager could not break through the fortress flower's blockade. Sonia, whose gaze was originally cold, suddenly grinned and giggled as she watched him struggle in a pathetic manner while tears and mucus flowed down his face. In the next second, she let go of her knees, dragged Thales up from the ground and leaned against the watchtower. Thales, who had been pardoned, could not be bothered to retaliate and take revenge. He panted in pain and rubbed his chest. You crazy woman, what do you want to do? I screwed up. Her casual words made Thales' words come to an abrupt halt. Screwed up? What screwed up? Thales panted and could not help but look at Sonia. I failed during the entrance test for the recruitment of castle guards. Even with all my strength, I could not lift a weight stone. Sonia was smiling. But at that moment, the smile on the fortress flower's face looked tired, bitter, and numb. She did not have the demeanor of a general who dominated the battlefield and resisted the northern invaders. Thales did not know how to answer her, which was rare to see. It was the same for the long-distance running test. My stamina did not pass at all. Sonia did not seem to realize that she had just bullied the prince. She turned around tiredly and sat down next to Thales. There was also shooting. I managed to draw my bow while trembling, but I just could not hit the target. There was also reading and writing. Did I tell you that it was the wet nurse in the castle who taught me how to read? She stared fixedly at the night sky. As for fighting, it was even worse. I guess I was more used to swinging a hoe and hitting people, rather than wearing armor and wielding a sword to kill people. Even new recruits could knock me down. Thales slowly regulated his breathing. Although I was considered a good hand among the farmers and I was also known as a shrew in all the villages around here, and I even fought with wild boars and bandits with a pitchfork, among the men who came from all over the country to wield their swords, Sonia said faintly. In short, I screwed up. Among all the applicants, as the only woman, my results were the worst. I remember their gazes and mockery, and all my efforts were in vain. I proved to them once again that women are not suitable for the battlefield, and perhaps even more so, should not be soldiers. They can't do those fighting and killing things. I screwed up. Thales's breathing paused for a second. At that moment, the fortress flower, whose might shook the entire western peninsula, slowly raised her head. She stared at the bright moon and the starry sky in a daze. Her drunkenness seemed to have returned to her senses. All my dignity, persistence, and hope were shattered by the bloody reality the moment I walked into this unfamiliar world. Sonia turned her head to look at Thales and revealed a weak smile that did not match her identity as the fortress flower. Just like you. End of this chapter. Chapter 645. And those people of course took it for granted. I told you so. It's okay, it's normal. You're already great, you just have to accept reality. This job is more suitable for men. Sonia took out her tobacco pouch and started rolling a third cigarette. You know, they always sound so righteous and convincing, always so rational, neutral, objective, and sincere. Sonia's gaze focused on the tobacco in her hand. In the end, I almost believed it. Maybe I really messed up, maybe I'm really not suited to be a soldier? The fortress flower turned around and grinned at Thales. Right? Thales did not answer immediately. He sat on the ground with his back against the observation deck and his hands on his knees. His expression was deep. They always sound so righteous and convincing. At the royal banquet, the scene where Vice-Captain Vogel asked Doyle to die was still fresh in his mind. I'm different from you. I didn't mess up. The teenager suddenly spoke. I can solve it. I'm just adapting. I need time. Sonia paused in the act of rolling the cigarette. She turned to look at Thales. Adapting? The fortress flower smiled at first, but her expression immediately turned cold. Oh, Sunset, looks like you really messed up. Thales furrowed his brows. Sonia finished rolling the cigarette and sneered. And not just a little. Otherwise, you wouldn't be living in a dead man's house, your father wouldn't be sneaking around to look for you, and Gines wouldn't be yelling and threatening me to fix you. Thales was initially unconvinced, but when he heard that, he looked up in surprise. Gines, Madame Gines? Sonia held the cigarette in her mouth skillfully and took out a flint. Are you sure you don't want a puff? Thales looked at the crude appearance of the cigarette and twitched the corner of his mouth. Sonia shrugged, lit the cigarette in 2 or 3 puffs, and took a satisfied puff before sighing. All right, kid, maybe between the two of us, you're the one who's not suited to be a soldier. C. Thales waved the smoke away and shifted his butt to the side. His expression was unpleasant. I know you've just returned to the capital, which means you've stepped into a new battlefield. But every rule of the new battlefield is disadvantageous and unfair to you. They make you feel unfamiliar, lost, desperate, and unable to see a way out. Thales frowned and did not comment. Sonia exhaled a puff of smoke. It's different from what most people think. It's not difficult to wield a sword in battle. Even the so-called risking one's life, sacrifice is just a matter of being hot-headed and clenching one's teeth for a moment. What's truly difficult is knowing what to fight for. As he listened to her words, Thales suddenly remembered what Mallows had said after punishing D. When you decide to trade, make sure that it is your own balance. But when you look upwards, away from the specific opponents, when you see more, when you look higher, when you realize that the rules of battle are so kept up from the very beginning, when you realize that your battle is just a monkey show in a cage and you can never change the cage, then battle will become very, very difficult. It's like my sword is no longer hitting a body of flesh and steel, but an invisible wall. No matter how I swing my sword, it's useless. For some reason, Thales suddenly recalled Cohen's words in Lower City District. The fortress flower blew at the half-burnt cigarette butt and said calmly, nervousness, fear, panic, mistakes, regret, wavering, self-doubt, and even numbness and giving up. We've experienced all of these. There's nothing to be ashamed of. Under the moonlight, the lookout tower was cold and quiet. With the smoke from Sonia's hand, everything felt like a dream. You failed to enlist as a guard just like that? Thales suddenly asked with an expressionless face. Sonia crossed one of her legs and curled her lips, but she shook her head. I got lucky. An important person happened to pass by and I got a second chance. I stayed here and waited for the next recruitment. The fortress flower's voice was a little gloomy. An important person. Thales looked around Star Lake Castle. John Jadestar? Sonia chuckled. She held the cigarette in her mouth again, leaned back and supported the back of her head with her hands. The days after that were tough. I ate and slept with the guards in the castle, trained hard and prepared to pass the next assessment. At this moment, there was something else in Sonia's gaze. Pretty words of comfort disappeared from then on. No one was nice to me. Everyone was isolating me. And I also understood that I had taken advantage of them. I did not follow their rules and entered the game. This made the group of men feel that their rights had been violated. A woman who was given special treatment, took a shortcut to get in, it's too unfair to men, and so on. From the arrangement of beds and shifts to my daily routine, from the frequent emergency training, to the increased weight training, to the fact that I was coincidentally assigned to the cleaning job every single time, they used all kinds of methods to embarrass me. After they were done, there would always be someone who had been through it and would say, "They're not targeting you, they're just upset," or, "I'm very sorry but maybe you should give up?" Thales listened quietly, but he remembered the moment at the royal banquet, when Anchor had taken hostages and forced him to abdicate the throne for a duel. At that moment all the guests at the banquet, all the reputable people in Eternal Star City, raised their heads and stared at him. Including every friendly match within the team. Sometimes I would bite the bullet and win and they would say, "You're lucky, I'm going easy on you, I'm a little tired today, I'll let you win," or, "You cheated, fight me head on if you're good enough." The outcome of the battle would have been different on another occasion, or even, "You're definitely going to die if you fight with your life on the line. A real battle won't be that simple, blah blah," and so on. Oh, right, and my favorite line, "Winning against me doesn't prove that you're better than men. If you're good enough, go and compete with a stronger man." Sonia flicked the ash off her cigarette and chuckled. "Does every man say this? I call it a few sharing spells. Every time I beat one of them they would say this. It's as if as long as I say this, the defeated guy would instantly share a few stronger men's bigger hands. He would then puff out his chest and regain his masculinity, turning from weak and weak to invincible. A few sharing spells. Thales could not help but snicker. But his smile soon faded away. There are also people like this in my battlefield, aren't there? And when I lost they would say in unison, "See, I told you so, this is perfectly normal. Generally speaking, women really can't beat men. That's enough, based on your standards it's already very good." Sonia's tone of voice dropped. At that time, everything was very depressing. Swordsmanship, combat, weightlifting, long-distance running, javelin throwing, archery. It seemed like I couldn't beat others in any of them, especially those men who had received training and even served in the military. I didn't have their strength, speed, explosiveness, physique. These are the things that people usually compete against in sports competitions and night duels. I didn't have everything they were proud of. A dark cloud blocked the moonlight, leaving the teenager and the woman in darkness. Both of them were dejected. "But you won," Thales said softly, "in this unfair rule." Sonia was silent for a long time before she took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke from her nose. "I didn't win. I just survived." The fortress flower's unfocused gaze slowly became focused again. As the days passed and the next recruitment date approached, I was so disheartened that I almost gave up on myself. Then someone asked me, "Why, Sonia? Why are you on their chessboard?" When he heard this, Thales looked up. Their chessboard. Sonia smiled and nodded as if she had thought of something happy. I was asked, "There are many ways for soldiers to fight and there are also many ways to kill people. Why must we learn from them to use muscles, physique, strength and explosiveness? Why must we learn from them to make a ruckus all day long? Why must we pursue their pursuit of strength, boorishness, domineeringness, masculinity and aggressiveness? Why must we use it as a standard to prove ourselves? Why should we learn these things from them and compete with them?" Thales narrowed his eyes. Sonia sighed. "Because, I said foolishly at that time, because these things are useful, because the officer said that these are things that are competed in the tournament, things that have been tested by history, and are also things that every soldier on the battlefield needs and are good things." When she said this, the fortress flower chuckled. "That's because the earliest tournament was only for men, I was told. So, of course they have to compete in the things they are good at. When have you ever seen them compete in childbirth?" Thales' expression changed. "And soldiers need these things not just because these things are good." Sonia sat cross-legged. She even forgot to smoke and let the cigarette burn slowly in her hand. "That person told me, It's because they are already soldiers and they are used to and are good at these things: strength, boorishness, domineeringness, masculinity, aggressiveness. Most of the time they only use these things, so these things become useful and good. They are then passed down to the later generations. As more and more people use them, fewer and fewer people doubt them, and everyone tacitly agrees that this is common sense and truth. Sonia was in a trance as she recounted, as though she had returned to that moment many years ago. Because this is the tournament they control, the battlefield they define, and one of their most cunning tricks is to allow you to participate in the game, then defeat you in these rules and events that do not allow you to be doubted, and then tell you, "Look, you didn't win, you can't do it." Thales subconsciously said, but, however, the fortress flower did not allow him to continue. She continued. So, Sonia, why is it that you are already at a disadvantage in the chessboard that men are all too familiar with and have dominated for thousands of years? If that's the case, why? Why do you have to follow the rules they set, the tournament standards they are used to, the survival principles they set, and the habits they are all too familiar with? When the armors and weapons that you can obtain are all made according to men's requirements, how can you rely on these to fight against them? Why do you have to follow the rules they set, the tournament standards they are used to, and the survival principles they set? Thales' gaze gradually drifted away. When they even treat the size of a few swords as standard events in the tournament and require everyone to compete against them in length, how are you going to win? By pretending to be a man? Sonia sneered. Thales snapped out of his daze and realized that he had missed a part. Is this a metaphor? Sonia turned her head around and smiled evilly. It depends on you. Thales raised his eyebrows. At that moment, the eyes of the fortress flower before him were like torches that pierced through the fog and confusion. Don't listen to them, I was told. Even if you want to win their prizes, don't act according to their standards, don't act according to what they say, don't pretend to be a man, even if that is the only way you can prove to them, because if you do that, you will really lose. It was that night that I realized how stupid I was in the past. She turned to the pondering teenager. Thales, don't be stupid. Don't listen to them, don't pretend. Thales clenched his fists. Don't listen to them. At that moment, he inexplicably thought of Quick Rope and the words the latter had said to him. Single quote. Don't play against him on the same chessboard, Thales, because you don't know how many tricks he has up his sleeves and how many cards he has up his sleeves. And those who are toyed with by their father without knowing it are extremely sad. Immediately after, Thales thought of Chapman Lampard. I'm fighting in my own way. Thales subconsciously opened his mouth to refute. Almost at the same time he thought of the man whose gaze was as cold as ice and whose ice was burning with fire. Of course you're not physically affected, but what about your brain? Sonia stared at him and extended her hand to point at Thales' chest. What about here? Thales did not speak. The scar on his chest where he was burned by a silver coin when he was young seemed to be burning slightly. A few swords originally only grew in one place. Sonia raised her cigarette again and said sarcastically, but the reality is that after thousands of years they became something else. They're everywhere. They don't grow naturally, but they're man-made. Thales pursed his lips. What happened after that? He asked hoarsely. Sonia's gaze flickered. After that, I didn't risk my life to arm wrestle with them, compete in weightlifting and compete in speed. There must be something, I thought. She narrowed her eyes as though she was recalling the time when she was deep in thought. There must be something on this chessboard that they ignored, abandoned, and disapproved of for a long time, but I could pick it up and make use of it. Even though it was very difficult because this chessboard had belonged to them for too long, and the rules of the game had been set for them for too long, to the point that everyone felt that they were born that way. But I couldn't give up. No matter how loud they laughed, how nasty their curses were, what they used to stop me, what dirty jokes they used to set me up, how I slept with so many people to get close to the Duke, and how I almost wore out my crotch. What kind of joke is this? I'm the #1 shrew in the 6 great villages and towns. I've heard all kinds of dirty jokes and kicked all kinds of ugly things. Unknowingly, the dark clouds gradually dispersed. Moonlight fell and smoke surrounded the observatory. Sonia snorted softly. I stayed. I persevered. I worked hard to train, learn, and observe. Time and time again, I lost to men and those strong people. Then, gradually, I discovered something interesting in the most inconspicuous, neglected, and mocked places, but most people disdained. I had a better sense of balance. I could jog on the single-plank bridge that they could not even stand steadily on, and walk on the bumpy and broken roads. I was small and light. I could crawl into smaller gaps and hide in narrower bushes. I could be equipped with different kinds of mounts. Sonia opened her mouth and gently exhaled a hollow ring of smoke. I had more coordinated and flexible fingers and wrists. My weapon belt was tied more finely and tightly than theirs. It was easier to adjust it. My longbow was more accurate, comfortable, and tight than theirs. My sense of smell, sight, and hearing was more sensitive than most people. There was a time when John said that my nose was even more sensitive than his hound. I could endure pain, cold, and hunger better than a considerable number of soldiers. This was probably because of my mother. When I was young, she had to work in the fields to earn money for the family. She had to squat by the river for several hours and wash countless basins of clothes. I still don't know how she did it. In harsh environments, I could hide and persevere for a very long time. Although I was weak, I used up less energy. Even after I exhausted all my strength, I only needed to rest for half the time and eat half of their food before I could stand up and jump around again. In long-distance running, which was even longer than the longest long-distance running or cross-country running, I might not be faster than them. I might not be more conspicuous than them, but I was steadier, more precise, and less prone to fatigue, drowsiness, dizziness, and disorientation. Thales listened with rapt attention. That's it. Endurance, balance, adaptability, memory, meticulousness, tenacity, and recovery rate. Low energy consumption, high agility. And did you know that I only recently realized that women live longer than men? Even in peaceful times. The fortress flower curled her lips. So I learned to display my ability to endure pain and use a more reliable body part to receive attacks. When they were surprised by, "Why didn't you fall down?" I gritted my teeth and counterattacked. I learned to choose a battlefield environment that was more suitable for me instead of sitting down on flat ground and arm wrestling with them. If these didn't work, I would simply avoid a head-on confrontation and fight a war of attrition. I would hide myself and maneuver my opponent. I would bet that he would be exhausted, frozen, or faint from hunger before me. She slapped her thigh and sighed. Of course, men would rather die than admit that I'm better than them with all these qualities. There would always be people who would retort, and there would always be people who would say, "Why don't you compete with the Royal Guards?" But there was one thing they admitted. Sonia blinked and pointed at Thale's head. My head. Although I think it's because John said she's smarter than all of you first, and no matter how unwilling they were, they did not dare to offend the Duke. Thales chuckled softly. Sonia became excited as she spoke. She held a cigarette in one hand and waved the other. She did not care about her saliva splattering everywhere. You know, people always think that men are smarter, more rational, calmer, better at hiding their emotions, more determined and rational, while women are slower, less rational, weaker, emotionally unstable, and only know how to be hysterical. But in my long military career, I have never noticed this. You know, almost every soldier is hot-tempered, easily angered, and impulsive. They can't help but want to masturbate or get into a fight if they haven't been forced to do it for 3 days. They don't seem to be any better than women. Sonia shook her head. I don't know where the conclusion that men are more rational came from. For men, Thales suddenly said. You know, the more lacking something, the more they want to brag about it. Sonia was stunned at first before she burst out laughing. Wait, aren't you angry when you hear this? The fortress flower put away her laughter. When most men hear this, they will become angry out of humiliation, deny it, and stomp their feet in anger. At the very least, they will pretend to be serious and say that they can't overturn a boat full of people. Thales shrugged. Isn't that exactly what you want? Men are not rational? OSH*T, you're really quick on the uptake. Sonia frowned. If I mention this again in the future, someone will definitely retort, look, Prince Thales is also a man, he is very rational. There is no need for that. Thales politely waved his hand and leaned back. I don't plan to share a few. Sonia laughed heartily again. She raised her head and looked at the bright moon surrounded by stars. Her words were filled with emotion. In short, I make use of my strengths to make up for my weaknesses. I am me, and I want to do my own thing, not do what they want me to do according to their standards and pointlessly prove to them that I can be a man. Thales suddenly felt that the bone ring in his lapel did not seem so heavy anymore. Did you pass the guard's assessment? At that moment, Sonia's smile faded away. When I was waiting for the next chance to try and overturn the rules, the assessment came early, unexpectedly. The fortress flower stood up and took a deep puff of her cigarette. A group of bandits entered the Wang family's hunting forest to settle down. The Star Lake guards brought new recruits to suppress the bandits, but the information was wrong. Those were not ordinary bandits, but the advanced scouts of the rebel army of Blade Edge Hill. Her words sounded a little desolate. We were held back in the forest for an entire month and we suffered great losses. Our communication route was cut off, and we could not advance or retreat. Sonia nodded slowly. It was during that battle that I passed the assessment. As Thales listened to her nonchalant and calm words, he suddenly realized that there was a soul-stirring story hidden behind all of this. But I also understood one thing. On a real battlefield, when people on both sides pounce on each other like wild beasts, when your enemy only wants to stab your stomach with a knife along with his own hand, when your comrade's intestines are mixed with blood and are leaking out. The Fortress Flower's expression turned cold. She raised the remaining cigarette in her hand. No one cares if you are a man or a woman. Her words made Thales remember the countless bloody scenes he had experienced. His expression could not help but darken. He stood up as well. I am very sorry. Sonia shook her head. She did not care. Just like that, I discovered another advantage of mine. My mind. No matter what kind of environment I am in, I can grit my teeth and calm down. I can endure what others can't. I can force myself to think, to summarize, to consider the situation of the battlefield, where each of our teams are, what condition everyone is in, what the enemy might do next, what we should do next, and what we should do next, to make a more beneficial and rational decision. Thales' expression was strange. But I remember that you said before that you only fought blindly in Broken Dragon Fortress? Sonia chuckled and slapped her thigh. That's why I don't have a few. Thales was stunned. He was momentarily speechless. There's another example. During the Bloody Year, we were caught in a tug-of-war with the extensions along Shepherd's River. Bloody Year. When Thales heard this term, his smile faded. Araka and his Fury Guards were the vanguard. They fought without regard for their lives and were not afraid of death. They dared to fight against Extet's army in the field. Countless Northland warriors died in his hands. The kingdom's wrath became famous in the Western Peninsula. It was said that even King Nuvan's first question when he woke up every day was, "Is Araka Murch dead?" The Fortress Flower shook her finger and pursed her lips. Just as Araka's name became more famous and more constellations died, they became more desperate and fanatical. Your father even wanted to recruit young soldiers into the army and perish together with the Northlanders. At that time I calmed down. I thought, we can't do this, and then I went and did something. What was it? Sonia took a deep breath. Before Araka's method of exchanging one-for-one Mad Dog killed him and his subordinates, I bypassed the main battlefield and went deep into the enemy's rear. I suddenly found the northern territory occupied by the Extensions. I recaptured Cold Castle. She said this in the same casual tone as if it was of no importance. Bloody Year, recapture Cold Castle. But when Thales connected his memories and figured it out, his expression instantly changed. What? Why, you don't believe me? Sonia raised her eyebrows. Thales blinked hard and tried hard to recall his historical knowledge. Oh. Wait a minute, as far as I know, 200 years ago, Conqueror of the North, Erica mobilized all the soldiers in the kingdom and laid out a three-sided pocket. During that time she came up with countless strategies and fought ceaselessly. Thanks to luck, she was able to seize the largest and most fertile Cold Castle in the Northern Territory, forcing the Extensions to retreat to the Northern Plains and Black Sand Mountain. He stared at the Fortress Flower in disbelief. But during the Bloody Year you went north alone without any reinforcements and faced the threat of 100,000 soldiers. How did you do it? Why haven't I heard of this at all? But Sonia only smiled mysteriously. According to Old Solder, one of the prerequisites for King Nuvan's willingness to negotiate was not to disclose the truth about the loss of Cold Castle. 100,000 mighty Northland warriors, unstoppable and invincible, were stabbed in the ass by a woman. Thales recalled King Nuvan's voice and smile and instantly had a strange expression. Are you suspecting me? Sonia was very dissatisfied with his attitude. Hey, why do you think that arrogant Val Arund has been so respectful to me for the past 10 years, and has never been short on supplies? And why did his daughter, Miranda, willingly serve under me? Because I was the one who took old Duke Dylan's head down from Cold Castle's gate and returned it to the Arund family. And conversely, why did your father send me to guard the fortress instead of Araka Murch, who is more famous and can intimidate the Northlanders? With a cigarette in her mouth, Sonia crossed her arms. Could it be because I'm good-looking? Thales pondered and nodded. You are indeed good-looking. In that instant, Sonia's expression froze and the cigarette fell from her mouth to the ground. Thales came to his senses and quickly explained, I mean that, when you fight, you're very good-looking, You dropped your cigarette. Sonia seemed very unused to such an answer. As she bent over to pick up the cigarette, she was surprised, doubtful, secretly delighted, introspective, and in denial. Her expression kept changing and lasted for a few seconds. "TSK good-looking, you mean including these?" She snorted softly and straightened her body. She lifted her clothes to reveal the skin above her ribs, then pulled open her collar to reveal her shoulders and collarbone. "And these?" Thales was shocked. "Those are scars." "Oh my God." Under Sonia's clothes, from her abdomen to her back, from her shoulders to her neck, there were bumps and hollows everywhere. They were filled with crisscrossing scars from knives, arrows, and burns. There were also sunburn scars. The old and new skin were intertwined together, and the depth of the scars varied. "This is the price for transforming from a farmer's daughter to the fortress flower?" Thales stared at the scars on her body in a daze. After a while, he realized something and turned his face away in embarrassment. "Yes, including these. You're also good-looking, based on other standards." The fortress flower furrowed her brows. She tied up her clothes and sized up Thales again. "That's strange. You don't seem to be trying to smooth things over out of politeness, like saying things like, 'You look very heroic,' or 'very unique.'" She scratched her head. "Ever since my parents passed away, no one has ever praised me for being beautiful. My nanny even advised me to ignore my appearance. Damn it, it feels weird to be praised for being beautiful. Is this William's daily life in the Western Desert?" Thales' expression darkened. "No, I can guarantee that no one in the Western Desert would dare to praise the legendary wing for being beautiful. At least not to her face." Thales coughed. "You, actually just saying thank you will do." But he remembered something. "No wonder." Thales sighed. "No wonder King Nuvan, that stubborn old man, was willing to sit down and negotiate with Constellation during the Bloody Year. It was not because of Gilbert's glib tongue, nor was it because of the kingdom's wrath, which was terrifying and intimidating, nor was it because of my father's young soldier. It was because of you." Thales stared at her. "It was because of Cold Castle that King Nuvan made his final decision and brought about the Fortress Treaty. Countless people in Constellation owe you a great debt of gratitude." But Sonia only smiled faintly and waved her hand. "John once said that reputation is like shit in the Eastern Peninsula. Alright, it's nice to be praised occasionally." She scratched her chin and enjoyed the last few puffs of smoke. Seeing her like this, Thales could not help but feel sentimental. In comparison, his diplomatic mission to Extet 7 years ago to stop the flames of war seemed to be nothing. "I have a question." Thales furrowed his brows. "Both of you were promoted to nobility during the Bloody Year and were generals who commanded the regular army for the royal family. Why was the kingdom's wrath and the legendary wing conferred the title of Baron, while you, Sonia Cecere, who made outstanding contributions, are just a lady?" "Yes, I'm also very curious." The fortress flower's face was full of mockery. "Not only that, I'm ranked last among the so-called 3 marshals." Speaking of this, she seemed to be full of complaints. "And the fortress flower? Damn it, which soldier likes to be called a flower? Does it wait to be fertilized, pruned, plucked, presented to someone to confess to, or wait to bloom and then wither? Why don't I see them calling Araka the kingdom's flower, and Roman the legendary flower? Really, if you met that pretty boy you would understand that this is the nickname he should have, okay?" Thales nodded repeatedly as he listened to her evaluation of Williams. "Then what do you want to be called?" This really stumped Sonia. Let me think, Wolf of the Fortress?" Thales snickered. "Very good." The fortress flower stared at him for a while before she suddenly smiled. "Now, you make me feel like you're still the same child who saved a deserter when you first arrived at the fortress and I carried him on my shoulder. You're still the child who cried because you were afraid of heights." Thales' smile froze and he looked embarrassed. "I did so many impressive things in the past and you just had to bring this up." Sonia shook her head and hinted at something. "To me this is much more impressive than your stupid act of forcing me to abdicate with a sword." Thales fell silent and seemed to be deep in thought. Sonia continued to smoke her cigarette with a similarly profound expression. A few seconds later, Thales suddenly spoke. "Can you give me a puff?" Sonia was stunned at first, but she seemed to have understood something. She smiled evilly. "Where did children can't smoke go? According to the Empire's custom, men become adults at the age of 14. Thales did not look ashamed. Sonia exchanged glances with him and smiled. The former extended her cigarette-holding hand to him. "Take it easy, Smuggled goods from Dragon-Kissed Land are very expensive. Then I'll provide you with free food and accommodation. Don't worry, I'm just sharing cigarettes, not sharing a few with you. Alright, I still remember that slap you gave me just now. F***CK. Hey, if you want to F***CK me back, I'll be waiting for you anytime. Forget it, I don't dare to F***CK the wolf of the fortress. Thales took the cigarette from the fortress flower without hesitation, put it in his mouth and inhaled deeply. Cough, 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 cough. It was only the first puff, but Thales was already choked by the strange spiciness and coughed continuously. He trembled in the cloud of smoke he exhaled. He quickly handed the cigarette back and swore that he would never take a second puff. Oh, I misjudged you. You can't be a soldier. Sonia took back her cigarette and gloated. You can still be a smoker. Thales was busy coughing and had no choice but to raise his middle finger in response. What is this? I think I saw that mute do it to Miranda. This is a common friendly gesture used by Northlanders, southern constellations when they greet each other. Sonia smiled faintly and took the last puff of her cigarette. She then raised her middle finger at him. How are you, you little bastard? Anyway, thank you. The prince finally calmed down. He turned around and faced the forest in the distance of Star Lake Castle. I've thought through a lot and I feel much better. Really? Really? At that moment, the weight of Gertoxa was no longer like a knife on his back. Thales raised his head and faced the gentle moonlight. He sighed. I suddenly realized that compared to what you're facing, what you've faced before, and what you're facing now, the battlefield I'm about to enter doesn't seem to be that difficult, nor is it that bad. As a newcomer to the game and a challenger, he could not pretend to be like them and play by their rules. He could never. I'm a little tired. There should be a lot of mistakes in my wording. I'll go back tomorrow and edit it. End of this chapter. Chapter 646. In the spacious starlight courtyard of Star Lake Fortress, commonly known as the lumberyard, soldiers, guards, workers, farmers and many others gathered together to form an open space. The atmosphere was lively. Go, go, go. Give her a good one. Yes, that's it, float. Wow, that's a good fall. Soke, believe in yourself, lad. Get up and continue beating her up. Oh, your sword is so soft. Are you always like this? Are you having too much fun, or are you hoping for your wife to cheat on you? In the center of the open space, Miranda Arun's figure moved agilely between two warriors. She was engaged in an unfair 1 versus 2 duel with the guards of the Star Lake Guards, Ness and Bastia. As usual, the young Vanguard trainee attacked like a tidal wave and became more courageous as the battle progressed, while the Iron Tower-like guard officer stood firm and impenetrable. And what's that, an iron bucket or an iron tower? On the wooden watchtower, the fortress flower Sonia leaned against the railing and leaned half of her body out. She waved her arms enthusiastically and cheered for the battle below. Don't just stand there, pick up your hammer and hit her head with all your might. That's right. What, that's it? Does it get into a pit when you pee? In the storeroom on the second floor, Thales sat by the window and watched the battle with great interest while oiling and maintaining the ancient sword, Sentinel. He quickly realized that although it was 1 against 2, Miranda was the one leading the battle. The swordswoman of the Arun family deliberately instigated Ness to continue attacking to deplete his stamina, while forcing Bastia to act as her shield to block Ness's blazing attacks. Unfortunately, Ness and Bastia's teamwork was not smooth, and their hands and feet were tied. There was no sign of the advantage of a two-man pincer attack. Just like that, Miranda skillfully controlled the pace of the duel, and as the battle progressed she became more and more proficient. She's different. The feedback from Hell's senses allowed Thales to make a judgment. Compared to 7 years ago, her movements and footwork appeared disorderly and casual, no longer displaying a distinct rhythm and style. But whether it was Ness or Bastia, the moment they initiated an attack, they would find themselves in the worst possible situation, giving Miranda the biggest opportunity. It felt as if Miranda was not the one taking the initiative, but the opponent was rushing to attack her, shaping the environment and situation of the battle, stimulating a bunch of originally messy and meaningless notes into a lively and orderly movement, waiting for Miranda to play it. She's improved. Thales stopped what he was doing and was slightly lost in thought. 7 years ago, her movements clearly showed the style of the northern offensive and defensive. The transition between offense and defense was like an undeniable stress that could instantly turn the tide, but now, No. Although the style of the Tower of Eradication's Pegasus faction is rather influential, her foundation of the Northern faction is still there. Mallows sat next to Thales and sharpened a short knife without raising his head. It's just that the tactical style on the surface is hidden in a deeper tactical style. You will understand once you see more of it. Here it comes again, King of Constellation Yuyen. Thales curled his lips sarcastically. So, you've seen quite a lot? It's not that bad, Mallows replied calmly. When I was still a young probationer, I did record work. So, which battle left the deepest impression on you? Here. Thales raised his head. Mallows did not stop moving. He only switched to another side and continued to polish his blade. A long time ago, an elite from Star Lake Fort sparred with a senior of the Royal Guards. I was ordered to be the flag-bearer's assistant. I listened to his explanations while observing and recording. An elite from Star Lake Fort, a senior of the Royal Guards. Thales narrowed his eyes. Due to the limitations of the conditions, they did not attack each other. They only shifted their positions on the flat ground to attack and defend. Their power of eradication was like a flash in the pan, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It stopped abruptly before it was fully displayed, so they could not enjoy themselves to the fullest. Mallow's gaze was slightly dull. But in those short 12 seconds the two of them advanced and retreated back and forth. Every detail was at the peak of supreme class or even higher. It's enough for me to reminisce for the rest of my life. Thales was about to ask further when he heard boos erupt from the crowd. Miranda sheathed her sword nimbly and turned around elegantly. The crowd consciously parted to form a path for her to leave. Behind her, Ness and Bastia collapsed to the ground, one exhausted, the other bruised and swollen. The outcome has been decided, Your Highness. Mallows did not even turn his head. Now, follow the essentials I taught you and focus on maintaining your weapon. Order was restored on the training field. Everyone returned to their positions. Those who practiced and those who were on duty. Only in a small corner, a few Star Lake guards were still gathered together in a heated discussion. They were not satisfied with this exciting and asymmetrical battle. Quick. The outcome has been decided. Those who bet must accept their losses. Doyle squeezed through the crowd with a righteous look on his face, but he flashed a coin pouch under his elbow. Before Mallows comes down, don't try to cheat. I remember who bet how much. Damn it. Losing when it's 2 against 1. How unlucky. Vladivostok painfully counted a few coins and threw them into Doyle's coin pouch. The others who lost the bet, including Ralph, who snorted in dissatisfaction, also took out their money reluctantly and stuffed the coins into the coin pouch. I know she's in Broken Dragon Fortress and belongs to the Fortress Flower. Paul Bosdorf, the son of the Count of Black Lion, calmly handed over a gold coin. But I didn't expect, you don't have to keep the change, that she's fighting 1 against 2, and she's actually not at a disadvantage. You bastards, how did you know to bet on her? Kursta asked in annoyance. It's obvious that she's killed before. Her sword is stained with a lot of blood. At the front of the team, Glover rejected the coin that Doyle handed over. He looked at Miranda's receding figure with a sharp gaze, eager to fight. Quite a lot. Chief Miranda's swordsmanship is quite profound. I've experienced it before. But gambling is still wrong. Wyatt looked around nervously. I don't know the Arun family's girl, but I saw old Kong bet on her, so. Logistics Officer Prakash shrugged. Actually, I don't know Miss Arund either. But when the Fortress Flower let them fight 2 against 1, I knew that Ness would lose. Don't ask me why. Commodore, who was on the winner's side, coughed. When he saw the dejected Ness walking over sullenly, he immediately went up to console him. Hey Ness. You fought well, just a little unlucky. Keep up the good work. Oh yeah, I'll treat you tonight. Doyle, who pretended to be indifferent from the waist up and happily counted money from the waist down, was the shortest. Prince Thales is up there, staring at that girl. Everyone looked at him. What's wrong? Doyle raised an eyebrow and hurriedly put away the money pouch, as if it was a matter of course. This is very telling. All right, His Highness is finally paying attention to women. Everyone hissed in disdain. You'd better not let His Highness or Miss Miranda hear that. Wyatt sighed and shook his head. I'm speaking from experience. Of course. Doyle confidently weighed the money pouch in his hand. He was in high spirits. In the storeroom on the 2nd floor, Thales, who had already heard this through Hell's senses, turned around indifferently. Thor, how many people in the Star Lake Guards do you think can defeat Miranda? I don't know. Why Thor? Tormund's nickname, take a guess. Nicknames have to be agreed upon by the person herself. After all, the people in the Star Lake Guards have never fought against Miss Arun directly, and battles are also affected by the environment. Mallows was meticulous in his sharpening of his sword. In terms of one-on-one duels in the arena, I dare say that Glover and Doyle, who have undergone strict night training, can take on Miss Arun. Thales raised an eyebrow. Is he that fierce? Mallows did not answer. He only twitched the corner of his mouth. But if Doyle were to encounter Miss Arund in a battle of life and death in the wilderness, the watchman put down the sharpened blade and cleaned the crumbs on the table, I hope she'll be merciful and give him a quick death. That exaggerated? Thales frowned, but he rolled his eyes. What about you? You against Miranda? Mallows took out the oil to protect his blade and smiled when he heard that. Miss Arund and I, it's 50-50. Wow, Thor, you have such a long face. Pardon me? Oh, my face is long. I mean literally. Your Highness, I'm even more curious about what you mean by literally. Don't. You must know that curiosity killed Thor. Thank you for your teachings, Your Highness. I dare not forget it. Thales snorted mockingly. But in the next second he suddenly said, Did you know he was coming? The question caught him off guard. Mallow's hand that was oiling the knife paused for a moment. Know what? Who's coming? What for? Mallows continued his work. His tone was calm and unperturbed. Tormund Mallows. Thales stared at the watchman in front of him who he could not fathom. He recalled the moment they first met and pondered the identity and position of this personal guard captain. He was the personal guard appointed by King Kessel, the watchman of the royal guards, and the person with the highest status by his side. But, Mallows, what kind of role would he ultimately play between Thales and the king? Attendant? Protector? Instructor? Watcher? Or traitor? Thales stared at Mallows for a long time and finally shook his head. Nothing. Then do you know what I'm going to do now? Mallows' expression did not change. He was unperturbed. Sharpen the knife. You have to learn how to take care of your weapon. Looking at him and listening to his ambiguous answer, Thales could not help but sigh. He handed the oiled sentinel to Mallows for inspection. All right, Thor, let me ask you this. Who can you trust in the current Star Lake Guards? When he heard this nickname, Mallows sighed as well. He took the imperial sword and helplessly checked Thales' maintenance. People I can trust. Why are you asking me this? Thales raised an eyebrow. Because I'm the one paying your salary? In the face of Thales' answer that changed the focus, Mallows clearly wanted to probe further into the question of whether he was the one paying his salary or his father, but the Duke's covetous gaze made him give up on the idea. The watchman raised his head and sighed. People I can trust? Your Highness, are you saying that I can trust that they will bow down and work hard without complaint, or that they will go through fire and water without hesitation? If it's the former? Mallows swung his long sword and his expression became stern. The Star Lake Guards are carefully selected elites among the royal guards. Most of them have the title of royal knights and they are all heroes. Nodding and bowing, working hard without complaint, every single one of them was a hero. Relying on the guards under you whose defense is practically non-existent, and who can't even notice that the prince is being beaten up on the balcony? Thales nodded. His expression was rather thought-provoking. What about the latter? Oh, Mallows instantly regained his indifference. Toledo, Tangexin, and Sephanov from the command division are my old subordinates. Glover from the Vanguard division is alright, maybe there's also Morgan. Morgan, that old soldier with a sour face all day long? Where did he serve in the past? Throat cutter guards from Blade Edge Hill. Yes, there aren't many times when he's not angry, but fortunately he's not responsible for warming your bed. Warming my bed, really? In the guard division I can pick out Bastia and Kursta. Doyle can also be considered a bonus. Doyle counts as well? Forgive me for being dull, but I can't tell if you're frightened or surprised. Other than that, Vincenzo Itariano from the logistics division can be used, and Francisco Capone from the punishment division. As he muttered these names, Thales scratched his chin. Among your old subordinates, Attendant Casso and the Mute, thank you, I know his name is Ralph, are both good. Willow is fine too, just don't let him do anything that requires him to use his brain. In fact, don't let him do anything other than throwing his life away. Just these few people. But we're going to take down Jade City. How reassuring. Thales counted with his fingers and was all smiles. That sounds great. Then, is there anyone who, what if, the kind of person who would raise the flag and rebel for their master, and isn't afraid of losing his head? Mallows inspected the Empire's ancient sword without raising his head. How much did you drink last night? Thales pretended not to hear him. He picked up a rag and began to wipe his hands. Very well, then bring all the people mentioned above, pick a few good-looking men, leave the guards behind and get ready. We're going on a long journey. Mallows was not surprised by the words, going on a long journey. His tone was calm. As you wish. Not bringing anyone else? Mates? Chefs? Coachmen? Jadestar's private soldiers? And Nanny Valencia? It's not that I don't want to bring them. Recalling the nanny's cat-chasing stick, Thales exhaled, let me put it this way, I want the people around me to be able to fight, use their brains and run. Mallows nodded, then I suggest that we bring Oscar's son from the Vanguard Division. He's a southerner and is more familiar with the climate and terrain. Thales frowned, I didn't say we're going to the south. Is that so? Then I must have remembered wrongly. Mallows weighed Sentinel in his hand, then I won't bring him. Thales stared at him and after a few seconds he sighed dejectedly. Forget it, you better bring him along. Yes, Your Highness. Mallows twirled his sword and put Sentinel back into its scabbard, then this martial arts lesson ends here. You've done a good job in maintaining your sword. I mean the thickness is still a little uneven but at least you're starting to get used to it. Thales stood up to receive his sword, but paused the moment his palm touched the scabbard. I realized that I missed a question, Torment. Thank God. Mallows was glad that he did not call for Thor. I'll be happy to answer, Your Highness. Thales raised his head and looked straight at Mallows. Is this scabbard useful? Mallows frowned slightly. Thales pointed at the scabbard with Sentinel in it and said meaningfully, after all, since ancient times, swords cannot escape from their scabbards. Mallows was silent. His fingers stroked the scabbard. It looks like good leather but you'll know when you use it. But Thales stared at him. Then I'll be straightforward. Among so many people in the Royal Guards, can I trust you, Tormund Mallows? Mallows' gaze sharpened. At that moment, the two people in the storeroom stood opposite each other. Both of them extended their right hands and held up the ancient sword, Sentinel, which lay horizontally in the storeroom. Mallows was expressionless. He was silent for a long time. Finally, he gently loosened the scabbard. Perhaps you should ask me in return, can you not trust me? Thales stared at him for a long time, let out a long sigh and took Sentinel. I hope that your skill with the sword is as good as your skill with sarcasm, my dear head of the personal guards. Then you've underestimated me. Could it be that your swordsmanship is actually not bad but you're hiding it? No, I mean I haven't even used half of my skill with sarcasm. Thales pursed his lips and was speechless. Coincidentally, I also have a question to ask you. Mallows turned around, put away the short knife he had sharpened on the table, and inserted it into the scabbard in front of his chest. When you have a rendezvous with someone late at night, you don't like to go through the front door, and would rather climb over the window. At that moment, Thales, who was holding Sentinel, froze. Mallows narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms. I remember telling you that the air corridor will turn you into a meat pie one day? Thales widened his eyes and used all his strength to blink. I don't really understand. Oscar and Doyle were just sentries in the open, Mallows said calmly. When you met the Fortress Flower, Lady Cecere Itariano from the Command Division was on a hidden sentry duty in a deeper area. He saw all of you clearly through his binoculars and immediately reported everything to me. *CK. He really knows he's not lying to me. Thales was exasperated in his heart. Mallows snorted softly. Wait a minute, Your Highness. You wouldn't be so stupid as to think that the defense of Star Lake Castle is useless, right? Who knows? Right, little dummy? Thales came to his senses and coughed. Of course not. Well, I know that all of you are nearby, so I'm not worried. But Thales thought of something and his expression changed. Wait, so all of you must have seen Sonia attack me but you did nothing? Mallows looked nonchalant. I'm sorry. You're so famous that we all thought that was your new trick. This pen is so annoying. Thales resisted the urge to roar. Why do I have this feeling that one day I will be killed because of you? In fact, Your Highness, I think this should be my line. If it is, then that's great. Thales smiled sarcastically, waved his hand and turned around. All right, that's the arrangement here. Next he would head to South Coast, so, Your Highness, in the future, all right, I got it. I won't climb walls anymore. I swear the next time I want to play with women I'll walk out of the front door openly beating drums and gongs. I had Tang Xn pull the safety rope outside the window. Mallow's voice rang behind him, next time before you climb walls remember to tie it up first. Safety rope. Thale's waving hand stopped in midair. He turned around in a daze. Safety rope? Torment you? Mallow sighed softly, feeling helpless. We've been together for a while, Your Highness. I know I can't stop you from being silly, stupid, sick, and jinx. Thale's expression darkened. Alright, this pen is really annoying. Just like that day, I couldn't stop you from getting out of the carriage, or rushing out recklessly to fight someone. But I don't want to order a coffin for you, Your Highness, or for me, or for anyone in this castle. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So, before you go on this long journey, if you can be merciful and take pity on us. Mallows crossed his arms and pointed outside the window with his thumb. Safety rope. Mallows nodded lightly, turned around and left. Staring at his back, Thales felt complicated for a moment, and did not know how to react. Thales lowered his head and looked at Sentinel in his hand. The size of the scabbard was just right for holding in his hand. It should be the same when I unsheathe the sword? Thales took a deep breath. Hey! Thales called out to Mallows. After returning from Renaissance Palace, I haven't had the chance to say it, but thank you, Thor. Damn it. Mallows sighed in his heart. Why did you change the way you addressed me? Thales walked forward and pursed his lips. I know, I'm a boss who's not easy to serve. I'm impulsive, childish, self-righteous, and always make stupid decisions to embarrass you. I'm almost terrible. You can remove the word, almost. Mallow's expression did not change. This pen? Thales used his strength to flatten his eyebrows, which were scrunched together tightly. He took a deep breath and said, But thank you for helping me all this time. You've covered my back. Thales gulped. Fortunately, he did not blurt out, covered my back. Damn the Secret Intelligence Department. Mallows stared at him with puzzlement in his eyes. Thales tried hard to speak, especially the day I barged into Renaissance Palace. Thank you for leaving manpower and contingency plans for me, thank you for reminding me before I entered the palace, and the matters after that, all these and so on. Mallows furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at him as if he was looking at a lunatic. Thales forced out a smile. Alright, it's not really suitable for me to say these sensational words. The Duke had a stiff smile on his face. He spread his hands, turned around mechanically and left. Anyway, thank you. And the royal banquet just now, Mallows suddenly said. Thales stopped while he was in the middle of turning. What? Mallows exhaled through his nose. I have to add this to the list of things you should thank me for. Thales reacted and coughed awkwardly. Oh yes, and this, thank you. And the days in Mindy's Hall. Thales could only nod in agreement, and the days in Mindy's Hall. And the day I came back from Western Desert. Thales closed his eyes and sighed, and the day I came back from Western Desert. And the management of Star Lake Castle. Thales repeated numbly, and the management of Star Lake Castle. And, that's enough from you. Thales could not take it any more. How much longer do you have to count? Mallows smiled. You're welcome, Your Highness. This is part of my duty. His smile at that moment was very much like his usual polite and slightly sarcastic professional smile. It was very similar. I dare not accept your generous thanks, the watchman said faintly, turned around and left. Thank you, my foot. Thales rolled his eyes at his back and swallowed the words, then I'll have to trouble you this time. He also threw the tiny bit of gratitude and a tiny bit of guilt towards the watchman into the bottom of Hell's River, and prayed that they would never be reincarnated. Mallows was very efficient. In just the next day, everyone knew that Prince Thales was about to leave for South Coast Hill to visit. The entire Star Lake Castle was thus in operation. Everyone was busy preparing for the Duke's long journey. Many people also began to be curious about the Duke's goal and mission. Unfortunately, such a top secret could only be known by the informant BB, who was buried in the deepest part of Star Lake Castle. But Thales did not expect that after the news of the Duke's journey spread, the first person to come to him would be this person. Forget about the fortress flower. She also thinks highly of herself, and is as unapproachable as the rumors say. At the door of the Duke's room, Paul Bosdorf, the son of the Count of Black Lion, who was patrolling past, looked at the cold back of the person who entered the room and sighed, I was thinking of exchanging some pleasantries. Doyle, who was chewing on a sausage, closed the door and shook his head in denial. No, no, no. I'm not arrogant and I'm not unapproachable. Trust me, no one is born with a sour face. Doyle swallowed a mouthful of sausage. Girls at this age are forced to be blunt and aloof. They are also the best and most direct form of protection, especially for women who have to work with men. Compared to being approachable and smiling, doing so can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Paul frowned. How did you know? Doyle stroked his hair and made a cool pose. I wish I didn't know, but I can't help it. I'm gifted. Paul sneered and shook his head. You understand a girl's mind so well. It should be easier for you to please them and be popular. Paul stared at him. But why is it that when I arrived in the capital, everyone in the circle said that you are pompous and frivolous, so much so that you have a bad reputation? Even unmarried girls from good families stay away from you? When Doyle heard this, his smile froze. But in just 2 seconds his expression changed. He turned around and winked at Paul. Hey, that's because you don't understand the good things about a mature girl. Paul was speechless. But she's not married yet. Paul sank into deep thought. Coming to Prince Thales in private at this time is a little... Doyle's expression became solemn. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I asked Waya before. It's true Waya. Oh, you don't know what true Waya is? It's okay, it's Waya anyway. First of all, Prince Thales and Doyle are old acquaintances. They fought together. Secondly, I believe you can see that she's not one of those rich young ladies who only have love in their minds. Doyle blinked. He chewed and swallowed the last mouthful of sausage. He was confident and resolute. So, I'm sure of one thing. She and Prince Thales, meeting at this time, will definitely not talk about romance, marriage, or love. In the room, Miranda? Thales, who was copying the sunset scripture, making up for homework before class, was surprised and delighted when he saw the newcomer. In front of him, the cold swordswoman picked up the cup of tea on the desk that he had yet to drink without hesitation. Madam. What? It's Lady Arund, Miranda said coldly. You're a prince, so you should address me appropriately. Thales' face darkened. Really? Again? Isn't it enough for you to mess with me? You want it too? All right, Honorable Madame Miranda Arund, the daughter of the Duke of the Northern Territory, the glorious descendant of the Snow Eagle family, the proud chief seat of the Pegasus of the Tower of Eradication, the sword of Neverwinter of Cold Castle, the flying falcon in the sky of Broken Dragon Fortress. Thales had no choice but to push the scripture aside and lean back. Welcome, what can I do for you? Miranda put down the teacup expressionlessly and stood in front of his desk like a sharp blade in the snow, cold and sharp. Yes. Miranda stared at him with an indecipherable gaze. A few seconds later she took a deep breath. Her gaze was firm. Do you want to marry me? With a bang, the legs of the chair shattered. Thales fell on his butt on the floor. Chapter 647. Thank you, I'm fine, it's okay, it's just that I have to. Damn it, this chair was just ordered not long ago. Thales held Miranda's hand and used it to struggle up from the broken chair. Miranda quietly watched the boy in front of her. Perhaps he was a teenager now. She watched him pull the broken chair in a flustered manner with a rich expression on his face. This reminded her of the Bright Moon Temple 7 years ago, the little boy who stood on a wooden box covered in dirt, but still waved his young fists and roared, "Are you coming?" Miranda could not help but curl her lips. All right, I give up. Next time, I'll have to ask them to find another carpenter. After a flurry, Thales could only raise his hands in resignation and announce the end of the chair. The moment the young duke raised his head, Miranda's smile disappeared. Now, Your Highness, can we get back to the main topic? The main topic? What? Oh yes, that's right. So what we were talking about just now is, do you want to marry me? When he thought of this, Thales' expression became solemn and his voice deepened. Are you joking with me, Madame Miranda Arund? Marry Miranda? It felt like the bargaining chip he used to threaten others had come true. In the next second he seemed to see Raphael Lindbergh appear in front of him. His eyes were glowing red and he sneered maliciously. This made Thales' expression tense. In the face of the tense Duke, Miranda's expression remained the same, and she was as calm as ever. No, this is not a joke. Even if it is, it's not funny. Looks like you know it too. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Thales' mind, including she's working with that Baron Bone boy to take revenge on me. He took a deep breath and straightened his back. All right, if it's not a joke, then my suggestion is, I'll look for Grandmother Valencia and Mallows and maybe Stone from the logistics division. We have to hold a meeting to discuss the livelihood issues around Star Lake Castle, especially the quality supervision of traditional handicraft products. We'll also deal with this chair or what's left of it." Miranda did not speak. "As for you, Madame, a run from the standing military camp of Broken Dragon Fortress, as a typical example to promote the closeness between the army and the people and the Central Northern Territory, go to the kitchen and order a cup of mate tea, then." Thales waved his hand and pointed resolutely at the door. "Come find me when you're sober." What a joke! I'm in an important position with heavy responsibilities on my shoulders. I have to attend to a myriad of affairs every day, not to mention the end of the world and the pain in my tailbone. But Miranda did not leave. Instead, she scrutinized Thales from head to toe, as if she was inspecting goods. "But you haven't answered me." The swordswoman's tone was cold and her gaze was aggressive. "You, Thales Jadestar, do you want to be my husband?" "Fuck me, no no no." Thales took a deep breath and kept reminding himself that he was now the Duke of Star Lake. He had to maintain his manners and grace, and pay attention to the rhythm of his speech. "I'll King be your sister." Miranda was stunned and did not understand. But in the next second, Thales grabbed the swordswoman's arm and pulled her to the side. "Are you crazy?" Thales lowered his voice and looked at the door warily. "I'll marry you? Do you know that saying this will cause a huge uproar? Jadestar and Arund, Renaissance Palace in the Northern Territory, the relationship between them? Do you know what will happen to the people outside if they hear what you say here? Do you know who is in charge of collecting and handling information and public opinion in the kingdom's secret department?" Miranda looked at him. Her expression did not change, but she slowly loosened her grip on the hilt of her sword. "You're the same as before, Your Highness," the swordswoman replied with a cold snort. "Once you're nervous, you're especially talkative, and you say crazy things that no one else can understand." "I'm nervous? I'm talkative? That's because you haven't seen the prince's ass." Thales' expression was originally cold, but when he looked at Miranda, he remembered how they went through life and death together, especially when he remembered her life experience and her father's misfortune. He could not help but sigh. "All right." Thales pulled her to the window as far away from the door as possible. Then he exhaled impatiently. "Tell me what happened. Is it the anniversary of our breakup, or is it a revenge affair? Are you in such a hurry to find a new lover?" Miranda stared at him carefully and frowned. "Hey, don't tell me it's Mr. Raphael Lindbergh who secretly went to Red Street Market to flirt." Thales clapped his hands and said sarcastically with great comfort, "In the end he left behind records and witnesses, and you found out that you wanted to break up?" When she saw Thales deliberately changing the topic with another name, Miranda snorted coldly. "This has nothing to do with him." Thales shrugged. "Of course. Sorry, it's my fault. I forgot that you're an independent girl, so no matter what happens you won't use other people's mistakes, especially your ex-boyfriend's, to punish yourself, and you won't trouble others." But Miranda's expression turned cold. She took out a letter and a portrait from her bag and stuffed them into Thales' arms. "It has something to do with you." Thales was stunned. He lowered his head and opened the letter in his arms. "This is a greeting letter from you personally," Miranda said disdainfully. Not only did the letter describe in detail the 700 years of friendship between the Jadestar and Arund families, it also included many people who were of equal social status and were a match made in heaven. It also praised my family's reputation, appearance, and achievements. It even kindly inquired about my health and mental state. Finally, it quoted an ancient love poem to express your longing for me and lamented the loneliness of being single for so many years. It also asked for a recent portrait of me in the letter. At that moment, Thales froze on the spot. His previous endless dignity and coldness instantly turned into embarrassment and embarrassment. "Well, maybe it's just a daily." Miranda ignored him and continued to speak. "Scholar Alpasoni said that according to the kingdom's tradition, this is in fact a marriage notice." Thales gulped unnaturally. "Actually, it's not that." Then, of course, Lord Bustamante removed all the polite words and rhetoric and helped me summarize a sentence. Miranda glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. "Do you want to mate?" "Is really my problem." Thales put down the letter with an expressionless face. The room became completely quiet. "Kessel Jadestar, I will never forgive you." My dear Lady Arund." Thales tried hard to ignore the god of war who was unleashing his demonic energy to destroy the world in his mind. He suppressed the urge to barge into Renaissance Palace again and forced a smile. He was gentle and kind. If I say that this is my father's idea and I had no prior knowledge of this thing, oh, it really drew me pretty well, would you believe me? Your father's idea? Miranda stared at him. Her sharp gaze seemed to see through more things. After a while, she untied her sword, supported herself with one hand and sat on the windowsill. I believe you. Thales sighed in relief. At least Raphael, whose eyes were glowing red, disappeared from the bottom of his heart. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, I'm actually preparing to go on a long journey. Why don't we talk about it later? So, Thales Jade Star, Miranda spoke again. This time she was extremely serious. Do you want me to be your queen? Thales paused again. *T. Thales sighed. He was no longer as awe-inspiring as before. He could only smile helplessly. You asked this question before. I did not, Miranda said coldly. They are different questions. Thales' smile disappeared. It seemed that at this moment, everything was different. Which part is different? Thales leaned back and sat on the desk. Is it mine, or queen? Miranda sized him up for a while before she snorted and shook her head. It's a pity. If our marriage was real, it could solve many problems, from the right to rule to the right to inherit. Thales fell silent. It can solve many problems? The key is what problems? You don't want to sit there. Thales looked at Miranda, who was leaning against the windowsill. He said gloomily, when the sun is at its hottest, a few cats are used to coming to my study to cool off. The food and water in those bowls are prepared to feed them, so that they won't push their luck and enter my room. Cats? Miranda frowned and saw a few bowls by the window. Thales crossed his arms and sighed. If they find out that their old place has been occupied, they, especially that cunning old black cat, will be unhappy. Then they will start to give me a headache. Miranda was silent for a moment. It's okay. That's why I'm carrying a sword. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. Sword? Isn't this a little too cruel? Will it be crueler than the problem you encountered at the royal banquet? What happened? Thales took a deep breath and said seriously, well, Madame Arund, what I just said was not a political metaphor but a literal meaning. There will really be cats wandering around here. Miranda was stunned. After this interlude, the two of them once again fell into silence. Miranda spoke again. By the way, I went to the Sunset Temple a while ago and met Aunt Licia. Lishi, who? Miranda ignored Thales. Priestess Meljen was there as well. For the sake of your reputation, they asked me to bring some words that were not convenient to say to the prince directly. Priestess Meljen, some words to say to the prince? Thales was shocked. I'm really writing. The prince subconsciously pointed at the copy of the theology lesson on the table. Tell her that she can hand it in tomorrow. Not that. Miranda glanced at him in disdain. She said seriously, Priestess Meljen said that the period for the internal investigation of the temple is almost here. If you show some understanding to Sister Nia and don't want her to be so anxious that she has to rummage through chests and cabinets every day, quickly return the 3 books that were stolen from the Forbidden Book area. Forbidden Book area, stolen? Thales originally heaved a sigh of relief, but his smile froze on his face. One of them is Arch Sea City Enlightenment Collection, and the other is Hidden Records of Exorcism. The last one is, Miranda took out a note. High Priestess Petruzzily's top secret notes. Wait, Petruzzily, isn't he the Sunset High Priestess during the era of the Ascension King? The one who presided over the killing of children as an offering to the gods? Thank you. Thales snatched the note and forced a smile. I know now. Miranda pursed her lips. Aunt Licia also said that if you want to borrow some books next time, you don't have to be a thief. You can just say it directly. Don't worry, she won't tell your father. Thales felt as if his face was burning. The atmosphere became a little awkward. Then Miranda spoke to break the silence. I heard from Waya that you are going to the south for an inspection? Which Waya? Oh, you mean that Waya? Thales nodded and sighed slightly. Yes, it's obvious that everyone is busy with their work. Since even someone like me, who is known to be unsuitable for a house and home, has received it. I guess that quite a number of suzerains in the south have also received your, do you want a mate? Quite a number of suzerains in the south? Thales looked as if he had just eaten a fly. Regarding this, I cannot disobey my father's orders, he said sarcastically. And the king's orders cannot be changed. Miranda's voice was cold and it made Thales' heart tremble. What is she trying to say? Thales said seriously, Listen, Miranda, I'm sorry, it's Madame Arund. I'm very grateful that you came to see me, and I'm also very sorry that my matters have caused you inconvenience, but if there's nothing else, enough, I don't want to beat around the bush with you anymore. Miranda cut him off directly, and her next sentence made Thales stunned. I'm here to help you. Help me? Please forgive me, I don't quite understand. Miranda glanced at him, and it was just a glance, as if she understood everything. But it made Thales very anxious. Stop pretending. You are definitely not going to the south for a blind date, the swordswoman said with certainty. Based on your habits, everywhere you go, the capital, the fortress, Dragon Cloud City, Western Desert, will not be peaceful. Thales was stunned at first, and then he scratched the chair indignantly. Star Lake Castle is very peaceful. Only a few rats died. At most I'll add 2 more chairs. But Miranda ignored him. And no matter what kind of shady business you want to do that is inconvenient to talk about, you need trustworthy and competent people. It would be best if they are acquaintances who have worked with you before, and have even gone through thick and thin with you. So, I'll go with you on this journey. Shady business that is inconvenient to talk about? Damn it, what does she know? At that moment, Thales and Miranda's eyes met. Since you don't like to beat around the bush, Madame Arund, Thales said doubtfully, I know that our experience in Dragon Cloud City is unforgettable, but our friendship doesn't seem to be so good that we can help each other from afar. Miranda did not answer immediately but stared at him. Her eyes were different from the others. They were calm, cold, sharp, and had a vague sense of alienation. Right. The Duke suddenly remembered that although the lady in front of him was from Constellation, Arund was from Northland. Most of the time, Thales could not help but forget this, and treated her more as a typical Empire bigwig. Finally, Miranda spoke softly. If you really want a reason, Cohen told me that the prince is in a difficult situation and urgently needs help, but unfortunately he does not have enough people around him. Or to quote his own words, they are all idiots. Cohen? Thales was stunned when he heard this. Did he ask Miranda to come? He subconsciously asked what was on his mind. How is he recently? Pretty good, Miranda said in a low voice. First, he was transferred from the Highway Administration Maintenance Department to the Archives Management Department, and his daily work changed from sweeping to drinking tea. Yes, thanks to me. Thales felt a little guilty. Maybe I should pull some strings and transfer him to Star Lake Fort as compensation? Until he tidied up the files without rest and found a lot of dubious old files, which involved a large number of retired police officers and magistrates who were enjoying their old age, and even quite a few former high-ranking officials. His superior had no choice but to transfer him to the police academy under the Academy of Knights to train reserve police officers. After a second of careful consideration, Thales decided to let Cohen continue to train in the police station. I understand. A strange feeling surged in Thales' heart. I have to say I am very grateful and honored, but you are Madame Sonia's right-hand man and a strong fighter. If I abduct you, she will not. She will, Miranda interrupted him. Madam, she will understand. She understands better than anyone else. Miranda stared out the window. Thales paused for a second. Are you serious? You want to serve me? I don't have the habit of lying. So you are not good at lying, at least not as good as I thought. In that second, Miranda's gaze turned fierce. The Duke of Star Lake took a deep breath and felt the color in the room turn darker. You are not here because of Cohen's request. Thales straightened his posture and looked at her seriously. It's not that he doesn't want to help me, but even if that blockhead has 20 brains, he will not think of saying that the prince is in a difficult situation and needs help. Miranda's frown deepened. 7 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, you did not manage to deceive child Vlad with this soaring eagle. The Duke of Star Lake looked at her coldly. 7 years later, you will not be able to deceive me either. So, I want to ask you one more time and it will be the last time. There was a chill in Thales' words. Madame Arund, why did you come here to help me? Miranda leaned against the window and did not say a word. She was like a winter plum flower facing the wind and snow. But Thales was also very patient. Finally, the swordswoman spoke expressionlessly. Because I am tired of it. Tired of what? Miranda raised her head suddenly. Waiting, she said coldly. I am tired of waiting for a chance to change, tired of going with the flow. I am tired of being a happy, pitiful, innocent and pitiful woman who is content with the status quo and has no self-awareness. Just like the past 20 years. Miranda did not shy away and met the prince's eyes. Happy, pitiful, innocent, content with the status quo, these words. Thales slowly furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? Miranda let out a cold laugh. Everything. She turned her head and looked at Lake of Stars under the sunlight. 7 years ago, my father was imprisoned for the crime of harming a foreign politician, that unfortunate Prince of Extet. But everyone in the circle knew that Iron Eagle Val Arun's crimes were far more than that. He had ulterior motives, colluded with foreign enemies, and committed the shocking crime of treason. He nearly caused the people of the Northern Territory to be plunged into misery and suffering, and caused the kingdom to be doomed eternally. His debt of sin was great and he could not be punished. Thales recalled the Hall of Stars 7 years ago. He remembered the scene of the courtiers pressuring the prince to abdicate when the flames of war were about to descend. He did not speak. Miranda's words became more oppressive. The Arun family suffered a blow, and their prestige was swept to the ground. Their reputation was ruined, and they were ridiculed countless times over the past 7 years. The forces and families who were once on good terms with Cold Castle fought to keep their distance and draw a clear line between them. She said dejectedly, "The truth is our family's name has gradually faded, and the Northern Territory no longer looks up to the White Eagle at the top of Winter Summit." Thales spoke softly, but there was a faint uneasiness in his heart. "I'm very sorry." "There's no need for that," Miranda denied flatly. "Since we've done it, we should bear the consequences. This is what we deserve." Thales looked at her, but he remembered the Archdukes of Extet who fought against each other in heroic Spirit Palace in another country. "So this is why you came to me and even wanted to serve me. You want to borrow the Duke of Star Lake's power and the glory of the White Eagle?" Miranda nodded but then shook her head. "More than that." Her gaze froze. You know what else he did?" Him? For some reason, Thales understood that she was not talking about Duke Val. Miranda left the windowsill and walked slowly towards Thales. Thud. Her voice was steady, but her words were piercing. "He kept my father in prison for 7 years, even though he deserved it. He did not take his life, nor did he strip him of his title and status. At the same time he showed the king's mercy and Renaissance Palace's cruelty." Thud. He never explicitly stated that I, a female first heir, was the legitimate heir. Similarly, he did not acknowledge that the other Arun branches had the right to replace me. He allowed us to have disputes everywhere and caused dissension in the family. Thud. The swordswoman from the Arun family's footsteps seemed to have a certain rhythm. With every step she took, her imposing manner increased, and it complemented her words. "He never mentioned or approved my marriage. He even rejected the suggestions of those with ulterior motives. He made me gradually become the fruit of power in Northland. The more it was delayed, the more tempting it would be for others to pluck it." Thud. He also incited Zamunto and Freese and gave them small favors to boost their ambitions. He made these two families in the Northern Territory, who were second only to the Arun family, think that they could replace Cold Castle's position in front of Renaissance Palace. Thud. Thales felt the sin of Hell's river stirring. A strong premonition forced him to take a deep breath and cut her off. "The Northern Territory is geographically crucial, and the people there are fierce. When Renaissance Palace handles related matters, they naturally need to be cautious." "That's right," Miranda said sharply and cut him off. "The Northern Territory has a special status. There are many traditions that are different from those in the kingdom. One of them is that the suzerains of Northland do not have to follow the Elam law system of inheritance of the eldest son. They can even follow the legacy of Northland and choose the best to inherit the legacy. Or in the words of the people in the land, they are barbaric and backward." Legacy of Northland. Thales suddenly thought of Black Sand region and how Chapman Lampard obtained the Archduke's position. "But I know his plans." Miranda changed the topic and her tone was piercingly cold. "You know it too. He used the difference in inheritance laws and disputes, as well as my gender to keep me, the Arun family, and the entire Northern Territory in suspense, so that he could continue the story of Blade Edge Hill. In the name of the royal family he would carry out his laws in the Northern Territory, spread his authority, convey his will, and appoint officials who were close to the royal family. Until the rebellious Cold Castle did as he wished and became the second northern field camp of Renaissance Palace after Broken Dragon Fortress." Miranda finally stopped in front of Thales. She said airily, until the proud white eagle at the top of Winter Summit became a parrot in a pet bird cage. Thales could not help but let out a long sigh. So now I, Miranda Arund, the daughter of a duke, have become a sacrifice for the kingdom, an abandoned child of history, and an obstacle to the Northern Territory. My status is neither high nor low, my authority is undecided, and my future is dark and uncertain. Miranda snorted coldly. As expected of a father and son. Just like you, he knows how to make use of women, especially women who are vulnerable, right? Thales' gaze shifted. He resisted the urge to retort, but he could not stop his mood from sinking. So Miranda, you came here for, at that moment, Thales only felt a deep sense of sorrow. And I am just tired of it, Miranda said expressionlessly. Thales sighed. So you asked me just now if I want you to be my queen. You're looking for a way out. Miranda's expression darkened. She nodded. Yes, this is indeed the fastest and most effortless way to solve the problem. But then her gaze turned sharp. But I believe that you are not so stupid and short-sighted that you only see my value as a wife and mother. As he listened to her words, Thales remembered his brief encounter with the shackled Duke of the Northern Territory, Iron Eagle Val Arund, at the royal banquet. Please do me another favor, don't marry her. If you have no choice but to marry her, don't plant a seed in her belly. Duke Val, you foresaw this. You knew this would happen, didn't you? You know your daughter. You know that she is an Arund. She is the white eagle of the Northern Territory. Under the day before the bitter cold winter, she may temporarily retreat, but she will not remain mute for long, much less bow her head forever. So what do you want? Thales asked softly. What do I want? Miranda repeated this sentence. She slowly lowered her body and met Thales' eyes. It's very simple. I am a descendant of the white eagle Arund. What flows in my veins is the cruel blood of the first marshal under the king of Renaissance, wretched eagle Nolaner Arund. She said in a low voice, I went back and forth between Cold Castle and Broken Dragon Fortress. I fought against the Northland barbarians for a total of 9 years. All the generals, captains, soldiers, messengers, cooks, porters, and even the prostitutes in the villages outside the fortress know me. Miranda's expression became more determined. I am also the subordinate and comrade of the fortress flower. Be it fame, ability, status, experience, or familiarity with the Northern Territory, I am the best and strongest replacement and successor for the northern barrier of the kingdom. In this second, Miranda's gaze was as sharp as a knife. In the entire kingdom, no one is more deserving of the title of the Duke of the Northern Territory than me. Her voice was as cold as ice. No one is more qualified than me to rule that ancient land. Her words were as heavy as a mountain. No one can use any reason to stop me from defending or even taking back what belongs to me. Thales did not speak. At that moment, he was in a daze, as if he had returned to the small Ballard room. To defeat them, Your Majesty, you must change your strategy. You need them to jump out, stand out, and shine. Now they jumped out. Thales' heart trembled. He slowly raised his head and met Miranda's determined expression. This day has come so quickly. At this moment, the Gertaxa was in his front pocket, as light as a feather. And I will give you unexpected great help you see through them, disintegrate them, and finally destroy them. That night, when he reached an agreement with King Kessel, Thales knew the price of doing so. Or rather, he thought he knew. He thought, now what do you think? As he pondered, the daughter of the Arund family stared at him. Polaris. Chapter 648. Thales was silent for a long time. A myriad of thoughts ran through his mind. Some of them were memories of his adventures with Miranda in Dragon Cloud City, and some were related to the Covenant Bone Ring. In the end, he sighed and turned away from Miranda's burning gaze. He stepped over the chair that had died of old age and sat on the desk. If Grandmother Valencia was here, she would probably reprimand the Duke for his indecent behavior with a straight face. But she was not here. Fortunately, she was not here. So, Madame Arund, you came to me for title, land, and power. Thales sat on the desk and stroked the scar on his left palm in a daze. Miranda did not move. She only watched the Duke of Star Lake from afar, who was immersed in his own thoughts. I have to say, this is really, wow, impressive. Thales made up his mind. He took a deep breath, but unfortunately, forgive me for refusing. Strange, Miranda interrupted him. Thales frowned and looked up. The daughter of the Arund family spoke softly. Isn't it only natural for the heir of a duke's family to work hard for the sake of titles, land, and power? Thales could not help but frown and look up. Miranda shook her head and said, "Then why did you say it was impressive, when it came to me? As if this is something rare, something worth writing about?" Thales was stunned and did not react. "What? No, I didn't think that way." Miranda sneered. "If I were a male heir, would you still say, as the son of a duke, you actually want title, land, and power? Wow, that's really impressive." Thales was even more stunned. But Miranda took a step forward and said aggressively, "Why? Is it that I or someone like me is not worthy, not suitable, or unable, or is it that I don't have the ambition to fight for power, and shouldn't be so impressive, Duke Thales?" "What?" Thales, who was a little dumbfounded by her rebuke, took a deep breath. "Please don't misunderstand, Madame Arund. I mean no harm." The young man tried to ease the conversation. "I don't mean to look down on you. It's just a polite remark." This time, Miranda stared at him for a long time, as if she wanted to dig out the thoughts behind his eyes. It was only when Thales felt embarrassed and could not help but cough to remind her that she averted her gaze. "I know." Miranda's voice dropped, no longer aggressive. "I know you mean no harm, Your Highness." Through the feedback from Hell's senses, Thales vaguely felt that at that moment, she was a little gloomy and depressed. "At most you'll feel nothing. You'll just be used to it. You won't feel anything strange. You'll only think that it's a normal sentence. You'll even think that I'm being too sensitive." Miranda gazed at the Star Lake, which had become languid and numb from the warm summer breeze, and the waves that were unable to calm down. But this is the problem. The cold light in her eyes slowly froze. "This is why I had to come here." The moment he finished speaking, Thales looked confused. But for some reason, when he looked at Miranda's profile, he felt that the study was eerily quiet. "Madame Arund, I really didn't." Thales wanted to explain more, but he paused and changed his words. "I'm very sorry, madam. If I said something wrong or expressed the wrong attitude in a way that I didn't realize, then I apologize to you." "Really?" Miranda was silent like a statue for a long time before she slowly turned her head around. She curled the corners of her lips at Thales and smiled faintly. That smile was very natural and bright. Even the sunlight behind her could not cover it. This made Thales a little dazed. "She's beautiful, isn't she?" A voice in his heart reminded him softly. "That smile is like the first sprout on the peak of a snow-capped mountain when the snow melts in early spring." But such a feeling disappeared in a flash. Just like that smile, fragile and fragile. "To be fair, you shouldn't be the one to apologize." The swordswoman became expressionless again, as if she had never smiled before. This brought Thales back to reality. "But it's also fair to say that I accept your apology." Thales was stunned again. The Duke snapped out of his daze. He quickly coughed and changed the topic. "So, madam, do you want to join me and tour the South with me? Let everyone see that you've chosen your side and stand under the Duke of Star Lake, the future king, so that you can accumulate experience and fame to invest in your future?" Miranda thought for a while and crossed her arms. "No, not to join you." She raised her index finger gently and pointed at Thales. "But to help you." Thales frowned. "As your supporter." Miranda's eyes sparkled. "Not as a follower. Not as a follower but as a help. Not as a follower but as a supporter." As he mulled over her words, Thales also crossed his arms with a serious expression. A few seconds later he took a deep breath. "Dear Madame Arund." Thales' voice was a little hoarse. "You know, after Dragon Cloud City, although I haven't contacted you much, it's not that you haven't contacted me much, it's that you haven't contacted me at all," Miranda suddenly said. Thales was instantly rendered speechless. Miranda sneered. "In comparison, I have at least met Waya a few times over the past 7 years. Yes, that Waya. Although I don't know how many Wayas there are here, or if everyone is a Waya. If only Mother Valencia was here. Pay attention to your etiquette, child. When the Duke speaks, shut up." She would definitely say that. She waved the pointer in her hand. "All right." Thales suppressed his displeasure at being interrupted and continued. "This may sound hypocritical, but madam, I cherish the experience of that night in Dragon's Blood very much. I have always treated you as an old friend, a comrade who has gone through thick and thin with me." Miranda nodded slightly. "It is indeed hypocritical." Thales sighed. He thought that this girl should have a good chat with Mallows. "So I don't want to lie. What you said just now, madam, is not a good idea for now." Miranda's gaze changed. "What's not a good idea?" She chuckled and said, "Marry you? Or join you? Or fight for what I deserve? Neither." Thales suddenly raised his voice, causing Miranda to frown. "You said you want to go south with me, but—" The Duke exhaled, pinched the bone ring in his pocket and sighed. "You don't understand. You think that I have your answer here, that you can win back the Northern Territory here, that I can help you get back what your family lost, but you—" Thales' words died in his throat. "But you are wrong." In his heart, a voice slowly uttered what he wanted to say but did not say. "You will only fall into a sinister trap carefully laid out by the king and personally created by me. You will become a self-righteous but helpless chess piece, falling deeper and deeper until you become the next sacrifice. Just like your father. Just like me." Thales closed his eyes. "With Gertaxa as my witness, you will help me push the kingdom forward? Remove the obstacles, break the shackles at all costs." He could not refuse the king. But he did not want to hurt her. They were once friends. Even if this was just a lie to himself. "Your Highness?" Miranda asked, puzzled. "What do you want to say?" Thales snapped out of his daze. "Sorry." He opened his eyes and his thoughts became clear again. "In fact, my lady, I met your father not long ago." As expected, Miranda's expression changed slightly at that moment. Thales tried his best to make his voice sound more sincere. "Lord Val asked me for a favor. He did not wish for you to be too involved in the matters between me and the royal family." Miranda was silent for a long time. But when she spoke again, her words were full of disdain. "My father, right? So you obediently listened to him, did whatever he said, and became a puppet outside prison for a traitorous prisoner, an obedient pawn?" She looked at Thales provocatively as if she had seen through everything. "He forbade you to F*ck me, so you don't dare to F*ck me? You can only lock your own chastity belt, and you don't even dare to go to the toilet?" F*ck Thales' heart froze. How was he supposed to respond to that? Didn't she teach you anything good after being under the fortress flower for so long? In comparison, Raphael and Cohen, who are both from the Tower of Eradication, are so much cuter. The Duke had no choice but to take a deep breath and reorganize the logic of persuasion. "What I mean is, you, Miranda Arund, are the eldest daughter of the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, the heir to Cold Castle. You have an extraordinary status and are of great importance. You will implicate all parties. On the night of Dragon's Blood 7 years ago, we carelessly neglected this point, and learned our lesson in blood." Miranda frowned. "So, whether you can serve under me or not is not something that Sonia and I can decide. And my father, His Majesty, he is a complete bastard," Miranda interrupted him again. "But this time, huh?" Thales was stunned when he heard that, and then he was shocked. "What? Who's the bastard?" Miranda sneered, and her words were unscrupulous. "Isn't that so? As a father, he used you as a bargaining chip to swindle others, a breeding pig for mating. For this reason he could disregard your wishes and ignore your safety. He could pick up your little dick and show it off to the whole kingdom, as long as it could bring him the slightest benefit, whether it was 7 years ago or 7 years later." She picked up the greeting letter and slammed it on the table. "Oh, sunset." Thales took a deep breath. "If Mother Valencia is here." "No, thank goodness she's not." Thales could only keep a straight face and say nothing, regardless of his status or position. And no matter how badly you get beaten up, you can only say good things about him. "A father's love is like a mountain, there will be sweets after the beating," Miranda mocked. Thales took a deep breath. Damn it. He thought that he was the most daring person in the kingdom to scold the Iron Hand King. "In the end, for the sake of the past, I'll pretend that I didn't hear this." Thales spoke in a low voice without looking at her. "And you, Madame Arund, perhaps you should know your place, and show due respect to His Majesty." Miranda shook her head and snorted. She glanced sideways at Thales as if she was looking at the most impossible thing. "What about you as the king's son, Thales Jadestar? Why didn't you know your place, and show due respect?" Thales was stunned. "On the contrary, you were unscrupulous, impulsive, reckless, trespassing the Forbidden Palace, leading the rebellion, threatening the king with death and forcing him to compromise. What? Just for the so-called justice of a mere Western Desert squire?" At that moment, Thales raised his head abruptly. But Miranda did not dodge. She stared back at Thales as if she was the one in charge of the conversation. "Leading the rebellion, threatening the king with death, Western Desert squire? All right, maybe the news from that day can't be suppressed, but the details?" "Madame Arund," the Duke said with a frown and a warning tone, "rumors are not to be trusted." The sound of the guards changing shifts came from outside the window. "Your Highness," Miranda's eyes were as sharp as knives and she said tit for tat, "It's not enough to deceive yourself." At that moment the air in the study seemed to have frozen. One of them was sitting and the other was standing. One of them had a gloomy expression, and her attitude was cold, while the other's gaze was sharp and she pressed forward. But just when the situation was extremely tense, Thale's gaze shifted. Cohen Caribbean. He stared at Miranda. "Did that guy tell you these things?" Hearing this name, Miranda hesitated for a moment, then she snorted and shook her head. "Don't worry, Cohen fulfilled his promise and kept his mouth shut. He denied everything that he should deny." Thales was stunned at first, then he understood and sighed. In other words, his denial is equivalent to admitting to everything that he should not have admitted to? Yes, something along the lines of, "I didn't lend my sword to the prince, nor did I follow him into Renaissance Palace, and I'm not stupid enough to rebel, let alone see some brat threaten his father with suicide, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the previous royal banquet. So, Miranda, do you understand?" As for the rest, with Miranda's brain, it was not a problem to deduce the truth. Miranda was silent for a while as if she wanted to defend her friend, but in the end she understood that it was useless. She could only sigh. "We all know him." Thales could only sigh softly. "The next time we meet, I want to beat him up," the Duke said helplessly. "Then you have to queue up," Miranda pursed her lips. When she said this, Thales and Miranda could not help but look at each other and smile. It seemed that this was one of the few areas where they could find common ground. But this also made Thales sigh in his heart. His desperate gamble in Renaissance Palace had a far greater impact than he imagined. "No, if that's the case, I can't bring Miranda along when I'm in danger together?" Thales raised his head and became serious. "You chose to join my team and pledge your loyalty to me, or as you said, to help me and support me. But do you know the price of doing so?" Miranda chuckled softly. "Of course." The daughter of the Arun family spread her hands and looked around. "It's the same treatment you received after you were exiled by the king." Thales closed his eyes gently. "No, you don't know, girl. You're far from it. Whether you succeed or fail, if you're not careful and make the slightest mistake, you may be overturned by the warhorse and abandoned by the carriage. Not only will you never be able to be crowned, you will also be surrounded by enemies everywhere you look. Even your life will be in danger." Thales tried hard to shake off King Kessel's words and tried again. "I understand your current predicament and indignation, and I'm honored that you chose me as your answer. But please believe me, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that, you have a better way out than Star Lake Castle." But Miranda shook her head. "I used to think that Broken Dragon Fortress was the way out. My best role model is there, isn't it? As long as I stay by Officer Sonia's side, learn her military strategy, inherit her reputation, shoulder her responsibilities, prove to the kingdom that I have the ability to wield the sword, prove that I am indispensable to ruling the Northern Territory, I can, but I was wrong." Miranda lowered her head and looked at the letter stamped with the 9-pointed star seal. She smiled sarcastically. "Officer Sonia can teach me everything on the battlefield, but there are always some things that she can't teach me." She raised her head again and stared at the silent Thales. "There are more things that I can't get on that battlefield." Thales looked at her with a complicated gaze. He could sense her determination at that moment. But the more determined she was, the more he felt that, those who are deceived by you and support you will gather into a rolling wave. They will use their reputation, stance, camp, interests, connections, situation, and everything else to force you to move forward. You will not be allowed to defend yourself, you will not be able to control them, and you will not be allowed to go back on your word. The two of them sank into a long silence. Then, Thales took a deep breath and broke the silence. "I met Raphael in the Secret Intelligence Department not long ago." Miranda trembled a little. Although he doesn't admit it, he cares about you a lot. Can't even take a joke." When he thought of this, Thales could not help but smile. But this smile was very pale. It was just like Miranda's expression. "Don't be like this, Your Highness," the swordswoman said slowly, but there was a hint of danger in her words. "First it was my father, then it was that man. With our status, we should not play this kind of amateurish and sensational game." But Thales ignored her. "If Raphael were to see you right now, to see you bargaining with me, saying all sorts of things, as a member of the Secret Intelligence Department and a tool loyal to Renaissance Palace, what would he think? Most importantly, what would he do when he finds out?" Thales stared straight at her. Miranda also stared at him quietly. Her gaze was frozen and she sank into deep thought. But when she spoke again, she became the calm, indifferent, and aloof swordswoman. Thales Jadestar. I realize that you are not as cute as you were when you were young. Miranda stared at him coldly. So impulsive, so risky, so silly, so simple and direct. Thales frowned. He had a feeling that his persuasion had failed again. All right. At least I was cute. But there is one thing about you that has not changed, just like the others. In the next moment, Miranda's gaze turned cold. When will you see me as an independent and complete person? Thales, who was sighing, was stunned when he heard this. And not as someone's daughter, someone's friend, someone's lover, someone's wife, or someone's future mother? Thales stared at her blankly. A complete person. If you can't even do this, Your Highness, why don't you just keep the most utilitarian and callous part of you? Miranda snorted coldly. See me only as a tool, a sword, and a chess piece. When he heard this, Thales trembled slightly. These words are so familiar. Let me do it, Your Majesty. Let me be your enemy, your spy, your chess piece, your bargaining chip, your sword. Utilitarian. Callous. At least that will make both of us feel better, Miranda finished her words coldly. Instead of putting on a hypocritical show of, I see you as a friend, and for your own good. For your own good. Thales clenched his teeth. She was very determined. The voice in his heart rose. She won't give up. In other words, she asked for it and it has nothing to do with anyone else, right? Thales subconsciously clenched his fists, his fingertips touching the scar on his palm. And you have to do this. Like she said, keep the most utilitarian and callous part. The voice in his heart reminded him, compared to your pitiful friendship with her, think about King Kessel, think about the covenant you made with him. Think about the path you want to take, think about what kind of chaotic future constellation will usher in if you don't intervene and let the Iron Hand King do whatever he wants. Conflict, contradiction, war. How much will it cost, how much blood, how many families will be destroyed? And she's right. She will become a good sword, a good chess piece. In the next second, Thales suddenly opened his eyes. Very good. The look in his eyes was cold and dark. The sin of hell's river flowed faster in his veins. Miranda Arund, if you have thought through everything and are determined to serve me loyally, of course, I will welcome you with open arms. Hearing that, Miranda slowly raised her head. Her gaze was as sharp as a sword. Thales' tone changed as if winter had suddenly arrived. But you have to know, you are not the first person to come to me. The Duke of Star Lake's visitor list for the past few months is so thick that it can be used as toilet paper. With me you can lock onto your enemy, the flag of the anti-king flies high, and anyone who gathers under it will fall into the trap and be caught in one fell swoop. Thales' expression was cold and his words were callous. If I take you in, accept you, allow you to join the Duke of Star Lake's team, allow you to share the halo and glory of the prince's vassal. The Duke narrowed his eyes and sized up the swordswoman in front of him. Then what benefits can I get? I will give you unexpected help you see through them, disintegrate them, and finally destroy them. Thales forced himself to laugh coldly and said in an unfamiliar tone, as you said, apart from the value of being a wife and mother or what you asked for, a more utilitarian one is to satisfy lust and reproduce, and a more callous one is to be a body and womb. The prince's words were frivolous and presumptuous. Miranda subconsciously clenched her fists. Thales bent down on the study table and rested his elbows on his knees. He felt the coldness that made him extremely uncomfortable, and the corners of his lips curled up. What else can you give me? A dark cloud floated across the sky and blocked the sun. The ripples on the Star Lake dimmed, leaving behind only a deep darkness. Miranda's expression became solemn. So this is a deal? Thales crooked his finger. I took your suggestion and only kept the most utilitarian part. With a heart full of discomfort, he brazenly sized up Miranda. Does this make you feel better, my dear Mira? Mira. Miranda tensed up. This is clearly a nickname that is intimate, but it sounds... Even Cohen does not dare to call me that, she said coldly. Thales snorted, and his gaze immediately turned cold. So, I am not Cohen but your master. If you want to stay, you better get used to it as soon as possible, Lady Mira. Miranda stared at Thales and furrowed her brows tightly. She was silent for a long time. And Thales was also happy with the peace and quiet. He did not rush her. A few seconds later, Miranda unclenched her fists and smiled unexpectedly. Very good, I like deals. The swordswoman licked her chapped lips as if she was licking the blood of her prey. It makes everything direct, simple, naked, and bloody. Thales was stunned at first, but then he smiled as well. You know, I was thinking that if Raphael knew about our conversation right now, Thales shook his head and said sarcastically, he would definitely kill me. Then he or anyone else would have to step over my longsword first. Miranda said coldly. Or a corpse. The two people in the study looked at each other as if they were swords clashing. This is the first benefit that my loyalty has brought you, Your Excellency. Thales looked at her expression and was silent for a moment. Yes, your martial arts skills are not bad. The Duke saw her raise her eyebrows and could not help but change his words. In fact, they are quite good. But he immediately sneered in disdain. But do not forget, the Star Lake Guards are elites carefully selected from the Royal Guards. Most of them have the title of Royal Knights and they are all heroes. Thales spoke as usual. His face was not red and he was not out of breath. I do not lack elites under my command. There are people in Star Lake Castle who are on par with you, or even better than you. Somewhere in the castle, a guard captain sneezed violently. This damn cat fur. Miranda did not answer, but her expression was solemn. Thales straightened his back and sneered. And they can go through fire and water for me without hesitation. Even if they want to rebel, they will not even bat an eyelid. Miranda swallowed hard. Thales stared at his opponent, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. My dear Mira, if you want to participate in the game, you have to pay more. More. Chapter 649. Miranda was silent for a long time, but her gaze never left the Duke of Star Lake, as though she was still getting used to Thales's behavior. You said that you have no lack of elites under your command, and that you're even better than me? A few seconds later Miranda said disdainfully, but as far as I know, that duel of 2 against 1, those were the weakest 2 in the Star Lake Guards. Thales interrupted her firmly to prevent her from digging up his past. At the same time he felt sorry for Ness and Bastia. Others aside, my personal guard captain, Lord Tormund Mallows, also known as the Sharp Blade of Terror, can suppress both of them with one hand. Achoo, there's more and more cat hair. Only an idiot would come up with this idea of raising a cat and limiting a mouse. Mallows, who was inspecting the supplies, said unhappily. In the study, Thales sneezed softly and rubbed his nose. Terror Sharp Blade? Miranda repeated the word, a puzzled look on her face. Thales' expression was solemn. That is Lord Mallows' nickname. All the Northlanders know all the Constellations. What I mean is all the enemies who have suffered losses in his hands, whether it is the Extensions or the Constellations, call him that behind his back. Miranda furrowed her brows. Thales sneered. A hint, don't mention it to his face. Mallows doesn't like this nickname, he'd rather die than admit it. Miranda thought about something, her expression gradually turning solemn. The Mallows family was once part of the 7 Jade Star attendants nicknamed Razor. I know that. But Sharp Blade of Terror? In that case, Lord Mallows is skilled in swords and sabers? Or short-range daggers? Thales had to cough more frequently. Well, why don't you spar with him some other day? But let me warn you in advance, as my most trusted guard captain, Lord Mallows' martial arts skills are unfathomable. Even the most powerful and terrifying powerhouse in the world would only have a 50-50 chance of winning if they were to go against him. Why do I feel like you're exaggerating? No, I'm just emphasizing that the martial arts skills you're so proud of are not rare here. Hearing this, Miranda was silent for a while, but she quickly continued. Not just martial arts. Considering the discord between you and Duke Zayn, Your Highness, no matter what your purpose in going to Jade City is, you will definitely be hindered in all aspects. It will not be as smooth as going to the capital or Dragon Cloud City. Thales remained silent. Actually, things did not go very smoothly in the capital and Dragon Cloud City either. But she was right. His goal in going to Jadeite City was not only dangerous, but it was also very tricky. He needed more capable people. And we worked together in Dragon Cloud City. You know what I'm capable of other than using a sword. Miranda's gaze became shrewd. There are some difficult problems that can be solved by me. It will be more reliable and effective than handing them to Wyatt, Mute, the boy from the Doyle family, or that big man with a zombie face. Wyatt and Ralph. Doyle and Glover. Thales recalled the encounter at Red Street Market and Laurel Club that day. He could not help but frown. Accept me and you will receive my identity and surname. Miranda saw a slight change in Thale's expression, and she continued to increase the stakes. Your Highness, although you are the heir to the supreme throne, ever since the royal banquet and the prince's accident of breaking into the palace, you have affected the interests of many people. You are in a whirlpool and you will be blamed at every turn. You have also drifted further and further away from Renaissance Palace. So far there has not been a suzerain who has enough power to stand out and declare their allegiance to you, to support you, and to endorse the rights you deserve. Thales thought about it. Perhaps you do not know, but my sword is the ancient sword passed down in the family of the Duke of Western Desert. Cohen's cousin, Count Derek Chroma of Wing Fort, escorted me all the way back to the capital. And the legal heir to the Count of Brave Souls Fort, Paul Bosdorf of the Black Lion family, is outside right now, on guard duty for me. The Duke of Star Lake shrugged nonchalantly. And their family even gave me an extra-large 9-pointed star flag. The workmanship is exquisite, and the materials are great. When it flutters, it shines with silver light. It is very awe-inspiring. I like it very much. Miranda thought for a while and quickly found the corresponding memory. Paul Bosdorf? You mean the guy who was beaten up with a broom on his first day in the capital? It's not as serious as a pig's head. It's just a scratch. Wait, how did you know? Miranda sneered. But unfortunately Paul's father, Count Louis, is still in his prime. He is not in prison, nor has he lost all of his authority. He cannot leave behind a huge power vacuum so that his heir can become the hottest future count who is closest to the throne. That's easy. I'll just kill his father later. Thale's expression did not change, and his heart did not beat so violently. Miranda ignored his terrible sense of humor and said in a serious tone, As for a sword and an escort, only a fool would think that this is an unbreakable and sincere alliance. Thales pursed his lips. Miranda's gaze turned sharp. But unlike other families, Arund is in a special situation. The Duke of the Northern Territory is in prison and has no hope of returning. The throne is empty, and my status as his only daughter and first heir is especially crucial. She took a step forward. Having me in your camp is equivalent to having the entire Northern Territory in the future and the Arund family, the head of the 6 great clans. This is an unprecedentedly obvious signal, and it is also an important bargaining chip for you to gather your people and power again after you were exiled by the king out of jealousy. Make a comeback? You make it sound like I've ever made a comeback. Thales fell into deep thought. Based on this alone, my value to you is greater than everyone in this castle. And I have yet to mention the reputation and experience I have accumulated in Broken Dragon Fortress over the years. Thales was silent for a while. I admit that what you said is not without reason. The Duke of Star Lake curled his lips and shook his head. But there are quite a few flaws. For example, you may not be able to inherit your father's position. Miranda's expression tensed. Thales smiled. A long time ago there was a little lowly, the old witch was the same. We agreed that she would help me ascend to the throne, and I would help her regain her power. Thales said with a nostalgic expression. But the cooperation broke down, she betrayed me. Miranda's gaze shifted. For many years, I resented her for breaking her promise, but it was only after I discussed it with old Wu, with my teacher, that I understood that the cooperation was destined to fail. Miranda sensed the coldness in Thales' words and she could not help but shudder. Thales sneered and placed his hands on the desk. You see, I have to ascend to the throne first before I have the strength to help her regain her power, but she has to regain her power first before she has the strength to help me ascend to the throne. The prince's gaze turned cold. With this, aren't we just 2 empty promises that act as guarantees for each other? It all depends on which side can't hold themselves back first, and whose credibility goes bankrupt first. Miranda tensed up. At that moment, the prince's gaze seemed to be sharp, and it made the Pegasus music in her body start to circulate. Martial arts, brains, and your so-called illusory status, I do not lack any of them. Thales exhaled and narrowed his eyes. If you want to convince me to accept you, you need to have a greater bargaining chip. Miranda did not say anything. The back-and-forth negotiations made her frown. And if you don't, then give up. Give up. Thales stared at her, but he clenched his fists tightly on the desk. Miranda, please. Star Lake Castle does not keep idle people, or are you willing to offer yourself as my pillow and warm my bed? Thales' tone was frivolous and exaggerated, full of sarcasm and disdain. Miranda did not say a word, but she clenched her fists tightly. Please stay away from me. Thales looked at her quietly, and there was still a cold smile on his face. Stay away from Star Lake Castle. Stay away from this quagmire, this whirlpool, and this trap. At least, I can avoid the eye of the storm in the future and protect myself. I can avoid becoming a victim of the Alliance. Please. Dark clouds covered the sky and the study room was very dark. Under Thal's urging and interrogating gaze, the swordswoman's gaze moved slightly, and she seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, she raised her head, and there seemed to be a resolute look on her face. Northern Territory. Miranda said firmly, if you help me return to Cold Castle in a justifiable manner and ascend to the position of Duke, Brat, I promise that I will bring you Northern Territory. Northern Territory? Thales did not have the time to fuss over the way the man addressed him. He was first stunned, then he laughed involuntarily. What are you talking about? The northern region is the kingdom's territory. But Miranda shook her head firmly. You don't understand. The Arun family's hawk had a sharp gaze. I promise I will bring you a different northern region, not geographically, not traditionally, not now, and not in the past. It's the future that your father has been dreaming of for many years, the northern territory of the kingdom. Thale's gaze shifted. He subconsciously withdrew his arm and straightened his body. What? Miranda took a step forward and said firmly, I promise that it will no longer be a special case in the north that is outside of the kingdom's system. From inheritance to jurisprudence, from land to population, from culture to system, from finance to management, from agriculture to defense, from conscription to tariff, from personnel to logistics, from pine forest to desolate land, from bitter cold temple to Neverwinter Palace, from birch forest to broken dragon fortress, Renaissance Palace will rule over the northern region like an extension of its arm, just like how it ruled over the Central Territory. It was as easy as moving an arm, never going back on his word. Thale's gaze changed completely. The prince looked at Miranda in disbelief. My lady, what are you talking about? Miranda snorted coldly and did not hesitate. That's right. There will be no outdated traditions, no annoying customs, no old-fashioned families, no annoying suzerains, and no awkward compromises. The Northern Territory, the kingdom's best source of soldiers and bridgehead, will be completely and utterly integrated into Constellation's system and governance, just as your father had hoped. Miranda gritted her teeth. There will be no echoes under the royal authority. Completely and utterly, completely integrated, Thales could no longer sit still. He jumped off the desk and did not even bother to maintain his previous cold and utilitarian demeanor. Let me clarify. You said that after you become a duke you will not only give up the Northern Territory, but also the power in your hands. Thales gulped with difficulty and asked, even if it means that the Northern Territory will no longer be the territory it used to be, the suzerains will no longer have their former rule, and the dukes will no longer have their former status? How can it be? Miranda looked at him silently. A few seconds later she curled up the corners of her lips and revealed a confident but cold smile. She tilted her head upwards as if she was provoking him. Yes, Brat. Why? Thales' expression was still shocked. I don't understand. Why do you said it yourself. It's better to have no empty promises. Miranda exhaled and chuckled. As long as I am not the Duke of the Northern Territory, or more accurately, a Duchess, then the power that this title represents, regardless of whether it is big or small, near or far, is meaningless to me. Miranda's smile turned cold. If that is the case, I can only offer a greater bargaining chip. For example, the future tax revenue that the virtuous king promised when he borrowed money, or the recently popular term from Kemu Union. Options. The swordswoman from the Arun family raised her head. Her aura was imposing. What do you say, Your Highness? Be it Fakenhaz, Chroma, or Bosdorf, will they be willing to give you such a bargaining chip? The future? Thales blinked furiously. If what you said is true, if you really want to be in the future. Thales was in disbelief. That will be an unprecedented loss for you, no, for the Arun family, to your vassals, to the historical legal system, to the dignity of the Northern Territory, and even to yourself. Betrayal? Miranda dug her ears. She did not care. Why, is it as serious as my father's treason? Thales was instantly speechless. But at that moment he remembered what he had said in front of the king. If people know that I am the king's spy, I will be regarded as a traitor to the noble camp by thousands of vassals. I will be condemned by all and despised by all. Thales stared at Miranda in a daze. It was as if he was looking at another version of himself. But Why can she be so carefree, so unruly, so nonchalant? This is obviously, but he immediately thought of something and his expression darkened. No, this is still an empty promise. It is something that you can only do after you become a duke. He forced himself to shake his head and refuse. It is based on your empty promises, but no one else dares to give it even if it is just verbal promises. Miranda interrupted him in an unquestionable manner. And this is not something that I can only achieve after I become a duke. In fact, your father has already begun to do it. Thales stared at her and realized that he could not understand the thoughts of the person before him. So, do you dare to accept it? Miranda's eyes were like two long swords that pinned him to the point that he could not move. Or should I say, Thales Jadestar, are you qualified to accept it? Thales' breathing quickened. He had to use the sin of Hell's river to help him calm down. As the power of eradication surged, Hell's senses allowed him to detect the power in her body more clearly. The Pegasus music flowed endlessly and it was flawless. But why? I don't understand, Thales said subconsciously. After I returned to the country, many people from Falkenhaus to Bosdorf came to my vassals and expressed their goodwill to me. But I know that they came because they did not want to give up their former lifestyle, did not want to let go of the power they were used to, and did not want to bow down to my father's iron fist. But you, I am not them. Miranda answered his question softly. Arun's soaring eagle was once a priceless ancient sword of the Empire, but it was broken many times and recast a few times. It no longer has its former glory and even lost its old name. She looked at her saber. Just as history moves forward and times develop, there will always be people who will grow old. Thales stared at the long sword that had experienced dragon's blood with him 7 years ago. The swordswoman stood in front of him. She was as cold as ever but also extremely hot. But there will always be people who are young. Just like soaring eagle after it was recast, the newer the shape, the sharper the blade. There was a moment of silence between the two of them. Thales exhaled and tried to organize his thoughts. But I still can't believe that Madame Arund, are you really so noble and unquestionable integrity? You've paid such a huge price and you really don't want anything just for that empty title? For that suzerain who has no real power and is no different from a rich man, the guardian duke of the Northern Territory? It's the Duchess, Miranda corrected him. Thales sighed and nodded in agreement. The Duchess. He continued asking. But if you succeed you will become a Duchess in name only. Even when you cultivate and collect taxes on your own land, you have to submit to me. What's the point of that? She's a member of the Arund family, isn't she? They are the descendants of mournful eagle Nolaner, the oldest and most conservative family in Constellation. The voice in Thales' heart was also asking, so, how is it possible? How can she give up the power that has been passed down since the age of the Empire, the power that her ancestors were born with? How can she surpass the greatest limitation and weakness of all the kings and vassals in this era? Unless. Miranda was silent for a long time before she suddenly smiled. She walked slowly to the window and looked at the vast lake of stars under the dark clouds. Tell me, Your Highness, have you ever felt this way? From that moment on, everything in your life seems to have stopped. Thales trembled slightly. The swordswoman said faintly, everything you see and feel has been set. Everything you do is fate. No matter what you do, no matter how hard you work, you can't break through the limitations in front of you. You can't bring anything new and you can't see a new way out. Miranda looked out of the window, lost in thought, at the cloudy sky and the dark, bottomless lake of stars. As for the seemingly good life, you can actually see the end of it at a glance. All that's left is to repeat yourself day after day, waiting for the final end. Can't bring anything new and I can't see a new way out. Thales did not speak. At that moment, he seemed to have returned to Dragon Cloud City, and in front of him were the heads of the poisoned Alex and King Nuvan. But he also seemed to have returned to the royal banquet, watching Doyle's gloomy face as he prepared to sacrifice himself, or the kingdom's secret intelligence department, watching the people walking back and forth in the interrogation room, watching the light in Anchor Biral's eyes gradually disappear. As for sitting on that uncomfortable throne, scheming day and night, trying to figure out people's hearts, and forcing yourself to become the coldest and most pathetic tool? That's not power, Thales. It's the chain of power. Quick Rope's words made Thales subconsciously clench his nails. 7 years ago, when my father was imprisoned as a traitor, I was utterly disheartened. I could only use countless military affairs and work, including the impending war, to numb myself and escape from the outside world. In the end, the war didn't break out, so I risked everything and rushed to Dragon Cloud City. That's how everything that happened after that happened. Miranda snorted softly. But from then on, my kind-looking cousins from the same clan began to cause trouble. Gossiping, spreading rumors, being cynical, and even using my blood surname, they began to directly intervene in Cold Castle's affairs. Between the lines, they pointed directly at the title of Duke and my right of inheritance. Ridiculous, Arund is known for being united. They didn't dare to do this when my father was around, and if I were a son, they might not have dared to be so presumptuous. Thales frowned and could not help but say, as far as I know, after Erika the Conqueror of the North, Constellation already had a queen. The inheritance law is no longer restricted by gender. They can't. Yes, compared to the barbaric Extet where you spent a lot of effort to raise an archduchess, Constellation is already civilized and advanced enough to take care of people like me, isn't it? Miranda interrupted him with a sarcastic tone. Thales did not speak, but the swordswoman snorted coldly and shook her head. But gender is always before the order of teeth. Even if it's the eldest sister and the youngest brother, the inheritance is passed down to the son first, then the daughter. Hence, only the daughter has the right to inherit the father's title, and she still has to face competition from her cousins and future husbands. Of course, you don't have to care about these things because you have a son, so it's none of your business. Miranda said indignantly, you only need to know that Constellation is very civilized and advanced when it comes to the right of inheritance. If anyone questions this, you can boldly and confidently say, then why don't you go to Extet? Thales wanted to say something, but in the end, he shut his mouth. Miranda snorted coldly and shook her head. So, naturally, you won't care that in the Northern Territory, which is completely different from the main inheritance law of Constellation, there hasn't been an Arund Duchess in the past 700 years. Thales' expression changed. Really? Miranda stared out the window in a daze and nodded. The closest one was more than 100 years ago, mathematician Roshana Arund. As the eldest and only daughter of the Duke, she almost became the first Duchess of the Northern Territory. The swordswoman said faintly, until her stepmother gave birth to a young son and pushed Roshana out of the line of succession. Thales furrowed his brows. Roshana Arund. He searched for this name in his memory. He seemed to have heard it mentioned in Gilbert's class, but I was my father's second child. I originally had an older brother, but he died young before he could learn how to walk. And my mother, when she passed away during the Bloody Year, Miranda's gaze was misty. She was already pregnant. Thales was shocked when he heard this. The Bloody Year. After that disaster, even the way my father looked at me was different. It was as if he was always asking why did my mother play hide and seek with you at that time? Why were you the one who escaped from the carriage? Why wasn't it your mother and your unborn brother? Why didn't you disappear with them into the snow and the countless refugees? Thales clenched his fists, but he could not say a word. Miranda shook her head absent-mindedly. Sometimes, I also think that if my mother did not have an accident, if the child in her womb was born safely, if it was a boy and he was my brother, then today Miranda's words came to a halt. She raised her head and her gaze was firm. No, then I wouldn't be where I am today. Probably not. She glanced at the letter beside Thales' hand and pursed her lips. Even if she did, she would probably be sitting happily in Cold Castle with your greeting letter and portrait pressed against her chest. She would be immersed in it while thinking about what kind of dress she would wear for the artist's portrait. Then she would reply to your letter while trembling. Thales listened to her quietly and looked at the ridiculous letter that stated that he did not know whether to laugh or cry, but he found that he could not laugh no matter how hard he tried. When I realized that I was able to stand here because enough people died during the Bloody Year, and because I was purely lucky, I felt as if a cage had descended from the sky and enveloped me, blocking my upper limit and isolating me from the outside world. And no matter where I went, I could only see the walls of the cage and the world beyond the walls that I could never touch. Miranda subconsciously gritted her teeth. I was able to stand here because enough people died during the Bloody Year, and because I was purely lucky. Thales listened to these words quietly, but his thoughts seemed to have traveled through time to see the Jade Star family tomb in Renaissance Palace, and the stone jars and jars. The room became quiet. After a long period of silence, Thales continued her sentence. There was also a deep sense of disappointment in his words. And no matter how you overcome the obstacles, you are trapped in it, unable to free yourself? Miranda turned her head and glanced at him. She seemed a little surprised. But she nodded slowly. Teacher Chartier from the Tower of Eradication said that this is probably the feeling of the heart of the sword, reaching a bottleneck, and being unable to move forward. It's not that the world has stopped or that life has become worse. In fact, the world has always been like this and so has life. It's that your experiences have changed, your realm has increased, your horizons have been broadened, and you have seen more, broader, higher, and more complicated things. Miranda's gaze was absent-minded. It's just that some people encounter it early and some people encounter it late. Some people are very lucky but also very unlucky. They never encounter it, or when they encounter it they choose to turn a blind eye to it. Thales sighed. The heart of the sword. I heard Cohen say something similar. The Tower of Eradication's theory? Speaking of their mutual friend, Miranda chuckled and shook her head. So I want to see, I want to try, I want to take a step forward and see if the world is really as she said. Thales was puzzled. Who? Miranda smiled but did not answer. But she turned around and faced her back against the shadows outside the window. I'm not Cohen, who can only hug a torch tightly in the wind and snow, shivering and sniveling, while muddle-headedly repeating everything he doesn't know is meaningful. I'm also not Raphael, who deliberately ignores the doubts in his heart, who convinces himself and brainwashes himself, who believes in the, when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility, they will first CKU, and who sees suffering and asceticism as a way out. Thales frowned when he heard that. In the face of the day before the bitter cold winter, I'm not stupid enough to face the wind and snow head-on, but I'm also unwilling to become a slave of frost. Miranda narrowed her eyes. The sorrow in her eyes faded and was replaced by determination again. I will find my own way out. This is me, this is me, this is the King Miranda Arund. The swordswoman looked at the Duke of Star Lake with determination, and the latter could not help but respond with a straight face. This is the meaning of this. I am my own master, the Sword of Neverwinter, of Broken Dragon Fortress. In the next second, Miranda reached for the saber leaning against the windowsill, and hung it on her belt again. Eagle Soaring Fortress. Miranda's voice was cold and her eyes were spirited. Northern Territory Neverwinter. Chapter 650. She's different. Thales stared at Miranda in a daze and could not help but think so. Thales had known Miranda for a long time, ever since they met as cellmates in Dragon Cloud City, and witnessed her fighting with her sword in Heroic Spirit Palace. Without a doubt, the woman in front of him was a calm warrior, a powerful swordsman, a strong fighter, cautious and reliable and a little aloof. Like a flower on the precipice of a snowy mountain. As expected of the White Eagle's descendant, Arun's blood descendant. But at this moment, Thales stared at her back. For the first time, he felt the heat and vitality emanating from her veins, as well as an unprecedented sense of oppression. That was not something the Arun family of Cold Castle, nor the Tower of Eradication, or even the Fortress Flower could teach her. It was. Thales closed his eyes, took a deep breath and returned to reality. If that's the case, why don't you go straight to my father, to his majesty, and make the same promise to him? Miranda's hand, which was adjusting the sheath rings, froze. Thales slowly opened his eyes. As long as you repeat what you told me to King Kessel, as long as you are willing to give up what your father and his generation did not want to give up, the Duke of Star Lake gritted his teeth. I believe, be it title or status, whatever I can give you in the future, the Iron Hand King can give it to you now. And he would be happy to give it to you. Thales picked up the ridiculous greeting letter, and his gaze was threatening. So why not? Miranda did not speak. She began to adjust her belt and sheath rings again. Because you are the one who broke into the palace and rebelled. Thales' expression changed. Cohen has always been slow, but the teachers in the tower said that as stupid and stubborn as he is, he has an extraordinary swordsman's intuition. Miranda did not look up. She carefully adjusted the tightness of the sword belt and the height and angle of the hilt. And that idiot said that the reason he was willing to risk his life to break into the Forbidden Palace with you was because he saw your eyes in Lower City District that day. Thales was stunned. What eyes? Miranda chuckled. He said he believed in you. He believed that you were like Paladin Don Quixote, charging towards an impossible goal. Thales was stunned. Don what? Miranda adjusted her sword belt and shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know. I've never heard of this knight. But when Cohen said this, he had stayed up all night and was dozing off while flipping through the files. He probably got confused with the name in one of the files. At that moment, Thale's expression froze. But Cohen said that he believed that what you wanted to do at that time was more correct and more important than being loyal to the emperor. So, even if you wanted to barge into Renaissance Palace, although he was hesitant, he did not reject it. Just like Dragon Cloud City all those years ago. Thales trembled slightly. Miranda raised her head and looked straight into his eyes. That's why I know that even after 7 years, you're still different from your father. You don't approve of the king's methods, be it forcing my father to rebel, setting up a shocking plot in Dragon Cloud City that is stained with blood, or the ominous conflict at the border in Western Desert a few months ago, or other filthy things I don't know about. The swordswoman stared at Thales seriously. You Thales Jadestar, you want to be different? At that moment, Thales felt his heart skip a beat. Different? Double quotes. Thales, become a king, because I believe that you will be better than them and the other kings. You can prove that even in the shackles of power, there is a different way of living. Thales looked at Miranda in front of him and subconsciously clenched his fists. Damn you, quick rope. You bastard. Different way of living? That's easy for you to say. Thales took a deep breath. He tried. He tried hard. He tried to abandon his emotions and weakness. He only saw Miranda as an ambitious vassal after an ordinary noble. He thought that he could pull her into a trap without being blamed. But now, the current Miranda, at that time, no matter how noble Jadestar is, he will not be able to save you. Constellation is too big for you. Even the king will not be able to protect you. Thales' gaze was bitter. His original determination wavered a little at that moment. The Duke had no choice but to take a deep breath to calm his agitation. Do you think that I can finally bring you what you want? No, you can't. Unexpectedly, Miranda shook her head. This is a battle that belongs to me alone. You are at most a stepping stone. Stepping stone, humph. Thales nodded sarcastically. You really know how to talk. But compared to your father, the swordswoman said coldly, perhaps you are a little more solid. By the way, your acting just now was terrible. My dear Mira, if you want to participate in the game, you have to pay more? You don't even know how to pretend to be a pervert, Miranda said in disdain. Virgin? But Thales was not interested in bickering with her. At that moment he felt complicated. He lowered his head gloomily. Mira, Thales said in a daze, what have you encountered all these years? What made you become who you are now? Hearing that, Miranda froze. A lot. She spoke slowly. Countless scenes flashed in her eyes. So many that I don't even want to count them. But it was only for a moment. She quickly regained her determination and became that stubborn swordswoman again. But when I look back, I realize that everything started from that night. That night? Thales thought of something and looked up in surprise. Miranda nodded slightly, confirming his doubts. That night in Dragon Cloud City. Thales' eyes widened. Dragon's blood. Both the people we met that day, Miranda said, looking straight at him, and the things we did. And don't call me Mira. But Thales did not hear the rest of what she said. He only stared at Miranda in a daze. Is there always a moment in your life when you inadvertently look back on the past and realize that the decisions you made based on local conditions and adaptability would bring about such a significant, far-reaching, and even change everything? Before he knew it, the dark clouds that covered the sky had dispersed. The star lake became blue and clear again. It was sparkling. After an unknown amount of time, Thales exhaled. With an emotion that he could not completely understand, he said, whether it was bitterness, relief, or helplessness, but you just said, Mira, that you want to make a deal with me and that you want to keep the most utilitarian part? Miranda thought about it and suddenly smiled. Yes, I want to use the most utilitarian part of myself in exchange for the most ideal part of you. In this way, you are the one who is at a disadvantage. Now, other than don't call me Mira, do you have any other questions? But Thales only stared at her saber in a daze. Mira? Miranda sighed and was about to speak. I actually have ulterior motives for going to Jade City on this trip, and I even harbor ill intentions, Thales said absent-mindedly. Miranda was startled, but she still nodded. I know. Don't call me Mira. I want to deal with Zayn, shove him head first into my toilet bowl and flush him into the moat. Miranda frowned. I know. I said don't. So, if you come with me, it is very likely that you will have to do something, not so glorious. I know. Miranda could not help but raise her voice, but in the end she could not help but sigh. Don't call me that again. Fine, so does this mean that you agree? Thales slowly raised his head and released a haggard but relieved smile. Miranda was a little surprised by this. I understand, Mira, the question you asked me the moment you came in, the Duke said softly. Miranda was startled. What question? The Duke of Star Lake also came to the window and stretched. About Roshana Arund, I just remembered her story. Miranda's gaze moved slightly. Thales looked at the boundless Star Lake inside. In history, mathematician Roshana entered the Renaissance court and eventually became the queen of the virtuous King Mindis III. She was in charge of the royal family's finances, and even helped the newly established Department of Finance calculate the income and expenditure, and negotiated the accounts with the virtuous king's creditors. Because of this, people called her the Shrewd Queen, and from then on, the story of how the king and queen knew each other well, and how they lived in harmony. Thales quietly gazed at the intoxicating scenery before him. I was wondering why Gilbert always liked to tell me such nonsense in class. In the end he was urging me to get married. But she did not do it willingly, the swordswoman said. Thales was startled. Miranda leaned on the windowsill with him and looked at the blue sky in the Central Territory. Ever since the birth of his youngest son, the old duke was worried that his eldest daughter's status would be too high, and her ability and personality would be too strong, which would benefit her future husband's family too much. He was also worried that she would bear a grudge because she lost her right of inheritance, which would be detrimental to her younger brother and the family. So he gave Roshana two choices. Miranda's voice was faint. She could either marry a knight of humble birth with a large amount of dowry to eliminate the threat of her husband's family in the future, or she could directly abandon her family name and right of inheritance and leave Cold Castle, depriving her of the possibility of interfering with the family through blood ties. Thales was shocked. Is this part in the records about the Shrewd Queen? Miranda's gaze was mournful. Roshana, who was strong-willed by nature, chose the second option, which led to the subsequent story. She did not become the queen because she was born in Arund, but because she became the queen, the Arund family suddenly remembered her, and rushed to add her back into the family tree, announcing to the world that the new queen's surname was Arund. Thales listened to the story in astonishment. I did not know that there was such a part. Miranda nodded. The White Eagle family has always taken pride in being united and rarely having internal strife, but this disgraceful part of history was only recorded by the Sunset Priest, who was a secret witness to this agreement. It was hidden deep in the Forbidden Book section of Sunset Temple, and no one knew about it for a long time. Or rather, how much of the unity of the family, that the Arund family was praised for in history, was formed by the old duke's exiling of his close relatives and suppressing of his children to prevent them from killing each other. Thales' eyes turned and he clapped his hands. No wonder. No wonder the Arund family, as the number one family in the Northern Territory, was suppressed so badly by Renaissance Palace and the Imperial Conference during the reign of the virtuous king. They were even used as a typical example of the virtuous king's reforms. Damn it. Gilbert even analyzed a lot of high-sounding topics like the balance of power between the relatives of the king and the courtiers. The related papers were stacked up to 3 feet thick. Miranda smiled nonchalantly. Just like that, the first Duchess of the Northern Territory did not appear. She was replaced by the Shrewd Queen. This is a happy and beautiful story that people can accept. A kind father, a filial daughter, brotherly siblings, a strong husband, and a happy and beautiful story. The swordswoman crossed her arms. But I feel that compared to the Queen Roshana, in the stories that have been told for thousands of years, Thales took over the conversation. Or is Duchess Roshana more suitable to be sung by bards everywhere? Miranda glanced at him but did not speak. But are you ready? The prince asked softly. In the next second, Thales extended his hand without warning and touched Miranda's waist. The swordswoman's gaze turned fierce. She immediately moved and pressed down on Thales' left hand. But she immediately frowned. Thales' extended palm was pressed on the hilt of the saber at her waist. Thales gave her an apologetic smile. She looked at Thales warily, but she still let go of his hand slowly. Thales then slowly raised his hand and drew out Soaring Eagle from her scabbard. I think the story of your ancestor, no, Roshana is the queen and also my ancestor, tells us that unlike Extet, the Northlanders who are inexperienced, caught off guard, and can only bite the bullet and accept an archduchess, the Constellations have learned from their mistakes. They are used to it and they know how to deal with such situations. The friction between the blade of Soaring Eagle and the leather gradually revealed itself. Just like 7 years ago, it shone with a cold light. It was also different from 7 years ago. It had gone through many hardships. Thales looked at the blade and said slowly, "Just look at Duchess Lyanna of Blade Edge Hill. Just look at Duchess Lyanna of Blade Edge Hill. Compared to direct objections, they know how to tear you apart in a gentle and courteous manner within the current system of rules." The prince sighed. After all, even the queen of the conquerors of the north, who ascended to the supreme throne 300 years ago, did not end up well. Slap. Just when 1/3 of the blade was drawn out, Miranda pressed down on Thales' hand again. She slowly exerted force and sent Soaring Eagle back into its scabbard without any hesitation. That's because she was not strong enough. Thales arched an eyebrow. Not strong enough? Queen Erica is an existence who invaded and seized Cold Castle 6 times and caused Extet to suffer a great loss. Miranda narrowed her eyes. At least she was not strong enough to make those who opposed her bow their heads, such as her younger brother. With a soft sound, Soaring Eagle's entire body sank into its scabbard. Thales could only sigh and let go. Miranda shook her head at him. "I have a question," the prince muttered. "If I really wanted you to marry me and become my queen, then I would accept you and be willing to help you take back the Northern Territory." Miranda thought for a while. "Are you trying to say that you would only help me take back the Northern Territory if I offered myself to you and let you *ck me to your heart's content?" "Mira, Star Lake Castle is not Broken Dragon Fortress. When we have time, we should talk about your choice of words in front of the prince." Thales sighed. "What if I did?" Miranda sneered. "If you really did that, then it would prove your character and it would also prove that Cohen was wrong. Then, whether I submit to your father or surrender to you, it would be the same." She said nonchalantly, "So, I will first break your legs, then go to Renaissance Palace with the grievance that I was forcibly taken by the prince." Thales furrowed his eyebrows. "Go to my father to seek justice?" The swordswoman shook her head. "No, I will prove to him and the kingdom that after this incident, I have become enemies with the prince, and we cannot live under the same sky. So, in the fight between the 2 Jade Stars, I must stand on the king's side. Then, I will conveniently give your father the same conditions. I will give up the Northern Territory for him, and he will grant me the title of Duke. I will still get what I want." Thales looked incredulous. "As I said," Miranda shook her head, "no matter what, I have to find my own way out." "But, I'm missing a stepping stone." Thales gulped. "As expected. Control your lower half and live happily for the rest of your life." Then Lady Miranda arund. Thales sighed, turned around and said with a serious expression, "Are you willing to be my wife?" Miranda was stunned when she heard this, but she looked at him for a long time and understood something. "No, I'm not willing." Thales nodded. "Then are you willing to be my queen?" "No, I'm not willing either." Thales met her eyes. "If that's the case, Miranda arund, are you willing to be my knight?" In the study room of Star Lake Castle, the teenager and the swordswoman looked at each other in silence. After a moment, Miranda smiled. She took a step back and faced Thales. "I am willing, Your Highness." Thales narrowed his eyes. "Even if I might order you to do something unpleasant, such as swinging your sword at Raphael?" Miranda was silent for a moment. "Raphael is very important to me, Your Highness." Thales chuckled and shook his head. He waved his hand and said, "I know, Mira. So, I'm just playing, but he is not everything in my life." Miranda interrupted him with a sharp gaze. "Far from it." This was out of Thales' expectations. He looked at the swordswoman in front of him in surprise. "So, Your Highness, if he stands in your way and our way, I will be sad." At that moment, the sword of Neverwinter of Broken Dragon Fortress reached for the hilt at his waist, his murderous intent overflowing. "But I will never hesitate." Thales was suddenly awestruck. He stared at her for a very, very long time. Miranda arund. "What is she? A sword?" "Yes, but not all of it." "A chess piece?" "Perhaps, but there is a discrepancy." "A bargaining chip?" "Possible, but is it light or heavy?" "What do you think, King Kessel?" Thales held the bone ring in his lapel. "She is gathered under my banner just like we planned. But not, as we think, for power, at least not as we think it is." "No matter how you look at it, she does not seem like a chess piece in your chessboard, an existence under your rules." Thales curled up the corner of his mouth. "Because she is a person." Damn it, a person outside the chessboard. What do you think, father? His thoughts flashed past in a flash. In the next second, Thales smiled faintly. Then Mira, welcome to Star Lake Fortress. Even though we will soon be embarking on a journey. Miranda smiled too. Wait. She shook her head, pulled out Soaring Eagle from her waist, and pressed it against her palm, an ancient Northland ritual. Thales was stunned and immediately sighed. He pulled out the JC dagger from his waist, pressed it against his palm, and felt a headache-inducing familiarity in front of him. An oath of alliance? As expected of the prince who returned from the north. Miranda's eyes lit up. You have seen a lot. More than a lot. Thales thought helplessly. More than you can imagine. In the next second, both of them exerted force at the same time, feeling the pain between their palms and the blade. So, Thales Jadestar, from today onwards I swear loyalty to you and serve you. Miranda put down Soaring Eagle and solemnly extended her hand. Blood flowed from her palm. In return you will fully support me in inheriting the throne. If necessary you will not hesitate to take the field personally. Announce to the kingdom that you will only acknowledge one master of the Northern Territory. Thales exhaled, and similarly extended his hand that was covered in blood. He finished her sentence. Duchess Miranda Arund. With a clap, both of their palms clasped tightly. So, from today onwards Thales was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly remembered the unpleasant memory of Gertaxa. He could not help but sigh. You have said what I wanted to say. As for what I did not say, blood flowed from their wrists. Thales gestured with his lips listlessly. Here it's all in the blood. Miranda frowned, but still shook her hand in annoyance to seal the oath. But when he thought about it, Thales could not help but ask, are there any restraining measures such as swearing a poison oath or placing a curse? What if someone betrays me? Miranda shook her head in disdain. She tightened her grip. There is only one situation where I will break my promise. When you are not strong enough. Damn it, it hurts a little. Thales looked at her suspiciously. Don't misunderstand, Your Highness. Although we have reached an oath, if you don't meet my expectations or even drag me down, Miranda uncharacteristically blinked her eyes maliciously, I will abandon you without the slightest hesitation. Thales' smile was a little stiff. How heartwarming. The prince rolled his eyes. Then what if I betray you? In the next second, Miranda pulled her hand away, and Thales could not help but be pulled forward by her. The prince finally stopped moving. He was about to complain when he realized that Miranda was right in front of him at that moment. And they were so close that they could almost kiss each other. Thales could even see the swordswoman's eyelashes clearly, and he could also see the determination hidden behind her eyes. Your eyes, they are gray. How rare. Miranda observed him carefully and said faintly. Thales had a strange expression on his face. Is that so? Your eyes are also very beautiful, but Miranda's voice quickly turned cold. Remember, you are a descendant of Jadestar, and I am a descendant of Arund. It is unfortunate, but betrayal is destined to be a part of our lives. Miranda's gaze turned cold. Just like revenge. Thales froze. That's why, little brat. In the next second, the hostility on Miranda's face disappeared. It was replaced by a bright and beautiful smile that had never been seen before, but it made people feel a chill in their hearts. Before she turned to leave, she smiled and pinched Thales' stunned face. Be good, don't be naughty. Thales was dumbfounded and exasperated. I am your master. You have to have the attitude of a subordinate, understand? Star Lake Castle is not a place outside the law. With an expression on his face, Doyle walked into the study and watched in surprise as Miranda left with a smile on her face. Could it be? Wow, Your Highness. Doyle seemed to have understood something. He looked pleasantly surprised and clicked his tongue repeatedly. Tisk, congratulations. Thales looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? What are you congratulating me for? Nothing, it's just hee. In the next second, Doyle quietly pointed at Miranda's back and proudly gave her a thumbs up, revealing an evil smile that said everything without saying a word. Awesome. At that moment, Doyle's smile was so bright, so dazzling, and so sincere. So much so that he did not notice that Prince Thales' expression had unknowingly become more and more terrifying. Doyle, I heard from Officer Sonia that you met her during your night patrol? Oh yes. Your Highness, the Fortress Flower. As she was discussing some academic topics with Zombie. Academic topics. Don't worry, I didn't disturb you. After all, It's an important diplomatic victory for Star Lake Castle. That night, Star Lake Castle was not peaceful. It was said that the Duke, who had always been good-tempered, was enraged. He personally instructed Penal Officer Patterson to execute the most horrifying and inhumane punishment since the establishment of the Star Lake Guards, First-Class Vanguard Officer Danny Doyle, or DD, as soon as possible, confiscated the teddy doll on his bed. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.